Hi guys, what's up? I hope everybody is doing good. And I'm here to just make a little quick announcement, and I'm going to attach three of our revision videos. Now, these revision videos have been there in the channel for quite some time, but people have been asking on the videos itself by commenting that whether it's applicable and all of that. So, right now, very specifically for May 23 attempt and further, unless I come out and make any changes, these video, the word marathon is very popular right now. I don't know for what reason. I've been doing revision videos or calling it revision series for about like last 7 or 8 years we've been putting up, but in the last 1 year or two, the word marathon is what people have been clinging on to. So I thought, I'll also name it and put all the videos in one place so that it will be very convenient for you to have this one video saved with you and always go for it. So I'm also going to give you a quick strategy on how you are going to do this marathon. This is on strategic management. So this total will be about 6.5 hours. Okay, total it's going to be about 6.5 hours, and this 6.5 hours is split into three videos. They are also available individually, those three videos. If any of you have been following those, you can continue to do that, not an issue. A lot of us timers might be watching this, so for you can continue to have this video. This is serving a combination of three videos. The first one covers technically chapters 1, 3 and 2. So can you write 1, 2, 3? Why are you writing 1, 3, 2? Because that's the order I generally do strategic management. I hope all of you watching revision series already know that chapter 1 has all the introductory parts of strategic management, the definitions and all of that, which is also important because questions are coming from there. After that, I generally discuss the mission part. Okay, what is vision, mission, objectives, goals? That part will be discussed, and then I come back to chapter number 2 in the order where strategic analysis is there. So that's going to be your first part of three chapters that will be covered in one video. Then attached to that is a second video that's going to cover chapters 4, 5 and 6. This is purely stage 3. Okay, if I have to also mention that, here we will be covering stage 1 and 2. Stage 1, which is about setting vision objectives. Then stage 2 will be covering strategic analysis. Then in this step we'll be doing stage 3, that is whole of the three chapters, ranging from all of vertical, horizontal, diversification, in fact all stability, expansion, retrenchment, combination strategies, Michael Porter strategies, the six functional strategies of finance, marketing, HR, production, inventory management, that is logistics, all of that. This is the second video that will be attached to it. The last video that is attached will be covering chapters 7 and 8, where I'm going to obviously talk about stages 4 and 5. Now when we talk about 4 and 5, 4 is all about the two concepts of organization structure, strategy, leadership, and of course I think I also discussed about culture, which is a very important discussion that we generally have. And the last stage, as everybody knows, is strategic control. And I guess I've left two small topics of BPR and benchmarking to your own self, where you can revise those also. That's why I'm reminding well ahead now itself. So use this entire video. Those of you who have followed the revision series in the past, you want to continue those three videos and do like that, you can do that. But if you want to keep all of it in one place and call this one video, wherever you want to like pause and continue to watch, it will be very easy. So that's why it's been put as a marathon, and this is exactly what one needs to do. I will also give you a small insight on what you need to do for MCQs, because some of you have been asking on that, are there any MCQs? No special preparation is required, so do not panic on that. No special preparation for MCQs. Just follow the entire revision video. At the end of it, solve ICAI questions. Okay, that's all. ICAI questions. And then also a very important thing, two RTPs, what will be released for your current attempt and the previous. Okay, one current, one previous, and the same applies to question papers, two past exam question papers. If you guys can follow this, that will be the end of the story for you for your preparation. So I think I don't want to take much of a time in the introduction. So I guess this 5 minutes would have given you an insight of what to do and how to do. Then just go enjoy all the 3 videos. It's gonna be a simple 7 hour marathon on that. You possibly can also put it up for the one day before exam story. I will again obviously be doing a lot of live videos on YouTube or put more videos on YouTube where I'll stay in touch with you. So now's the time for you to go and start watching the very first video. So let us start off with strategic management, and as such, let me once again re-emphasize the fact that those of you whoever are listening to me, if you are from the old syllabus or if you are from the new syllabus, it doesn't really matter, because across these three strategic management sessions, whatever we are going to do, we are going to cover topics. Keep it like that. You're not going to cover in an order of this book or that book. I prefer a proper order of what I do. So I will take you through that order, and there is no limitation on you to kind of say that this will go in this direction only or we will do it this way only. So you have to kind of make sure on that, and do not uh, what do you say, judge by the flow or order or anything. Go by, I mean, do not judge by the syllabus, I mean to say. So go by the flow, and make sure that you use these sessions to learn something, and that is exactly how we are going to take this forward. Reena, that is exactly what I was conveying all this while. And going further, if some people join the live session late, and if you see anybody in the comment section asking, is this relevant to IPCC? Please simply tell them, yes, concept wise it is relevant, and then leave it to them. If they want to listen, they will continue, otherwise, they will walk away. That's a very simple equation. So, anyway, I think now enough number of people have joined, so that's good amount of time. 2-3 minutes in the beginning I have to give, because notification has to reach everybody, and they have to comment. So now we are through with all that. Now let's start off straight away with what is the definition of strategy, because this subject is called as strategic management. Now whenever we talk about strategic management, we have to also concentrate first on these words individually, then together what do they mean is something that we will see. What is strategy, what is management? We have to understand these two terms in the first place, and once we understand what is strategy, then we'll go to management. Now there are many definitions for strategy, which says it's a long range blueprint. Strategy is a long range blueprint of an organization's desired image, direction it wants to follow, and where it wants to ultimately reach is called as destination. So if you want to keep it very simple, a strategy is a long range blueprint. So you don't expect something to happen overnight. Now, one point that I would want to always convey here is, many people have this doubt. Does strategy have any short range implications? Strategy has both short range and long range implications. You can find the results in short range, or you can even find the results in the long range. So the results of strategy is not we are exactly talking about. What we are talking about is the fact that what strategy can do. So normally we plan at a long range. So what we want to achieve in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, in the long range blueprint. It is again just a blueprint. Strategy is not something that will make sure that something will happen. It can go wrong as well. So all those negatives are also there. So keeping all that in mind, we got to design what is called as a strategy. Now also going forward from here, we also have another definition given by William F. Glueck, wherein he says or uses three words. Strategy is a unified. Now you know what is uni. Uni means one. So unified is one plan, not 10 different plans. Strategy is a unified, comprehensive. That means covering everything. Strategy is a unified, comprehensive, and integrated. Integrated means that which connects. Okay, strategy is a unified, comprehensive and integrated, obviously a plan. Now why do you want this plan? This plan you want to achieve basic objectives, to achieve what are called as basic objectives of business. So whatever are the basic objectives, when you say survival, stability, growth, efficiency, and profitability, these are called as the basic objectives of any business. Every business wants to survive and then become stable, then of course grow to a particular level, and then after it reaches to a particular growth level, it wants to make that growth to become efficiency, that is trying and getting the same outputs with a lesser level of inputs, or with the same level of input getting more output. I think in costing also you studied about what efficiency means. And then finally when you do all this right, you will automatically get profitability. See, profit or loss is more of a outcome. You don't have to stick to that and break your head. You will get a profit or you will get a loss. But what is more important is the actions that you do. And for all those actions that you're supposed to do, strategy, the word strategy plays a key role. So remember, the take home points are that it's a long range blueprint, or it's a unified, comprehensive and integrated plan in the likes of what William F. Kluwek has told. Then we will straight away move on to this word called as management, wherein management talks about two aspects, not just one, but two aspects. Whenever we talk about the word management, we generally use this in colloquial terms, saying like, you want to go and talk to the management. So when you say talk to the management, what do you mean by talk to the management? Are you going to talk to people? So is management going to refer about people? Okay, that is one thing. And then in the game of cricket, football, we commonly keep hearing the word management. The management of this team has taken a decision that so and so player will be dropped from the playing 11. You guys have heard this in the news, or so many times they say it's the team management's decision. What is this? Management means what? One entity? Is it about people? Who are you calling as management? So one context of using the word management is a key group of, you can always say that, key group of individuals. So when you say key group of individuals, that means these are the individuals who make decisions. So when a bunch of key group of people come together, Reliance's management has announced its further plans. So when you say Reliance's management means what? Are you referring to only Mr. Mukesh Ambani? Now when you say a bunch of team will assist him, right? He is the one who's the front face of the company. Obviously, we all relate the Ambani family to Reliance, but Reliance has lakhs of shareholders, and the companies. Being Reliance is a different set of board of directors. So there are a lot of people. Mr. Mukesh Ambani is the face of the Reliance group, because the founders and all that, and the story goes on like that. So but that doesn't mean that Mukesh Ambani is the sole owner of Reliance. No, he's part of the key management. So when you are talking about such words wherein you're talking about management, we are referring to what is called as the key group of individuals. This is one step. Now even in your schools and colleges, they'll tell that you have to take management permission for this. That means in all these examples that I told you till now, they are referring to a key group of people. Wherein the other use of the word management, whenever they refer to the use of this word management, they are even talking about I will manage that better. Maybe we should have managed the situation well. Or you guys have to manage, we are in a critical situation. Now you say you guys have to manage this, maybe we should have managed well. We are definitely not talking about people, right? So that time we are also using the word management in the context of set of interrelated functions. Set of interrelated functions. And what are these interrelated functions? Something that you are very familiar with. Planning is about deciding in advance about a future course of an action. All of us do planning. Today I'm planning to watch a movie. Friday I'm planning to go for a dinner with my friends. Right? Next weekend we are planning to go out station. So when you say planning means what? Deciding about a future course of an action. So that is planning. Planning is always followed by gathering various things from various places. And in fact, when you talk about business, Organizing is the right word for that, wherein you gather something called as resources. No doubt I'm going to explain you what resources are, but organizing the resources. What are these resources? We will see that. So planning, organizing. If you organize everything, that is not enough. You should put the right person in the right place to get the job done. That is called as staffing. Staffing is about putting the right person in the right place. Now, when you have the right staff in the right place, they should also have somebody on the top to lead them properly. Otherwise, things will again not work. So, that is called leading or directing. Leading or directing, like how when a movie is successful, you give the credit to a director, because, okay, I'll say directing, because the director is the captain of the ship. That's what they say, right, in the movie business, because it's his vision, his idea, which is brought out as a movie. So leading or directing is important, and one of the key factors of any good management is called as controlling. And controlling refers to taking some corrective actions. Controlling refers to what? Taking some corrective actions. Every day is not a Sunday. You know the saying, right? Every day is not a Sunday means what? Obviously, 7 different days are there. Why should every day be a Sunday? Sometimes you make decisions, they go wrong. We are all in the process of learning. And if you hear to philosophers or any sadhus, what will they say? Life is a process of learning. Okay, anyway, I'm not talking about all the philosophy here, but what we can pick up from all that is nothing is constant. Things keep changing, situations keep changing, and you know that the entire context of strategic management is in the context of business. At least in our syllabus for 50 marks, we are discussing both these words, strategy and management, in the context of a business. You're not talking about yours and personal, your and mine personal strategic management. Sir, what's your strategy for life? I will have 100 strategies, you will have 100 strategies. First of all, why are we involving into all that? So basically, this entire discussion is keeping a business in mind. And if some business is not ready to take corrective action, forget about any business, even a human being as well. If you are somebody who are not willing to take what is called as a corrective action, you'll never progress in life. Remember that. So that is what is called controlling, which means taking corrective action. Now, when we are talking about this word resources, wherein I took a break, we are referring to 5 M's, which I believe all of you are well aware of: men, material, money, machinery, and market. So if you have to bring all these together, obviously you have to, otherwise you're not taking them any further. So men, material, money, machinery, and market. These are the 5 resources. And if you are unable to bring these resources, if you are unable to bring these resources in the right direction or make the right use of these resources, then again the business needs to learn. And I hope all of you are also aware of one more very common and key word called as optimum utilization. Don't worry, I will explain about optimum utilization. But whenever we are discussing about the case of resources, so we have this word called as resources, and we are always talking about two keywords: effectiveness, or simply say effectively, and efficiently. Whenever you use these words effectively and efficiently, we are referring to a broader word called as optimum utilization. Now, without dragging much, I'll just draw your attention to something that you learnt in the basics of economics. We had this definition of scarcity by Lionel Robbins, where he says all the wants that people have are unlimited, but the means to satisfy those are limited. And in these scarce productive resources, there is a fight to get the effectively to get them effectively and use them efficiently. There is always a fight for those resources. See, if resources are abundant, now you're traveling in a desert, you have only a bottle of water, you use it very carefully. You see, each and every drop makes a very important contribution to your journey in the desert. Okay, you're walking next to a clean water lake where you believe you can directly pick up water in the jug and drink. Will you ever bother about even carrying a water bottle? No. because here it's available in abundance, and there every drop matters. So what am I trying to say? That optimum utilization is not in your hands alone. It depends on several factors, and that whenever we talk about several factors, our friend environment will always be involved in that. Now, a simple meaning for environment is the surrounding that you know. But what I want to tell you here about environment is that this environment is something that is called as infinitely dynamic. Infinitely dynamic. Now, you all know what is dynamic. Dynamic means changing, but infinitely dynamic means whatever changing. What you have experienced as an environment this hour necessarily need not be the environment for next hour. It might definitely change, or you might develop changes which, if you are not keeping a track of, then that will lead you to a great deal of confusion. Sir, then how should we handle this environment? Should we always give a response? Now, that I will keep as a question. Response to changes. Response to changes in environment. Now that I told you environment is infinitely dynamic, it is always going to change, and you can't change that fact. It will change. What is your response? Are you going to normally give a response, or are you going to give a strategic response to this change? Now, this word strategic response becomes a little important. Three types of strategic response are there. I will come back to that in a minute. But before we come here, I want to finish this in a full length scale. So, strategy management, both the definitions are clear. Referring to a key group of individuals, that is okay. Set of interrelated functions, and you know what those five functions are, and organizing the resources, and now you also know what the resources mean. I think I gave you a complete picture of what best I can, so that there is no things that we are missing here. Okay, so without any fail, then we will move off to the last part of the story, in that which is the definition of strategic management. Now, I will come back to what you are supposed to do depending on what exercise you would have already done. But in this particular case, we are going to now discuss. Oh, yeah, already I see some people typing the answers for those responses. Very good, I appreciate that. But we will come back to that. Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to that. Yes, and I see the right answers being typed. So, very good. We will come back to that. So, what is strategic management? Now, here comes the blockbuster story, because that's the title of your subject. Uh, if only strategic management was something very simple, we wouldn't have discussed it in this detail, or this length. But now that we know it is something that has to be done as a process, that's where we need to be extra careful and extra focused. What is strategic management? Strategic management is a managerial process. What is it? It's a managerial process, which means managers are involved. To do what? Strategic management is a managerial process of. Now, a sequence of steps are there which we have to be very clear about. Let us now go ahead and see what all we are trying to do. It's a managerial process of creating a vision, followed by setting objectives, setting what is called as objectives, followed by crafting a strategy. Okay, crafting a strategy, implementing, putting it into life, implementing and evaluating that strategy, and taking corrective action, taking corrective action if necessary. So if something goes wrong, you will have to take corrective action. Now, just let me for a minute hide myself so that you can see this with proper care. Yeah, there you go. I've moved off screen so that you can see it in full right now. Everything is absolutely clear. You guys can understand that's the whole story about what strategic management is all about. Okay. So strategic management here is the full story. Please concentrate on the definition once again. It's a managerial process. It is what? A managerial process of creating a vision, setting objectives, crafting a strategy, implementing that strategy, and then, of course, what is called as strategic control, which means taking corrective actions whenever it is necessary. No, sir, it's not necessary. We are doing well. By whatever means we are doing well, we are able to achieve whatever we want to achieve. Okay, if that is the case and you are able to achieve everything of what you want to achieve, then you don't have to really do anything to take any corrective actions. Otherwise you can safely continue to move ahead. Okay, I think those of you who want to take a screenshot can do so, just to have an understanding of what is strategy management and strategic management. That brings us to the end of this basic story of strategy management, strategic management, the terms like resources. And one last thing that I would want you guys to understand here is the next part where we've just put things on hold. So we have resources and we are struggling to do what is called as optimum utilization, and it's not something that everybody is freely willing to do. So there is always a critical need for us to understand how these resources are to be utilized in the most optimal manner, and that comes with slighter time and practice that necessarily always need not be on a one dimensional note. Meanwhile, for every change that is taking place around you, for every change that is taking place around you, you don't have to just get yourself involved and do some drama. Sometimes you can keep quiet because it doesn't concern you, which is one of the strategic responses called as least resistance. What is it called? Least resistance. That means you don't need to react for every change that is happening. I think you adopt this strategy on your parents very well. And sometimes when they are shouting at you for whatever nonsense you did, what will you do? I mean, like, these are the three reactions that many people do. Sometimes some people are very intelligent. What will they do? They know, if I shout now, this will become a big war, and then this will go on for days, and maybe I will not get my pocket money, or this can turn out to be a very bad situation. Okay, so I think I did something wrong, let us keep quiet. They'll fold their hands and sit, scold, whatever you want is scold, and then they will put such a sorrow face that after seeing you for some time, parents themselves be like, stupid fellow, or x or y, whatever, boy or girl, and then they'll be like, okay, anyway, our son or daughter only know. They'll only stop scolding. Strategy worked out. Least resistant, don't bother. Keep quiet. So much is going on around in the environment. Patience. But some people are not like that. They are very aggressive. So if the parent says, you did mistake, no, you did a mistake. So if they if they shout at 30 decibels, our fellow will shout at 40 decibels. They create a real situation there. Then father has to get angry, mother has to get angry, real fight, and then everybody will cool down. But that is one sort of a response. No, I didn't do any mistake. Always you are telling me only. Return and very aggressive. It is called a dynamic response. But sometimes it is necessary, like not shouting on parents. Hello, don't get me wrong here. All I'm trying to say is when you give a dynamic response, that means, like in the technological world, e-commerce is a breakthrough, correct? You are folding your hands and sitting. Let others do, sir, e-commerce. Slowly, one day we will also start. That one day will never come. By then, you will be driven out the market. Because technological changes are so fast. You all know what happened to Nokia. Okay. So when they said that we are already having 72% market share, what will something like Android do? Eventually, a decade later, the CEO is coming and telling, we don't know where we went wrong, and Nokia had a great future and we killed it by our own hands. Not my words. Nokia's then CEO told, because they didn't strike the right chord. When the world was moving to a smartphone and an Android generation, Nokia was like, my button phones, my phones are so good, people are using it in, like mass number. They had 70% of market share in India. So they were like, who cares about all this? So when you are at the peak, sometimes you end up making wrong decisions. Maybe they should have made a dynamic response. They should have changed their production strategy. They should have got Android from Google on board. And maybe today, all of us might be still using Nokia phones with Android in them right from beginning. Players like Micromax, Oppo, Vivo wouldn't have come in the market only. Who knows? Had they struck the right chord. Because they didn't give a dynamic response at that point of time. They and least resistance is also not good always. Every time you should not be like, I don't care about the environment. It's not like that. So sometimes there is a balance between both, which many people often do. Those people who have people management skills properly, they do this. They don't always be least resistant. They always don't jump a dynamic response. They're very clever. They're very quiet. They understand the situation and they play the game. Small kids are there, no, they are very intelligent with respect to this. They call proceed with caution. Proceed with caution. Okay, and I've also seen this kind of a story happen between siblings. I don't have one, so I mean, I've always got what I wanted. And these proceed with caution be there. The elder sibling will be made to ask, I want this. And the parents are scolding. Hey, you always, the elder sibling got all the scoldings. Younger one is waiting and watching. Not a good time to ask. Chalo. Then slowly they'll proceed with caution. After all this drama is over, I don't want all that what the elder one asked. I want only this, which is much lesser than what. So that you are trying to proceed with caution. See, analyze the scenario. Some people are like, okay, today everybody is in bad mood. Let's not start this discussion today. These are all things that happen very much in our lives. Strategic management basically is a way of life. Only thing that you are applying it on business right now. Okay. So that brings us to the end of a whole picture and perspective on what is environment, what is strategy, management, strategic management, and your broader responses to the management. Sorry, broader responses to the changes in the environment. I hope that's the first leg of things that I wanted to discuss. So before we proceed further, I want all of you to have a quick understanding of what the levels in the organization are, because levels in the organization speak a lot. Yeah, see there. Okay, so a lot of examples. Yeah, fair enough. Very good. I hope all of you are very involved. Very good. Correct. Now moving on, what we can see here is the levels in the organization. We don't want to simply discuss an organization just as a very broad word. We have to understand, when you have an organization, you always have levels in the organization. And why do these levels become important? That we will see a little later, probably in our second session, when we are going to craft the strategies according to these. Now, what are the three levels? All of you know this one. Corporate level, wherein you have the CEOs and top line business managers, everybody who are top line managers, we'll say. Then comes the business level, which is where you have heads of different departments, businesses, and all that. Maybe divisional managers, and all are those at business level. And then you have functional level managers, wherein you have the managers for respective functions, which also gives me an opportunity to discuss with you what are the various functions. Like how you have 5 fingers, we have 5 different functions in a business which went together. We call this a fist, right? So same thing, like how 5 of them come together to make a fist, these 5 come together to make a business. What are the 5 functions in business? Finance. Lifeblood of any business is finance. If there is no flow of blood in our body, we die. Same way, if there's no flow of money in a business, that business will die. Finance. Marketing, because if people are not aware about your product, what business will happen? And if you don't have human resources, who will do all the work for you? So finance, marketing, HR, production, very important. Now production may not be the right term for service oriented businesses, but whatever service you do, no, that also will come under the production heading only. And then logistics management or inventory management. Logistics or inventory management. If you can't deliver the right goods to the right person at the right time at right price, this is the definition of supply chain management. I will discuss detail in the second session. But for now, I want you to understand the 5 rights. And if you want to get all the 5 rights properly done, then you need to have a inventory management. Finance, marketing, HR, production, and inventory management or logistics management are the 5 crucial functions of every business. Plus, another function is there called R&D. Now, sir, in these 5 fingers, why is this becoming like the sixth? Now, I am not calling this the sixth one because R&D is a discretionary expenditure. R&D is not a compulsory expenditure. R&D is a discretionary expenditure. Like if you think of a company like Dr. Reddy's, Sun Pharma. Now these are pharmaceutical companies which are producing in huge scale and they have their own research units. Likewise, will every pharma company have their own research unit? We are not sure. Some people just buy patents and they'll produce that patented medicines. There is no rule that every pharma company has to do research, every automobile company has to do research. Now Mercedes is there, BMW is there, they have their own research divisions to better the design. So will everybody spend on R&D? No, Apple has an exclusive R&D organization. Microsoft has an exclusive R&D organization. Now, well, both of them are in Hyderabad only. Both their R&D units. Apple's R&D headquarters and Microsoft's R&D development. I mean, the Research and Development Center. It's called India Development Center only for Microsoft. So all those are right here. They spend a huge budget on R&D because those businesses survive on that. But is it compulsory for everybody to have an R&D? No, there are a lot of trading businesses. They just buy and sell. So these 5 are like preliminary. This is discretionary. That means you want to spend on R&D, okay. If you don't want, I mean, but you might fall behind. If you do R&D and come out with an innovation, maybe you can for some time be a temporary monopoly. Full-time monopoly is not a real life situation. So until somebody copies you, at least you will be a temporary monopoly at least. So what are the other names for these levels in the organization? Corporate level is also called as strategic level because they are the ones who are responsible for the broader strategy. Strategies are made at all 3 levels. Remember this. Strategies are made at all 3 levels because each level has their job to do. And to do their job, everybody needs strategies. So if somebody is asking you which level will make strategies, don't write in the exam or don't choose the option of corporate level. Corporate level alone, no. All 3 levels will make strategies. Corporate level will make bigger strategies of business expansion or retrenching a division or something like that. Functional level will not make strategies is a stupid thing to say. In that functional level, what are they supposed to do with the limited amount of resources? What should they go about doing? Now, all those are done in accordingly at their levels. Okay, so that's a very very important insight that you all have to keep. Corporate level, strategic level, also called as top level, but I don't want you to use such a basic word. Top, middle and bottom level, don't use them because I mean, being educated, you guys have better words to understand. Business level is also called as tactical level. It's also called as managerial level. It's also called as divisional level. So this has lot of names because that's where the departmental level, or and then of course the middle level, then generally you use the word middle level managers. That's what it means. Okay. So corporate level, strategic level or top level, business level, tactical level, managerial level, divisional level or the middle level. Functional level is also called as operational level because that's where all the operations happen, and it is also called as shop floor level. Shop floor level means the roots of the organization, and of course it's also called the lower level or bottom, but I don't think you should use that. Okay, so that's the whole insight of who is there where. All the business managers, middle level managers, general managers, they're all there at business level. Heads of finance, marketing, HR, production, inventory, all those are there at functional levels, and under them, under all these teams, there is a staff. And corporate level, a limited corporate staff is there, maybe the CEO and a bunch of others will take care of the top. So this is exactly what one needs to understand in the context of the levels that are involved in organization. Now before we proceed to discussing the strategic management stages, I want to once again define what are called as the phases in strategic management. Okay, and I want you to follow this very carefully. What are the 5 phases that we are going to discuss in strategic management? And I hope everybody is clear till here. You guys can also let me know if you have any points to ask. Okay, very good. Already many people have typed the names, and that just is amazing. Very good. Good participation there. So yeah, that's it with respect to all these basic points. If I'm mm, talking about a couple of more aspects that I have to discuss, so I don't think you guys have any problem till here. If so, do let me know. I will come back to the comments and talk about it. Now, before we go to discussing the phases in strategic management, wherein there are 5 phases, which though we wrote in the definition, I want you to understand phase wise, because phase wise it gets a little different outlook. We'll talk about it. Before we go to this one, I would also want to mention one more interesting and important thing about strategic management. Now, strategic management in other organizations. Strategic management in the other organizations. Now, old syllabus people will find this in the last chapter, new syllabus people will find this in the very first chapter, but whatever it is, it's a key topic. Strategic management is not just used only in business organization. Strategic management is a process. Okay, you saw the definition very clearly. I'm going back to the definition. It's about all this, which is a managerial process of all these aspects, and that has got nothing to do with profit or loss. Okay, though I'm covering some part of the definition, you can just understand that we have got nothing to do with profit or loss. Okay, or whether you are a governmental organization, or whether you are an educational institution, or whether you are somebody else, doesn't matter. Everybody will follow strategic management because it's just a process. Strategic management has got nothing to do with profit loss. Are you a educational institution, medical organization, governmental organizations? So let me write it down here. Strategic management in non-profit organizations, educational institutions, and strategic management is also used in medical organizations. Strategic management can also be found in governmental organizations. So all of these places also strategic management is useful. Now in the recent times I've seen a very famous true or false question, which says strategic management is only relevant to profit making organizations, and that is exactly where you have to step in with the answer here. Or they have also given questions in the past in the exam about explain how strategic management is useful in educational or medical institutions. Governmental organizations enjoy less strategic autonomy. Now, I want you to understand these wordings carefully. They generally tell, because in government, no, there's a big hierarchy. Anything that has to happen has to go through 10 people. That is why small works also, which involve government departments, will take a lot of time. Okay, things have changed now in the digital world and things are speeding up, but it's a very common thing. I'll give you a quick example here. Like in front of my house there is a road on which I saw a pothole. I just complained to somebody in the municipality to fill up that hole because it's quite dangerous. Kids are playing around and people are going around with vehicles. There is always a danger that somebody might fall. I made a complaint. So all it takes is bring the right material, close that hole and go. But will they do it so simply? Now just understand, if this was inside your wall, that is within your premises of the house, all it will take is like 2 or 3 hours to do the job. Like properly dig it again, make sure that you put the right material in, close it properly, story is over. And in 2 hours or 3 hours. But what will happen here? First one authority will come. He will take one photo of that situation. And then he will go and report it to one guy. And that guy will now call for tenders. Who all are ready to fill this? Or government or in that municipality approved vendors will be there. They will come and they will quote. And then after they quote, one of them will be selected. And once they are selected, somebody else will raise an objection. In the meantime, hole will automatically keep getting filled by nature. Okay, so one fellow will be selected, and then somebody else will have an objection saying, no, last contract they didn't do well, change them. And again, one small committee will be there who will review their previous work, and then finally they will give them an order to go and execute this work. Then that fellow will come, he will assess the situation, then he will direct somebody to bring the material, then one fine day few workers will come, and then they will finish this. What could have been done in 2 hours or 3 hours will take roughly 2 to 3 weeks. Is it wrong? No, it is a process. Now, whenever we are doing something by process, it is very good. But is that process becoming too much? Is there a lot of red tapeism involved? Is it taking a lot of time? Yes, which is not there in private companies. Now, if I complain saying that my internet connection is not working, my private service provider, Airtel or Act or Geo or anybody, within 24 hours of raising the complaint, they will have to answer that, because they are worried that, next day I will change the connection, which we can practically do also, because it's not like, when I change the connection, it will take 3 or 4 days. So what's happening in all these organizations is that they enjoy lot of freedom. Private organizations, they can take decisions quickly, everything need not be escalated to the top. But when it comes to government organizations, like I said, just to fill one small hole, now I think I gave this example because all of us have seen a road repair takes forever. We, despite making so many complaints, but now things have speeded up. Now it's really good if you take a picture and upload it in something like, at least in Hyderabad here, when you take a picture and upload it in the GHMC app, it's a quick reaction. At least in the recent times it has happened, and now many people started tagging the leaders on Twitter and all that. So for small issues like this, if you're tagging those leaders, I mean, of course they're responsible, I'm not saying no, but that's a clear cut embarrassment. So which is why officials react fast. But anyway, in the digital world, things have changed, but still I believe private organizations enjoy a better freedom and autonomy when compared to governmental organizations, which is exactly why strategic management is required there also. So in all these 4 organizations that I put there as a list, strategic management can be implemented. And please mark a star to that topic. If you guys are sitting with a book and noting it down, you can definitely mark a star. If you guys are already having a materials in front of you, also go and make a what do you say, mark a star there, because that has a lot of potential to come in the exam, and so many times it has come in the exam. Now we will discuss about another concept called as SBU, which is a strategic business unit, little later when we actually get to the situation, for because anyway we have to discuss that in portfolio analysis. So little later in the session I will talk about it. For now, this brings us to the end of my very first segment. Okay, that's absolutely on point. So I've targeted this with 45 minutes of time, and we are absolutely on point. And do expect some true or false questions. Do expect some, definition based questions and all this. And this is basically what will get you marks in MCQs. So don't take anything lightly saying, first chapter all basics sir, it's easy. So which is what took us 45 minutes to revise. So that is why basics are again very, very important. Now one more question that can become a very important one in the exam is expressing what is the importance of strategic management. What is the importance of this concept called as strategic management? Okay, that also I think I have to discuss with you. Importance of strategic management. Okay, why is it important? Because it helps an organization be more proactive. It helps an organization to be proactive. You don't wait for situations to dictate terms on you. You can actually be proactive and get the work done. That is the first point, wherein you are more proactive towards the organization. Then it acts as a corporate defense mechanism. What does it do? It acts as a corporate defense mechanism. Corporate defense mechanism. Then it improves the life of the company. It improves the life of company. It is called as enhance longevity. Longevity means the longer you live. Enhance the longevity. And then you have one more very important thing, that it provides framework. It provides what is called as a framework. Sir, with this framework will we be successful? No, I am not saying that, but it at least provides you framework for major decisions. Major decisions. And one more important point about strategic management is helps you develop two things: core competencies and competitive advantage. Helps you develop what? Core competencies and competitive advantage. And it also what do you say, the helps in developing some realistic objectives. So developing realistic objectives. Okay, this one is a very important question, guys. It's been asked in the exam so many times. It's a simple question: explain the importance of strategic management. Define strategic management and explain how it is important to the organization. Many organizations which follow strategic management are always successful. Counter, they say that. Or many organizations which follow strategic management may not be successful. In the light of the above statement, discuss the importance of strategic management. There are too many ways to frame this question, but all you need to understand is how important this concept is. And then I think last point says it's a pathfinder for future. Pathfinder for future. Okay, so this 7 points will help you understand that strategic management is a very, very important aspect. Now, okay, before we proceed, I have one important point to make which I forgot to make, and none of you even reminded me. That let us talk about strategy having two phases. What is strategy? Which is partly proactive. I don't know how I missed this one. Very important point, because a lot of true or false are there from this. Strategy is partly proactive and partly reactive. Okay, and remember always, a good strategy is no substitute. I hope you're recollecting all this. It's no substitute for a sound and alert management. For a sound and alert management. So you have the best of the strategy. Still, you need to have management to execute it in the right manner. Understood? So study is partly proactive and partly reactive. That's a very, very important point. And if you are not able to uh, exclusively decide as to what is it proactive or reactive, then that could turn out to be a serious aspect. Okay, so yeah, these are the major things. If I've missed a point or two, please give it a reading by your own self. I think major points from all these basics have been covered. Now I think if you have any specific areas as doubts, you might want to post it, but otherwise we are moving on swiftly to the 5 phases in strategic management so that we don't have to delay our decision making here. The 5 phases. Phase 1. Phase 1 of strategic management always talks about developing developing vision, mission and objectives. Vision, mission, objectives. Now this become a very, very important discussion. Okay, the 5 phases are discussed like this. The phase 1, I'm discussing this early so that we can then go and cover phase wise. So first phase is developing vision, mission, objectives, followed by phase 2, which is called as strategic analysis. Now before you frame a strategy, it is very much important for you to do a in-depth strategic analysis, which is followed by phase 3, which is called as crafting a strategy. Crafting a strategy, which is of course broken down into 3 parts, that is at all 3 levels: the corporate level, business level and functional level. You will frame strategies, and this obviously is followed by step number 4, which is called as strategy implementation. Phase 4 is strategy implementation. And phase 5 of strategic management is strategy evaluation. You can as well do implementation and evaluation, but evaluation and control, strategic control is much more a. So these are the 5 phases that are involved in strategic management. I want you guys to have a thorough understanding of all this, because this is what moves further. Understood? Yeah, so take it for granted that you will have a lot to catch up with respect to these 5 phases. So you should understand, somebody having a strategy, suddenly will not wake up from sleep with strategy. Strategy is not something that comes with good instincts. No, sir, I strongly feel, my gut feel says, my 17th sense indicates. All those statements will not work. Strategy has to flow out right from a solid analysis. Okay, if you have a vision in your mind, followed it by a vision after setting objectives, if you don't have a strategy on hand, then it's not going to take you anywhere. And suddenly one fine day when you wake up from sleep, strategy won't come. That's what I'm trying to say. So strategy has to be framed after a thorough and solid analysis. So when somebody is doing this strategic analysis, which is a bigger process, and there are a lot of aspects that are to be covered in that, once your analysis is done, like you have to understand your own strength and weaknesses. I will break down this for you a little later after we quickly discuss vision, mission, objectives now. So this is what are the points that are very critical for our discussion going forward, and I hope what you are seeing on screen is something that is very clear for you and which gives you a roadmap as to what we are going to do in the further aspects. Okay, so on that note, let me just move on to the first phase, which is about the 3 words: developing vision, mission, and objectives. Meanwhile, give me a second to read your comments to see if everything is going good. If you need something, do let me know on it. Otherwise, you're moving to these 3 words. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I don't see anything popping up. Formulation of strategy and crafting a strategy. Yes, they are same. Formulating means putting up on paper, right? So formulation of a strategy, and if you say crafting a strategy, crafting is a more polished word wherein you say, it's an art. Generally we use the word craft for an art, no, like that. So crafting is something that is a, what do you say, a posh word of saying it, but otherwise formulation. Okay, so yes, ma, I did tell you, right? Objectives of strategic management, limitations, and all you go through. No, this is a revision session, not one class where I'm going to tell you line by line. So 1 or 2 topics which I am not discussing means you have to do it on your own, wherein you don't really need my help. Okay, chalo. Moving on, we're now going to go discuss phase 1 in detail. Okay, those of you who answered clear, very good. Chalo, let's target phase 1 in a greater detail. What goes to phase 1 is called as vision. Then we have another term called as mission and objectives. Okay, I want you to stay put. We have a discussion here about all these 3 terms, and you have to be thoroughly confident about what each one of these are. What is a vision? Going by that, we'll catch up with the first need here. What is a vision? Vision is a roadmap. Vision is a roadmap for company's future. Vision is a roadmap for company's future. What does it do? Provide specifics about, providing specifics about what? What sort of a technology that we have to pursue? Because see, there are certain important things that we need to understand. Vision is not about today or tomorrow. Vision is a far sighted idea, and vision will not just be declared with something that comes to your mind. Okay, so you have to think a lot before you understand what exactly are you going to visualize. So it's not today, tomorrow, day after. It's a long range thing. So it's a roadmap for company's future. Okay, sir, we are talking about the future. What in future? Like, Now, if all of you guys are there, what will you think? I want to become a chartered accountant, which is why you are doing all this, right? So, you becoming a chartered accountant from whenever you started this course, it takes 4.5 to 5 years. So, in that time frame, by clearing all the levels that are there, I want to ultimately become a chartered accountant. So, you see a roadmap. I'll finish foundation, I'll finish inter, I'll go to final. Meanwhile, I have to do my articleship. Is there a roadmap or not? So, you know specifically at what stage what you're supposed to do. The same way, here vision also talks about roadmap of company's future, which specifically talks about what's providing specifics about technology. That means what technology will you be using? Customer focus. Technology, what will you be using? Customer focus. That means which customers will you focus? Geographic location. That means where will you be doing the business, in which geographic locations? Providing specifics about technology, customer focus, geographic locations, and ultimately the kind of company. What is it? The kind of company you're trying to create. Kind of company we're trying to create. What sort of a company are you ultimately trying to create? At the end of 3 years, 5 years, whatever be your timeline, what is that you would want to ultimately become? That becomes a very critical point when we are talking about vision. Vision is a roadmap for company's future, which is providing absolute specifics about what sort of technology you are supposed to use, which customers you have to focus, which geographic locations or product markets you have to pursue, and ultimately what sort of a company you want to become. And you can also add up one more point. It says capabilities that you want to develop, right? That also let us add. Technology, customer focus, geographic location, capabilities it plans to develop. That means what sort of core competencies is something that you want to develop, what capabilities you want to develop, and ultimately what sort of a company are you trying to create, because that's a very very important definition. And only when you visualize properly, this is the starting point. If you don't have a vision only, huh? If you don't have a vision itself, and there is no way how you can take it further. Understood? So this is something that becomes a very critical aspect to know what vision is. But how do you create a vision? What goes into making up a vision is, if you have a broad idea alone, it's not going to take you anywhere. Okay, so which is why vision is to be broken down into some of the elements here. So what is the element of vision? That is, what does this vision contain? First one is about coming up with a mission statement. So vision will lead your direction to a mission. What is mission? We will discuss in detail. But the first and foremost element of vision is that you come up with a mission statement. And not only that, after coming up with that mission statement, you should discuss about using the mission. Using the mission. Rather, when I say using the mission, this is more about asking a question: where are we going? Where are we going? In fact, in the first place, you also have to ask a question like, where are we now? That's in when you are assessing a current situation. So, two things here: who we are and where are we now? That becomes the first question. Coming up with a mission statement to determine who we are. Okay, let me also explain that here. Coming up with something which says who we are and where are we now. This is a very basic thing every company should know, because if you don't know where your starting point is, what will you ultimately go and reach? So coming up with who we are and where are we now, where are we ultimately going, you have to understand both this. And then whatever vision you come up, see, unless you tell this to people clearly that this is my vision, nobody is going to help you achieve it. Just imagine if somebody like Mark Zuckerberg or Steve Jobs or Bill Gates haven't communicated their vision to people in a clear and exciting manner, how would they have become billion-dollar organizations? Right? So As an individual who started Facebook, he was the only one. But today, lakhs of employees are working in the nature of full time employees and contract employees. How did a single person organization grow that big? Because he had a vision, he saw it very clearly in his mind. But that's not the great part. He had an ability to communicate it with a mass audience who also believed that, yeah, there is something in this which we can also find for ourselves. Because in an organization, no, one vision of the organization should be driven by all the people, and that's not easy. Okay, so if unless you have strong communicators, just imagine Apple, how many failures they have gone through. Despite all that, what sort of innovations he made and left this world. So Steve Jobs really made so many people think with the way how he presented it. So if somebody says that I have a vision, you should not just say it, but you should have the ability to communicate. This is the most important element according to me. Communicate the vision in clear, exciting terms. Communicate the vision in what? Clear, exciting terms. That will bring about, this term should be bringing about organization wide commitment. So sometimes, you tell, no, I heard a speech, sir, and like I went mad. Went mad means what? You were absolutely flabbergasted by that. It says like, sir, we were really, like into the speech. Not every time it happens. Correct? Most number of times when we listen to people who are talking all this, you'll be like, they'll tell all that nonsense. Like when I was standing in a class and telling people that you should do this, you should do that, some of them in the back benches, right, why even the front benches nowadays, wherever you sit doesn't matter. They'll be like, Acha, as if this fellow did something. They'll be discussing between friends. This fellow is telling. Happens quite a lot of times. You know why? Because I also did that back in time. When somebody is telling something on stage, what will we tell? Well, as if this fellow's conquered the world, is giving a speech. Correct or not? We all discuss. I used to sit there along with my friends and also joke about it. Because when somebody is telling something which is ultimately something that benefits us, we won't be able to see it unless we find the pinch of it. Okay. So when somebody is telling, but that won't happen on all days. There'll be one such day when you're deeply interested, that may be because of the charismatic speaker, or that may be because of the choice of words he used, or that may be because of the intention that day of yours, or maybe you are very low on some day where you're sitting and just trying to get some motivation, somebody struck the right chord. Lot of reasons are there why to find connect, but there'll be one such time where you actually find that connect. And my point is not that one time, this should be every single time. So when an organization's employee visit their vision, every single time it should motivate them to move forward. Now we have enough number of success stories even in India to explain this term like a vision. Mr. Narayan Murthy of the Infosys group, right? Dhirubhai Ambani from the Reliance group, and as recent as the tech startups that you see in India, Swiggy has become a billion-dollar company. Flipkart has become a billion-dollar company. They've all cracked multi-billion-dollar deals. Zerodha, the recent trading platform, has become a billion-dollar company. And how they had humble beginnings to where they have gone is purely because of this vision and their ability to communicate to their staff so that they can help them achieve this vision. Big story, right? Now, that's not it. If you have a vision alone, you are not going anywhere. Sir, why are you telling like that? Till now, you said vision is what we need and all that. Absolutely, no doubt. Vision is something very great. We all need a vision, but every day you can't go and revisit that one statement. Sir, I want to become a chartered accountant one day. For that, today, what should I do? What is my present day's business scope? Present day's business scope, that is what is called as mission. What is it called? A present day's business scope. Someday I want to achieve something. For that, what is that I should do today? And that today's story is all about a mission. Man on a mission, we say, right? A man or woman also equal. Empowerment is same. Hello, when we say man, it means all of humanity. Some people be like, why are you telling only man, not woman? A man, woman, everybody. Okay. Chalo, jokes apart, all I'm saying is that what is that you are supposed to do today? You see, people, mission impossible, man on a mission, today's mission, you keep getting these kind of terminology. Why? because we are focused on what we are supposed to do today. It's a present day's business scope, which is what is termed as mission. Okay, so which is a very interesting and important part of this whole story. Sometimes, it so happens that people have a right vision, but they may not be able to take it in the right direction because their missions are not in line. Okay, so it's not just enough if you have a great vision, you should also know to channelize that thoughts. When I say channelize that thoughts, that means you have to give the thoughts a right direction. Otherwise, thoughts will be thoughts only. Just like when we are scrolling Instagram, I think I can relate to all of you here. You scroll Instagram, suddenly one post will come. Be very motivating. You'll be relaxed like this. Suddenly you'll wake up and say, "Oh wow, what an interesting post. I think I should apply this from tomorrow in my life also." Some people are like, why tomorrow? Today evening only we'll apply. Wow, what a strategy and all that. Meanwhile, suddenly you will get something. That post will miss from your feed. That thought also will miss, and again you will go back like this, and then you keep scrolling something else. In fact, 5 minutes back you saw that, you will forget that also, because this thought of what you are supposed to do is not backed up by a vision. So simply having a mission, useless. Today what I'm supposed to do? Daily morning when you get up, you should not decide today what I'm supposed to do. It has to be driven by something, right? So this is pretty clear, like the just as I told, and it's not you alone. I will include myself also in that. See something, not just on Instagram or any platform or anything that we listen on YouTube or somebody saying. There are so many ways on how you get connected to these things, right? So you see that, then be like, wow, what a point. There's something like, I will wake up at 5 o'clock from tomorrow morning. I've been telling this since my childhood. I might sometimes go to sleep at 5 a.m. I never woke up at that time. I mean, of course, when there was need, we did. But again, it's all about choices. When there was need, why did we do that? Because we are driven by something. Basically, you should not have a mission which is not backed up by a vision. Rather, I will put it this way, a strong vision should always give rise to a nice mission, so that when you are doing it, it should be fruitful. Like a few missions, if you do properly, it should ultimately help you reach your vision. I hope that sums up the whole story. Yeah, daily you'll sit and think, no, one day I'll become CA. After becoming CA, I'll wear these clothes, I'll buy that, I'll have this car, I'll have this house. But then again, after 2 minutes, you'll be like, strategy is a roadmap. Happens or not? Why? Because they are out of focus. Okay, so which is what should not happen. And if we don't have to go out of focus in our business, we need to have a strong mission, and that mission should guide your present day's business scope. In fact, it is also having another definition. Mission can also be called as role played by the organization. Role played by organization in the society. So role played by organization in the society. Here you spoke about where are we now, who we are, and where we want to go. All those sort of questions we spoke about, right? In mission, what are our resources? Where do we stand? With these resources, what can we achieve? Those are the things that we have to focus more on. Understood? So, two definitions. Present business scope is also called as mission, and the role played by the organization in the society is also called as mission. Now, along with mission, there is one interesting definition that develops here, which is called as purpose. Something like a mission only, but that definition is called as purpose. And you know what this purpose means? Purpose here means anything that the organization strives for. Anything that the organization, anything that the organization strives for. So when you say anything that the organization strives for is called a purpose. A few purposes will help you achieve a mission, which is your current role. And when you achieve a few missions, you ultimately reach closer to your vision. So this is like a going back story and trying to reach there. But again, mission alone, when supported, mission again is a thought, right? It's a role played by the organization in the society. We have to ask ourselves a few questions. Who are we? Where are we now? All that we ask. Like that, here also we have a few questions to ask. Like, where do we come from? What do we do? Huh? So what is our mission? What kind of a growth do we want? Like, are you looking for an incremental growth or a radical growth? Ultimately, what do you want to become? Do you want to diversify to other businesses in future, or are you going to stay with the same business? Like this, lot of sub questions are there in mission also. In 5 years from now, are we going to continue the same, or do we have to do something else to realize our vision? Like this, a lot of questions come into this situation. But these are all stories that you talk, wherein they are all qualitative in nature. Okay. Now, all I want to know is, how will we take this further in quantitative terms? How will we take this in quantitative terms? Now, that is exactly where objectives step in. So, mission moves to discuss what objectives are, and objectives also have another term called as goals involved in them. So, I'm going to discuss those two here. One is objectives, and the other one right here is goals. Okay, these two, objectives and goals. I hope I am within the frame. Now, when you talk about objectives kind of give you a quantitative outlook, which means you are going to call them as performance targets. You're going to talk about what? Objectives are nothing but performance targets which the organization would like to achieve. 10,000 units, the volume of production. 10,000 units as a volume of production. 50,000 units as sales. 10,000 rupees as 10,000 rupees or 10 crore rupees as profit, whatever. So you are now giving quantitative performance targets. Wherein goals, when you talk about their precise targets, there are precise targets of what you ultimately want to achieve, and that is exactly what we call as goals. So objectives are performance targets, while goals are precise targets, the end results of what you ultimately want to achieve. Okay, now you have some fantastic names for objectives can also be termed as yardsticks. Yardsticks are nothing but tools to measure. So if somebody wants to do measurement, okay, you can always use objectives as a measurable yardstick. Now I'm vanishing for a second here so that I can use the space to write. So let me just do that, and also classify this objectives into two parts, wherein we have two types of objectives based on times. When I say based on time, it means we have long range objectives, and it's definitely needed for an organization to have both long range and short range objectives. Only then you will be able to measure your performance, otherwise it's going to be quite a difficult task for you to understand, because the timeline is very important. When do you want to achieve? Okay, short term, that is between 1 to, are you going to achieve it less than 1 year? Are you going to achieve it in 1 to 3 years? What is that you are ultimately trying to do? That becomes a very important aspect, because timelines are very important. Otherwise you can't say I will achieve, sir. When? He'll achieve, sir, slowly. What is there? Now sometimes you ask people, no, when will you pass? We'll pass, sir, see only. No, slowly we'll pass. Some people have this opinion that if they pass in the first attempt, no, people will not have respect for them. So they'll be like, let it take, sir, 2 3 years, slowly we'll pass. What is there? Huh? So that is the mindset of some people. Anyway, I'm not on to all that. All I'm saying is that could be a possibility. Okay, so that brings us to the end of this discussion. And of course, one more question is there, wherein it says in which areas you have to have long term objectives. 7 areas are there where you have to have long term objectives. Kindly make that part of, I'll write here, where should we have objectives. So when you take a screenshot of this, or when you write it, where should we have long range objectives? You have 7 areas where you should have those: in employee relations, employee development, and ultimately social responsibility, productivity. Like that, 7 areas are there. And just learn that question, and also learn the other topic which says where both short range and long range are important. You have to strike a balance between both. So that brings us to the end of our very first phase of strategic management, which discusses these three key terms which are called as vision, mission, and objectives. Now, if you have anything specific to ask me, you can freely ask. Otherwise, who are noting down can note. Who wants to take a screenshot can also do it. And then in a minute, we will proceed to phase 2. Then first of all, I have to discuss with you the broad outlook of phase 2, and then there are a lot of aspects that one has to cover in phase 2, so we will target that. Okay, so now it's on your side for a minute. Meanwhile, those of you who are noting it down can do so. Okay. Yeah, suitable, measurable, understandable, achievable. Those are all the characteristics of what the objective should have. Very good. Oh, yeah, that is also there. Smart. Objectives should be smart, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely. Yes. SMART. You want me to write down that? That also we can do that. Objectives should be smart, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. It's called a smart goal setting process or smart theory. Very important. Yeah, I hope you guys noted down that. Good. Uh, Fair enough. Very good. Job done. Then, oh, somebody's appreciating here. The what do I don't want to read that comment out loud, but very happy to see faculties are providing free class. Yeah. See, basically, okay, let's not get there. I'm Srinath. Thank you for that comment. I'm not discussing much on that. Let's move on. We have a bigger agenda to catch up. So now I am again going to be back on screen. So you have to now bear me again with this. Shallow. I'm back on screen. Now we are going to kickstart what is called as phase 2. Phase 2 is a very elaborate and interesting discussion. Stay put, everybody. What is phase 2? Before discussing what is phase 2, let me quickly go back to this chart which shows you what is phase 3. Now, phase 3 is about crafting a strategy, correct? Now, when you want to craft a strategy, when you actually want to take and craft a strategy, you can do so. But tell me something, after you craft a strategy, if things go wrong, after you craft a strategy, if things go wrong, you will not have much of a time to rectify that, correct? You will not have much of a time to rectify that, and then people will question you, Arey, why did you even go for this strategy without knowing who you are? Let's say, for example, my ability is to run 2 kilometers. My ability is to run 2 kilometers. I went and enrolled in a 10K run. I know after 2 kilometers I'll fall down. I'm very clear. Okay, daily I can run 2 kilometers safely. I went and enrolled in a 10K run. Forget about that. I went and run, enrolled myself in a half marathon, full marathon. What are you doing? Are you having the right training for that? Do you have strengths? Did you analyze what a full marathon or a half marathon or 10K run is? What are you doing? What is your ability? Where are you taking it further? So normally when we do things also, we will basically take all this into consideration, right? Now what I want you guys to quickly do is follow the flow along with me in this case. So before you begin phase 3, it's very important that you do phase 2, which is called as strategic analysis, which is called as strategic analysis. Now, as I told you some time back, a good strategy will not flow from great ideas. Sir, I will go to deep sleep and I will think about this in my subconscious mind. Next day morning when I wake up, automatically strategy will come out. Headache will come. Strategy won't come. Okay. The strategy is not something that you can form by good instincts. Sir, I somehow feel. What do you feel? Feelings won't work. Okay, good instincts, deep thoughts, consultation with friends, family, outsiders, experts. None of this will work. Sir, my 17th sense suggests that if we apply this strategy, we are going to be billionaires. Try it in stock markets. Okay, chalo, anyway, on a joking note, don't do all that. See, whenever we do something, a strong research is what we always should bank on, not on others' opinions. So if you go and ask somebody, why did you follow that strategy? World over, everybody is following. I am also following. All of them will jump into the well. You will also jump. And all simply, many people do that without realizing that this herd mentality is quite common. Okay, I think you know the story of a sheep. If the first one jumps, you put a stick and make the first one jump, then the second one will also jump like that, irrespective of whether stick is there or not. That's the nature of that. Okay, so every sheep that crosses, it will cross, jump and go, even when stick is not there, because somebody ahead of it has done it. That's all. They know only to follow that. So this group or herd mentalities will not work in a business. If you want to stand apart as a business, you have to do what is called as a solid analysis. Solid analysis. And some 3 points, though I'm not willing to write here, I want to give you that as conclusions. One, I think all of you know, before doing strategic analysis, you should know it. Okay, why not? Let me put that up here, because issues, we call it as issues. One, strategy evolves over a period of time. Strategy evolves over a period of time, which means it's a series of small decisions. Okay, strategy evolves over a period of time. It is a series of small decisions. Series of small decisions taken over extended period of time. Series of small decisions taken over a extended period of time. You got to take a lot of effort to do that. Suddenly it will not come. And one more thing that we have to understand is we have to balance our internal strengths and weaknesses with the external environmental threats and opportunities. So there has to be a right balance between those two. Okay, between those two you have to have a balance, and then there is always an element of risk involved, and you have to strike the right chord for understanding what that risk part is. Okay, so these are nothing to do with strategic analysis, but these are something which is a straight issues that we have to discuss in phase 2. Okay, so you can consider it to be like that as part of phase 2. Now, strategic analysis is something where you have to follow what is called as a solid analysis, and this strategic analysis is further broken down into three broad analysis. Okay, strategic analysis is broken down into what? Three broad branches. First of which is called as industry and competitive analysis. You have to analyze your industry, who you are surrounded by. You might have competitors, you might have substitute products, you have a lot of people in the industry, right? So industry and competitive analysis. We have to have industry and competitive analysis, which gives rise to a very important concept there. 7 points are there down. I will discuss those 7 points with you, which is followed by one of the most important topics called as portfolio analysis. Portfolio analysis, wherein you have all the portfolio tools. And when we discuss portfolio, we again have to discuss two branches. One is called as the prerequisites of portfolio analysis, and then the last one is very easy: SWOT and TOWS analysis. Strength, weakness, opportunity and threat. So you know them, I don't have to elaborate. So this piece we can take it easy: strength, weakness, opportunities and threats. But I have some very important clarifications to make about SWOT and TOWS analysis. We will discuss that. Okay, so that is the coverage that we have, and that is what is planned here. So I want all of you to understand that this breakup or this branching is very, very important. Okay, so you have to understand and have a broad clarity, which is what is seeked from this particular thing. Okay, so strategic analysis, which talks about industry and competitive analysis, portfolio analysis, and SWOT and TOWS analysis. That is the extent of our coverage that we are supposed to deal with. Okay. Okay, so what I will do is we are 1 hour 25 minutes into the session or 26 minutes into the session. I would just take a 5-minute break here because I just want to ease down, and then we will charge it up and discuss whatever you see on screen, and we will finish that portion wherein we will talk about the industry and competitive analysis. We'll also talk about an important concept called as value chain analysis, and then we'll talk about the portfolio tools, and I have to have a couple of interesting points about SWOT and TOWS analysis. So that should be our coverage. Okay, well, we can go ahead. So I think that's a good break for you. Now we will catch up on some important and interesting aspects. So watch out, very, very important pieces of our discussion. Wherein now we got to first start with industry and competitor analysis. Now I would request obviously all of you to deal these things in detail once again when you sit with a book and read it carefully. But for now, I'll give you an overview because see, dwelling into each of this line by line will be a very difficult task. Let me try and give you a broad overview and insight so that we have a lot to catch up. So first, starting with industry and competitive analysis, the first part of this discussion talks about what exactly is an industry. Now when you say industry, those of them who are in the same group, okay, that is not just industry. What is industry will be something that you have to look for. That is, if you see like-minded people who are fighting for the same product, okay, who are fighting for the same product, that is what is called as uh, same set of buyers, a group of firms which are competing for same set of buyers. That is where it is called as a industry. A firms group of firms competing for the same set of buyers. That's what an industry is. And whenever you are doing your competitor analysis, it's very important that you understand who your competitors are, because if you are not able to do that properly, that is understanding who your competitors are, you are unnecessarily going to fall in the trap later. So which is why whenever you do industry and competitive analysis, it is important to focus on these 7 factors, first of which is called as dominant economic features of the industry. Dominant economic features of industry, which means there are a lot of factors like market size, what is the expected demand, and in which area you are in, the geographical area, the type of product that you produce. So basically all economic factors which will matter to you, which will help you in understanding in which market do you serve, where do you serve, and how will it help further. All these are some of the critical points. See, you can't ultimately end of the day look up to only one aspect, right? So it took a broader perspective from the industry as a whole. What are some of the dominant economic features in the industry? Two, nature and strength of competition. Nature and strength. Why are you bothered about these two words, nature and strength of competition? See, every time competition is not very tough. Every time the competition is not very tough. At the same time, every time it's not easy. And one more thing that I would want to mention is you will simply not compete with everybody. You will simply not compete with everybody. At the same time, not ignore everybody. You have to take things very seriously here. So that is why who is a person whom you have to compete with, whom you can ignore for the time being. These are all things that one has to take into consideration. And is it a direct competition or is it a latent source of competition, that is something that is coming in an indirect manner? So nature and strength of competition are two things that are to be broadly and critically analyzed. Three, triggers of change. I would want you to mark 2 stars to this point because this alone can be asked as a question in the exam. These are called concept of driving forces. Okay, yeah, triggers of change. And in triggers of change, you have what is called as concept of driving forces. Concept of driving forces. See, in an industry, 100 driving forces won't be there. So at that time, 3 or 4 driving force will be there. Hardly that also is very difficult. Hardly one major driving force will be there, which will tell you, look, you can't continue to be the same. I'll give you a best example for this. One of this is evolution of e-commerce. As I told you sometime in this session, everywhere evolution of e-commerce is happening. You're folding your hands and sitting. I'll let it happen, sir. Slowly we will see. Slowly there won't be anything to see. All your competitors will do whatever they do, and then you will have to sit back and relax only. You will be out of the market. You know, there is no exclusive way that you are supposed to do to come last in the race. If you are running a race, if you want to come last, you don't have to do any special effort. Sir, wait, I want to come last. If you want to come first, you have to put all your effort. In coming last, if you let the others go forward, over, you automatically will be thrown out of the market. So if you don't understand what we are supposed to do at the right time by identifying what are the triggers of change, then you will fall behind in the market. So please be sure of what are those driving forces, like something that you have to faster adoption to technology, faster innovation, coming up with new technology, coming up with a new marketing style. All of that could be drivers of change which you should try and follow. Now comes the fourth and very very important point. I'm going to the next slide here. I'm continuing on this wherein I'm saying the fourth point. So first three are clear. Dominant economic features of the industry, nature and strength of competition, identifying the strongest and the triggers of change. Sorry. Now comes the fourth point, identifying the strongest and the weakest rival. Identifying the strongest and weakest rivals. Again, like you put a star to the third point, put a star to the fourth point, because this alone can also be asked as a question thanks to a concept called as strategic group mapping. Strategic group mapping. Now in this concept, what we are going to do is take two factors like price and quality, price and location, geographical coverage, and products quality. Take any two factors and plot them on a T-shaped map. See, I'll tell you one simple example here. If this is the entire industry, okay, you are there somewhere here, okay, other people are also there, okay, like so many others are there, okay, these are all different type of people who are there in the industry. Now the big question is, who is your competition? This broader big circle is not your competition, because see, somebody else may be operating at a different scale. Let us talk about this entity. It's $1 million entity. You are there here, you're so small, now only you started. So if I start a business and say tomorrow Reliance is my competition, sir, I'll compete with them, absolutely makes no sense. Okay, it absolutely makes no sense. So who are your competitors? Who are your competitors exclusively? Who is the strongest rival for you? Who is the weakest rival for you? So why are we classifying strongest, weakest? Will we not compete with strongest people? No, you will, but there is a time for that. And you should not ignore the weakest rival, because tomorrow they can turn out to be your strongest rival. So all these are some very very important points that we have to keep in mind. Identifying the strongest and weakest rival by constructing what is called as a strategy group mapping. And this concept of strategy group mapping, you should take a T-shaped two variable matrix and take two variables like say price and quality or whatever, and then compare all of those. And then what you do, you draw circles. You draw circles around those firms which fall in your category. Now there may be so many circles like that in the market, but the entire market will always be one big circle. Understand? That is a very very critical point, and this act is called as strategic group mapping. for me, that is this star, if I'm saying this is me, who are my competitors? Because these people are also there in the industry. That doesn't mean I will fight with them now. Maybe there is a time later when I move from this circle to this, then I will change my league and fight. But for now, who is my group? Who is my strongest and who is my weakest rival? I think in the 7 points, this is the most important point. So please make sure that you have a star on this particular point, okay? Because this is a question that has been asked in the exam so many places, so many times. So just mark a star to this concept of strategic group mapping. Then point number 5 is a straight and simple point which says likely strategic move of rivals. Likely strategic move of rivals. Okay, likely strategic move of rivals. That is, what are they about to do? Do you know who your rivals are? What are they willing to do? And in that case of what they are willing to do, it's important for you to understand in reaction to that, should you do something? Now, we discussed in the beginning of the session strategic responses. And when we spoke about strategic responses, least resistance could be an option, a dynamic response is an option. Competitors are implementing something. Doesn't mean you should also leave all your business in the world and go and implement something. At the same time, when competitors are implementing something, you should not fold your hands and sleep. Let them do, sir, slowly we will do. No. So you have to keep a watch on likely strategic move of rivals, understand what's going on in the industry, attend corporate parties, read business magazines, know about them, okay, through formal, informal sources. Lot of ways are there on how you can understand strategic move of rivals. So if you are a car company, next month your competitor is launching a new car and you are also standing in a crowd and clapping. What are you doing? So I'm not saying every time you should compete and do something, but understand what they're doing. And then comes the 6th point, which is very important. Key factors for competitive success. Key factors for what? Key factors for competitive success. Now, whenever I say competitive success, it means in comparison to the other competitors, how are they succeeding? It's a very simple point, guys. It's a very simple point. Like, why are they choosing somebody else and not me? What are the key factors for competitive success? 3 key factors are there. 1. On what basis do customers choose? On what basis do customers choose? This is very important point. Because if you know on what basis customers are choosing, then you can say, Acha, this is the reason that they are choosing them and not me. I'll give you a very simple example here. Like say, a particular customer likes only black color. Only black color. And that product in black color is available only in that brand. Then when the whole market has a vacuum, that product is available, on what basis do customers choose? Because that color is available there only. Are there any other reasons? No, because you bring that color, he will come back to you also. Okay, so since you are not giving him that color, he is not choosing you right now. But when you are able to give him that color, he will obviously stick back to you. So, on what basis do customers choose? Very important question. Okay, and what is that you have and your competitors don't have, or what is that your competitors have that you don't have? So basically you bother about what you should have. So the second one goes like this. Second factor, what competitive capabilities and resources, what competitive capabilities and resources are needed for a competitive success? When compared to competitors, what do you need? And then the third point, how to achieve, very important point, how to achieve. Okay, let me write this properly. Third point is how to achieve sustainable competitive advantage. See, competitive advantage everybody will achieve. How will you hold it for a longer time? What is it? How will you hold it for a longer time? How to achieve sustainable competitive advantage, something that lasts longer time in the market. And these three are called the key factors to competitive success. You have to analyze about it. Why are they choosing them and not me? On what basis do they choose? What is that we have as resources and capabilities? And if I achieve an advantage, how do I keep it for a long time? Because when you achieve a competitive advantage and then quickly you lose it to somebody, and this is like those movies which come, and the hero or the heroine, whoever are there, they become a huge hit, and then after that they won't even have a second movie, correct? Or the same thing happens in a game of cricket. Some batsman gets selected and he scores a century, everybody talks about them, and then there is later 2 3 matches he'll fail and then be no discussion. So you put all your heart and soul, came to a level, that is a level at which you are playing for the nation. You played against somebody, scored a century. After that you are unable to keep that edge or advantage. So that is exactly why achieving something is not important. Carrying it over a long period of time becomes important. Okay, that is why we call people who are successful in that for a long time as a legend. Okay, look at somebody like Sachin Tendulkar, Roger Federer. What did they do? If they won one or two Grand Slams, or if he scored one or two centuries, that's okay. It's like a great player. Yeah, he went to the international stage, performed and all that. But consistently doing it for years together, that is exactly what put them on the broader map. That's what makes them actually the legends. A sustainable competitive advantage. You have a competitive advantage. How are you holding it? And the last one is always to think of a little bit about future prospects. Whenever you say future, you talk about prospects. If I continue to stay in this industry, will this go on? What are my future prospects? Can we grow here, or will this kill us? What is it further? And think like a CA student. Finally, what is that? Financial attractiveness, prospects and financial attractiveness. What do you mean by financial attractiveness? That means, is it going to be rewarding in terms of money also? If I have to tell in a language that you understand better, then we are going to call it as the NRR. The normal rate of return that we expect should be good, and in fact we always look to get super profits. It's not like just we have to have some financial attractiveness. Industry should be attractive in the long run. It should also help you generate something that is much better. So these are the 7 points, a very very elaborate topic, but then I thought the best I could do is to sum up this in the best possible manner that I can. I think I did that. So I want all of you to take a quick peek into all of these points. Once again, I'm talking about all those points for you. Dominant economic features, the industry, nature and strength of competition, triggers of change, and identifying the strongest and the weakest rivals using strategic group mapping, and then understanding the likely strategic move of rivals, key factors of competitive success, and prospects and financial attractiveness. Now, that's a very 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 elaborate and important concept. So though I haven't gone line by line, I hope we have covered the most broader part that we could do. So yeah, I think that sums up the whole story here. So we would go for a better understanding of each of this, and I request you to go through the entire topic in greater detail. Now, slightly going back from here, the next part is being discussed as what is called as the portfolio analysis. I want you to stick to portfolio analysis and be very clear. So first, when you want to do portfolio analysis, you have something called as prerequisites. And what do you mean by prerequisites? Something that you have to know very well. Something that you have to know very well to do this concept of portfolio analysis. And what is that? And that is only the concept of SBU, strategic business unit, the concept of experience curve, the concept of experience curve, and the concept of PLC, that is product life cycle. And then in portfolio analysis, we have 4 portfolio tools. First of which is called as a Boston Consulting Group Matrix. Then the second one is called as Igor and Soff's framework. The third one is called as the Arthur D. Little or the ADL Matrix. And the fourth one is a counter to the BCG model, which is called as the stoplight model or the General Electric model. Now this is the piece that we are going to focus in a greater detail, and I hope everybody is finding it clear and cool. Okay, so yes, perfect. So I'm not bothering the comments from sometimes, so I hope everything is going good. Voice problems have been sorted out. Okay, chalo, then very good. Then now I want to swiftly move on to what is called as portfolio analysis after this. So we will put the heading as portfolio analysis. And before we discuss portfolio, what is it called as? Collection of businesses. Collection of businesses. Now, one thing that makes this concept very critical is this concept of portfolio analysis is applicable only to multi-product, multi-product or multi-business entities. Okay, this is not applicable to anybody else. Multi-product or multi-business entities. That is exactly who will deal with the concept of portfolio analysis. So, if you have only single product, why will you think of putting your money? Should I put on this product or that product? Those many options are not there. No, only one product is there. Simply put on it. But when we talk about a portfolio analysis, which product should receive high investment, because you have multiple products, the theme in portfolio analysis is talking about which product or business. What is the main theme of portfolio analysis? Which product or business will receive high, low or no investment. In this business we have to put high investment because the returns are high. In this business we have to not invest because there's nothing that comes out. In this business we can invest but lesser investment is enough. So from time to time you have to understand which business should receive high, low or no investment, and to know that you have to do what is called as a portfolio analysis. And to assist you do the portfolio analysis, there are some amazing tools in the likes of BCG and Ansoff and G model and all that. But before we go there, like I said, we have a concept called as SBU, or a strategic business unit. Now, what is an SBU? SBU is either a single business, SBU is either a single business or a collection of related businesses. Okay, they have 3 points in SBU. So basically, if you ask what is an SBU, SBU is a key business unit. SBU is a key business unit of that entity, without which that entity will not be able to survive. So if somebody asks you what is an SBU, key business, that's all. That will end up the story. SBU is a key business unit. But when you want to know more about an SBU, the 3 characteristics. First one, that SBU is either a single business or a collection of related businesses. 2, each SBU has a manager. Each SBU has a manager who is responsible for profits of that unit. Each SBU is having a manager. And the third one were exclusively important. Each SBU has its own set of competitors. Each SBU has its own set of competitors. These 3 points. Okay, these 3 are called the characteristics of a SBU. That's your first and foremost thing that you have to remember, because in all these portfolio tools that we are discussing, it is all categorized based on SBUs. So which is why this discussion about SBU becomes important. So if we are not really talking about what an SBU is, we will not understand when we discuss the BCG matrix. Okay, when we talk about the BCG matrix, we classify them into stars, cash, cows. What are we classifying? We are classifying the SBUs. Okay, we're classifying the SBUs into stars, cash, cows, and all that. So that is something that is very important that we have to focus on. Then, as I told you, the second prerequisite that you would like to know is called experience curve. And I would not like to write or discuss much about this. You know it very simple. I'll just write only one word. It's called productive efficiency. What is it called? Productive efficiency, which I've already told you some time back. When you repeatedly do the same work, repeatedly do the same work again and again, you automatically will be able to gain more efficiency, right? You will be faster in doing that, and the time taken will automatically come down. Now the moment you have to understand is, the moment you say time taken will come down, automatically the per unit cost will also decline. So repeatedly when somebody does the same thing, learning effect will arise. First day it took me 1 hour to do a basic job. After I did the same thing for 3 years, I'm just finishing it off in 5 to 7 minutes. Why? Because I learned it by practice, and that is exactly what is called as experience curve. And then the third prerequisite of this is called as PLC, or a product life cycle. Every product will have to go through 4 stages, which are called as introduction, then you have growth, then you will reach to a point where beyond that growth is not possible, it will flatten out, and that stage is called as maturity. Everybody will launch a product, correct? Today if you launch, tomorrow morning you're not going to be successful, it takes some time. So that time where a product has been introduced and you are growing up, the current generation word for that is called startups. So you start up something and you are in your introduction stage, you go on like that for 1 2 3 years, maybe something like in your introduction stages. But then there will be a spark in the company which picks up from there and it goes for glory. That is what is called as a growth story. Okay, so growth is that stage where the company is into a rapid expansion phase. And then how much can you rapidly expand? 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, it will go. But someday either you will drop out or people will be fed up. See, we know that economics says that taste and preferences keep changing. See, throughout your economics book you were cheated. Many of those economic theories will work on one fundamental principle, that taste and preferences remain constant. If you go back and remember whatever you read, 9 out of 10 theories, one assumption will be there, taste and preferences remain constant. Like in the law of diminishing marginal utility, we have that taste and preferences remain constant. That is why that fellow is an idiot. He eats third time also apple only. First apple, second apple, third apple, fourth apple. Did you see that? Hey, who on earth will continue to keep eating apples like that? After eating apple, then I'll switch to orange. Then I'll go to a mango. Uh, and so that entire theory is totally based on that one assumption which says the consumer constantly consumes the same thing. Is a mad fellow or what? Okay, anyway, I'm not discussing or debating on that now. But I'm saying that won't work in business. Tastes and preferences keep changing. So if you don't innovate, there will be a point where people are fed up. Hey, enough, sir. That's outdated now. Let's not go with it. That's when your curve will flatten, and that stage is called maturity. And everybody will have one phase in their life where it's going downward. The curve will go downwards. It's called decline, where eventually the product will die someday. So introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. You got to be understanding that the product life cycle is a S-shaped curve. Okay, it starts at the introduction, then goes up to growth, like introduction, growth, it will flatten out at some time and then be decline. This is the introduction stage, this will be the growth phase, and where it flattens out like this is called the maturity stage, and this is a downward curve, it's a decline. So why are we really bothered about all these? You will obviously understand later as we go on deeper into the products. These type of concepts. Okay, introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. Okay, so all these are perfect setup for what we are supposed to deal as a portfolio analysis. Now let's start with our very first portfolio tool without wasting much of a time. The first one here is called as a Boston Consulting Group Matrix. Now let me explain you. Boston Consulting Group Matrix takes into consideration two factors. Both are stupid factors. Chalo, stupid factors mean they become slightly difficult for people to gauge what those are. The first one, which we take on the vertical axis, is called as market growth. Always markets are taken on the vertical axis. Market growth. And then what we take on the horizontal axis is called as relative market share. Relative, why are we using this term? Because what is our market share in the whole market? That is what we are supposed to try and understand. So market growth and relative market share are the two factors that we take in. And when we take these two factors, that is uh, market growth and relative market share, we have to also take into consideration the level at which they are working. What are the two levels? Either they may be high or low, and the same thing, relative market share may be high or low. Taking all this into consideration, you got to have now four quadrants here. So if both are high, if both are high, what do you call them? Such products where you have a high market growth with a higher market share are called as stars. These are great performing products. These are great performing products who have captured a higher market share where the growth potential is high. They've also lived up to your expectations by capturing a great market share. But will they be able to survive like that throughout their lifetime? Now that's a very critical call to make. So they may not be able to survive like that throughout their time. See, nobody is a star forever. Sometimes slowly things will slowly start coming down. It may not be in 1 year or 2 years. In the very long run also it can come down. But one thing that you need to understand is stars over a period of time turn out into a product which is called as cash cows. Now by the name only you can understand that even when the market growth slows down, even when a market growth slows down, the product is still continuing to hold a higher market share, which means that there is a great demand for that product, or it's such an amazing product that it hasn't lost its worth. It hasn't lost its worth, which is what is called as a cash cow, which will still help you keep generating the cash. Okay, so that is something that we can pick up from there. Then the next point that one needs to understand is in the very long run, where we had a high market share, we may lose that also, and we end up coming to lower market share. And such products where both are low, the growth and market share, they are termed as dogs. Now, dogs are not bad. They will generate cash to survive sometimes, but sometimes they may become a burden on the company. So, when you get a right time, you don't want to keep dogs in your portfolio, you will slowly send them out. We have a technical word for sending them out called divest. We are going to discuss that in a minute. But here is a very complicated quadrant that we left out. Which one? This one, wherein we are going to mark what is called as a question mark. This one is a question mark. You know why we call that as a question mark? Because we ourselves don't know what is the logic. Market growth rate is pretty high, still you are not able to capture market share and your market share is low. Such products have been termed as question marks. They also have some nicknames called as problem children or wild cats. You can't tame any of them, and you keep putting money. See, there is one hope here, that when you keep putting some money, because you don't know what the problem is, so to understand what the problem is, and the day you understand it, you can turn it into a star, because all is well with market, it's giving you great growth perspective. Only thing, your share is low, but if you do something, maybe sometimes better marketing, maybe sometimes some product changes, do something, maybe just change the packing. Okay, so everybody will have a question mark face, nothing like that, but if they can do some real time adjustments, they will be able to turn that into stars. But continuously putting money blindly into question mark can ruin the story. It will end up, question marks can leave you with what is called as cash traps. Okay, so you got to be really careful about that piece. If these are the four classifications of the BCG matrix, what do they talk about? The four options that BCG matrix gives you. The four options that BCG matrix give you are termed as build. Build means to put money. Second option is called as hold. Just don't put any more money or remove any money. Just keep it as it is. Hold. Slowly pull back the money that you put. That is called as harvest. You've already invested your money into that. Slowly take that money back because it's not working for you. The last one here is called as divest. That means sell that particular business because it's not working for you anymore. Build, hold, harvest, and divest are the four relevant terms that are being used in the BCG. Okay, so that sums up our discussion on the very first portfolio tool called the BCG, where SBUs are classified based on two factors called market growth and relative market share. Now, when you have market growth and relative market share, You also have these four options of build, hold, harvest, and divest with the classifications of stars, cash cow, question mark, and dogs. But if you look at this story a little more with a little more seriousness, you will understand that these two terms are very unrealistic. Guys, tell me, of the entire market, let's say for example, if this is the entire market circle, how much is your share? If you know what is this entire circle, you can calculate. But tell me, who on earth knows? Now I'm going to tell you, you are a software company. Okay? How much market share do you have in software company? How will you check? Like you will take Infosys, TCS, Wipro, and million other software companies, add up all their turnover. Your turnover divided by market turnover will give you relative market share. I hope you guys are understanding. Your turnover divided by total market share will give you your relative market share, how much you hold. But how the hell will you know the denominator? Can you estimate the total market size? Oh, on its own, this relative market share is a stupid measure. Okay, chalo, though it worked off. If you are able to ascertain, very good. See, if there are only 10 firms in that entire industry, 1 by 10 is your share. Clear? What is the share of yours? Like I told you sometime back, in mobile market, Nokia had 70% market share, 70 plus percent. How? Because there are hardly 4 or 5 players. Everybody has to buy mobile phones from those 4 or 5 only. In that Nokia, 70% is there. But will it be able to be ascertainable for everybody? Not possible. Okay. In India, roughly we have around 2,600 listed companies. And just imagine how many sectors, 22 to 25 sectors are broken down with those companies which are listed. Imagine the extent of unlisted companies, imagine the extent of private companies, imagine the extent of those firms or entities which are not even in company form. I'm telling you, on the National Stock Exchange itself, roughly around 2,600 plus companies are listed. Okay. Listed companies itself are so many, and these 2,600 companies are scattered across 20 to 25 sectors. How the hell will you know how much is your market share? It's a very absurd thing. And one more thing that you will see is high, low. Both are extreme situations. What about a normal medium market condition? Will you never have a normal medium market condition? Is that not part of your life? Or what is it? So that's becoming a very critical issue. So to answer or counteract these questions, the BCG, there came up a GE model. Okay, this time what GE model did, it's very intelligent. Instead of giving a metric like market growth, which is very unrealistic to talk about, it said how attractive is the market. Let's go with the term market attractiveness. How attractive is the market? That you can measure, no? Market is right now highly attractive, market is not attractive at all, huh? Or the market is, okay, attractive but not very much. So like that, what is the chance for you to grow? That is what is called market growth. So what is your growth potential? See, right now, pharma, because we are in a situation like this and they are making vaccines, every pharma company has a great growth potential if they come out with a breakthrough. Even if they come out with a medicine and all that, right now the chance for you to grow, the pharma market is very attractive. Just imagine the real estate, half constructed buildings, partly finished projects, are lying like the real estate is a very dull scenario right now. Who's willing to put a crore of rupees on their house? Take 70 lakhs, 80 lakhs loans and buy a house. Who's doing all that now? In this sort of a situation, survival has become a critical aspect. So, is real estate a very attractive market now? I mean, unless full lockdowns are open and unless everything of this vanishes, real estate will not get that old glory. For now, real estate is not a very attractive business. Pharma, chemicals, okay, FMCG, everybody sitting at home, working from home, eating all the time. So, some industries turn to be very attractive right now. So, market attractiveness is more a realistic measure in this kind of a case. And then also, uh, one more great thing that they did is instead of measuring this market share, which is not at all a practical way to do it, they said how attractive is your business as an individual business perspective. Let us see how attractive your business is, which is business attractiveness. And whatever mistake was done in BCG, is just about taking two factors, high and low. But this time we take high, medium, and low to be more realistic. Same thing with, is the business highly attractive? Is the business normally attractive? Or is it not at all attractive? So now the dynamics of this whole equation change. And then you have now not a 2 by 2 but a 3 by 3 matrix with again the same four options. So in GE model also we have the same four options of invest, only renamed. Build is called invest, hold is called protect, harvest and divest continue to remain the same names. Build, hold, harvest and divest have now become invest, protect, harvest and divest. Now what to do with each one of these we will now discuss. When both are high, obviously you will invest. There are no two thoughts about it. When you have a highly attractive market with a decent business, medium attractiveness means a decent attractive business, you can still go and invest. But in a highly attractive market, your business attractiveness is not low. I mean, your business attractiveness is low, but we have hopes of growing in future. So right now I don't suggest that you exit, but what you will be doing is stay there. Wait for the time. There will be a time where you can take any action, either to invest more or to quit. But for now, just stay put. That is protect. Then the second one, medium to high. When high to medium we invested, medium to high also we will do the same thing because we have confidence on our business. Business attractiveness is very high and market is not bad. At the same time, not very good also, but still you can invest at this. Now, business attractiveness is medium, which means it's okay. Decent business in a decent market. I would prefer to invest. Okay. No, sir, you wrote something wrong. It's not like that in our book. I understand many of you will tell that. But I want to give you a clarity here as to why I wrote as invest there. Because I have great chance that right now what is at a medium level, right now whatever is at a medium level can always become high. So whenever I invest here and if it turns out high, it'll be a jackpot for me. But sir, you are also forgetting that it can fall to low on either sides. So that's a very risky aspect. Okay. But if there is a risk taker in the market who blindly believes in taking risk, if there is a risk taker in the market who blindly believes in taking the risk, what I wrote is not wrong. You can invest at this level also. But since we don't go by one perspective, we don't want to, just go and blindly invest. So you can swing it either way. You can either invest it or you may not invest it. So market can go high or market can go lower. So that is exactly why on a slightly conservative note, I would try to protect myself here. But if a risk taker is preparing the same matrix, he can write invest in that box, it is not wrong. And you have a very weak business on your hand with market also not that attractive. So I think it's time slowly you pull back your money because we don't know which direction market is going to go. So harvest your money. Slowly pull back your money. Market is not at all attractive, but you have a fantastic business on hand. So with that business on hand, you just wait patiently for market to give back. Like real estate's an amazing business. Right now, market is not very attractive. So patiently hold. That is to protect. You won't do anything dramatic. But with a medium business and a low attractive market, so anytime soon you're not going to see something drastically change. So slowly pull back your money because that's what you did here also, no? So you'll do the same. And when both are low, you will do the same treatment that you did to the dogs. You will divest it. Guys, never by heart these concepts. There is a logic on how this matrices are prepared, which is what I tried to explain you. And I hope everybody is clear with these matrices. So first the BCG matrix, and because there is something unrealistic in the BCG matrix, we have come out with what is called as a General Electric model. Okay, and I hope that sums up all of this story with respect to these two matrices. Now I would also like to take to you to the third matrix, which is called as Igor and Ansoff's product growth matrix. Igor and Ansoff's product growth matrix, wherein we have some interesting things. We have two things that we are taking up here. Again, we got to take up markets as usual on the vertical axis, and we will also be taking products, that is what we do in our business, on the horizontal axis. Now the moment we take these two into consideration, we also talk about what they are. Is this an existing market, or are you entering a new market, or is this an existing product, or are you introducing a new product? Now with all these points in line, when you are introducing an existing product, that means like say toothpaste, it's already there in the market. You are introducing another toothpaste, already people are using so many toothpaste. So just because you are introducing a new toothpaste, you will not find new people who will start brushing from tomorrow. So till now we never brushed in our life. Because you are introducing a toothpaste, we are going to brush. You will not find people like that. So if you are introducing a toothpaste, somebody has to give up Colgate or Close Up or Pepsodent, whatever they are using, and then try. That means it's already a closed market. You are trying to enter into that market, and that is why it is called as a market penetration strategy. Introducing an existing product into an existing market, or increasing the sales in the current market, that also is market penetration by way of advertising or whatever. Penetration requires a greater spending on advertising, only then people will understand what your product is or who you are. Okay, but let's just say if you are introducing a new product, totally new, that means you have come up with a fantastic innovation. The product is not at all there in the market. So you have come up with a new product, but there is an existing market for it, like phones. Talk about phone, everybody knows that there is a phone, but when they come up with an innovation like a smartphone, now we all use phone only to talk on calls. But today, apart from talking on call, we do everything. We check our mail, we do WhatsApp, we go on Instagram, Facebook. Where was all these 10 years before or 15 years before? So that day also phone, now also phone. So people understand what a phone is and what their market is. So there is an existing market for phones. So we have to do more research on phones and see what all features you can add. Phone had only used to call, but now you can take pictures in the phone, listen to music in the phone, do all of those aspects that I told. So phone has become the smartphone. The latest versions of smartphones are nothing short of a laptop, and which is why this part is called as product development. Market is already existing, you develop your product and then reach out to them. Okay, this is called product development. You have an existing product, let's say your product is already very successful in Hyderabad. You want to launch the same product in Bangalore, you want to launch the same product in Chennai, you want to go and launch the same product in Kochi. So that means you're spanning around. You want to take it to Calcutta, Mumbai, Delhi. You want to go to all places. So that means you're already successful in one place, you want to try new markets, and that strategy is called as market development, wherein people are not aware of your product. So develop the market. Product is already existing and you are already successful in one place. So start developing something in the marketplace. But wherein both these are new, that means is the highest amount of risk. You don't know the market, you don't know the product. So you're trying to launch a new product into an absolutely new market, which is a wildest form of imagining that you will be successful. And that exactly is called as diversification. Okay, and one thing that I would like to tell you here, which will be very useful for our next session, is these three, whatever you see here. One thing that you should notice, in this both are existing, in this market is existing, in this is existing. So in all these three, one factor was always existing and you tried to intensify on the other. That is why all these three, that is market penetration, market development and product development, all these three, they have a name called as intensification. Now this term will be useful for us in our next session when we discuss about corporate level strategies. One of the strategy that corporate level picks up is expansion, and in the name of expansion you can either intensify in your expansion or you can go for diversification, and then there are types of diversification that we will catch up. So very interesting matrix provided by Igor Ansoff, wherein different companies can think of different strategies in the likes of market penetration, market development, product development, and diversification. Now, I'll cover the ADL matrix little later when we finish our second session. There is a reason for that. So we will catch it up in that session because we would have by then discussed cost leadership, differentiation, focus, and all that. No, so we will catch up some interesting words which are required because we have to still discuss expansion, retrenchment, and which we are going to do in our revision session 2. Once we finish all those words, that time we'll catch up the ADL matrix. So for now, this is a wrap on portfolio analysis. So I am going back to my original fundamental phase 2 chart, and phase 2 here talks about strategic analysis. And when we are talking about strategic analysis, we do discuss about industry and competitive analysis, and we've also spoken about portfolio analysis with a very broad coverage as to what I can do currently. To close this out, I want to discuss a couple of interesting points about SWOT analysis, which I told you well in advance when we discussed. Now many people think that SWOT analysis is a comparison. Okay, so I'm going to take this up here. So I will vanish for some time because I want to write it there only. Don't want to create complications. So you are spared from seeing my face for some time. I am vanishing there so that you can comfortably fit the story in. Okay, so therein under SWOT analysis, I have one very important point to talk about. I think the basics are clear for you. What are strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats? Strength is an inherent capability of an organization. Weakness is an inherent limitation. Opportunity is a favorable condition, and threat is a unfavorable condition. So you know all those four words. Now, what's a common mistake is many people, when you plot strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat like this in a box, they think that this SWOT analysis that we do here is a comparison. Okay, and that is the biggest myth and disaster that people can think of. SWOT analysis is not a comparison. Take it for granted, write it down, take a screenshot, do whatever you want, but this is the point I want to convey, and that is exactly why I made a point to write it down here itself. Okay, SWOT and TOWS, why are we bringing in them? Is because in SWOT analysis you are just plotting a list of strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat here. Now let me move on further with a which you can see. So we'll go into a greater detail, and now I'll draw up for you the same thing: strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. And meanwhile I can also come back is what I think. Yeah, pretty sure that we can get back now in strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Hold on, many of you don't like the red color, I know it. So what are we doing in a SWOT analysis? This is just a framework. Remember, SWOT analysis is a comparative framework. And please remember, a comparative framework is quite different from a comparison. You have to take two factors at a time to do comparison. But a comparative framework is nothing but something that provides you like this, wherein it enables. So SWOT will enable comparison. Understood? Very important point. It will come as a true or false. If somebody says SWOT analysis is a comparison, no. SWOT analysis is just about plotting all these four in the right places. Plotting all these four in the right places, that's all. By using this matrix, what did Heinz Weirich, you know who's Heinz Weirich? He is the one who proposed what is called as a TOWS matrix. He said, simply by plotting all this four, you will not get any idea. So SWOT is an incomplete aspect. So solely by doing SWOT analysis, no manager will be able to make anything. SWOT analysis has to be supported by what is called as a TOWS matrix. And in TOWS matrix, he talks about taking two factors at a time. That is strength to an opportunity, weakness to a threat, strength to a threat, and weakness to an opportunity. Now this is comparison because you take two factors at a time. What is this? This is right now a comparison because you take two factors at a time. This SO, that is strength and opportunity, these are called as a maxi strategy, because you want to maximize both. You want to maximize both strengths and opportunities. While WT is called a mini strategy, because you would like to minimize both your weaknesses and threats. ST is a maxi mini strategy, which means using some of your strengths you got to bring down your threats. And whereas this one is a mini maxi strategy, wherein you have to minimize some of your weaknesses to grab some opportunities. Because you should also understand because of which weaknesses what opportunities are you losing, because of which strengths some of the threats are not anymore threats to the organization. And this will only support you and give a completeness to this analysis. Simply doing SWOT will not take you anywhere. And that is what the conclusion about SWOT analysis is. Okay, so that's a simple point that I would want to make here. Yeah, stoplight model is GE model. Yes, GE model is also called as a stoplight model. I want some of you to know that this GE model right here is also called as a stoplight model. Okay, so yeah, I think that's perfectly placed in my timeline. So I think as with the break, finishing all this in this go, very colorful screen right now. And I guess that's the best I can put in, guys, for today. We have almost covered everything. Yeah, I do understand for the new syllabus students, you can still go and catch up a couple of interesting points on core competencies and competitive analysis. Nothing to worry, we will touch base that in our next session. Okay, I will discuss with you a concept called value chain analysis, because even the old syllabus students, they have value chain analysis. We will touch base on that. So to close this discussion, let me just take you back to the original screen of phase 2, which is about industry and competitive analysis, portfolio analysis, and SWOT and TOWS analysis, which is the best that we could look for in the current timeline. And then going back further, so phase 1, I think you did take a screenshot of phase 1. Those of you who didn't, let me vanish here for a second so that you guys can peacefully do that. I'm giving you a quick a minute, or later also when the video is up you can go and take. This is a screenshot for phase 1 that you can take, and also to take you or push you forward, phase 2 can also be taken a screenshot right away as you speak for both of this. I will catch up with all of you guys with phase 3, which is about crafting a strategy. Okay, so phase 1 and phase 2 screenshots I guess you have taken. Otherwise also this live lecture will be available later, so you guys can comfortably come back later and take whatever you want. So now let me just get to the last part where we closed it. So right now this brings us to the end of phase 2, so which will mark the beginning of what is called as phase 3, which is all about crafting a strategy, or in other words, these in the old syllabus logic is called strategy formulation. And when you say formulation, it will cover all your Glueck and Jost strategies, which are corporate level strategies, Michael Porter's strategies of cost leadership, differentiation, and focus, and all the 6 functional strategies of finance, marketing, HR, and all that. So we have all those 3 lined up, and that we will catch up in our next session. So if I can bring me on again here, yes. So that is just to do what is left out for us in our next session. So making it sure, I think whenever is in the next session, you have the schedule with you, so you can go ahead. Nitin, strategic intent is all about vision, mission, and objectives, which we covered in phase 1. That is only called as strategic intent. So nothing to worry about it. And Lakshman, core competencies and competitive advantage. Yes, we will touch base those topics also in our next session, but you guys be prepared about those, how to keep those 4 points in the core competencies alive, right? Immutability, all those points. And then we also talk about advantages or competitive advantages, and then we'll talk value chain analysis. Don't worry, we'll take that exclusive piece and discuss. And yes, old syllabus students, you can touch base and run through what are called as Glueck and Jaws strategies: stability, expansion, retrenchment, and combination. Then you can also in the same chapter go through this one called as cost leadership, differentiation, and focus, and then the functional strategies. You can go through all of that and be ready for our next session. And new syllabus kids, you guys can concentrate on chapters 4, 5, and 6 of your syllabus. Okay. So yes, Partha Saradi is asking an example for cash cow. The best example for cash cow is the tobacco division of ITC, irrespective of market share. I mean, nobody has a high market for tobacco, but still they have a huge market share when it comes to that. So that is one of the best examples that you can see. The tobacco division of ITC is a cash cow for them. Okay. And yeah, whenever, yes. So whoever is having this handle called Starry Night, framework, process, phases, yes, everything is the same. Whenever they talk about the framework of strategic management, all phases included in strategic management, stages involved in strategic management, and all of them are having or conveying the same meaning. Okay, so 10:30 was on target, of course with a break. I think 10 minutes here should not be a real problem. So I hope you guys enjoyed the session. If you did, you know what to do, right? You got to, let other people know as well so that it benefits them. And of course, I've never even told you anything to do about, it's a free session. So make sure that it reaches out to people so that they are also, making the advantage of it. That's all. Tomorrow I would not be able to catch up with our old syllabus folks. So old syllabus folks will use the time to revise IT. You can watch my revision video 1 or part 1 on IT revision, because we are going to catch up that tomorrow is an exclusive EIS session. For all new syllabus folks, we will catch up tomorrow with EIS chapter 1. And old syllabus, whoever is here, I would like you guys to be honest to yourselves and do the IT revision. And we will catch up very soon again, day after, on our audit session number 3. Yes, absolutely. I have to go now. And I guess you've again made sure that you enjoyed this session as well. I will see you soon. All the old syllabus folks in audit session 3, and new syllabus folks, I will catch up tomorrow with EIS. Thank you. Good night. And make sure that you study tight and do not bother about all the external factors and announcements. Yeah, before I go, 1 minute on that. There are a lot of news that are cropping up, whether exam will be postponed, will be moved, this, that. Please do not even care about all that. And do pray that your exam should happen on time, because all this effort should not go waste. Make sure that, let the exam happen, take proper precautions, and go for it. Okay. And there is nothing serious about the conditions out there. Yes, there are tough times, and of course I know how tough they are. So when I'm saying that, I mean it. So don't really count for exams getting postponed, push them to August, September. Kill all those rumors. Just make sure that you are with a sane mind and you follow your absolute uh, gut feel and do well. That's all I want to tell. Keep wherever it is. If it's postponed, okay, let it get postponed. It's not in our hands. If it's not postponed, let's be ready. So go with that feel. Make yourself stronger. Put your efforts. That's it. I'll catch up in my next session. Thank you. Good night. Hi guys. Very good evening. I hope everybody is doing good, and we're all set for the next part of strategic management's revision. And as usual, we will give a couple of minutes for people to join in. Yes, yes, good evening to all of you. Sai Kumar, sir, what about exam? Whether it will happen or not? Okay, very good question. I'm not really sure by the time I finish this live session, will they give me food or not? So you are asking me more complicated questions. So let's keep that on a low note. As far as what the president has told in the recent times, it has to happen. So don't ask me all that. That these kind of questions, will only pull you down. So anyway, we have scheduled up for a great session because there are some very interesting facts coming up from strategic management and we have to go around. So I want all of you to stay put and understand. We're going to deal with phase 3. So the previous live session on strategic management was pretty effective. Many people have come back with great responses saying that they have understood so many things that they never understood before. And not only that, uh, session was also very colorful, phase 1, phase 2 and all that. So yeah, amazing. Now we're going to catch up with phase 3, which is actually going to be even more easier, and I think we're going to keep this real short, in the sense we will of course stick to the point and understand. Yeah, I hope. I'm going to give another 30 seconds so that we can start off, wherein takes a couple of minutes, as you know, for the notification to go everywhere. And of course we are already having 80 plus, so we're good to start off. Now a lot of people have also sent me text and all that, saying that they are viewing it post the live is getting done. I mean, absolutely, there is no. I told you, right? In the live, we have. It's like a compulsion, and we sit at the time, and you're with me, and there is a vibe. Otherwise, it off late becomes like we are watching a video. Nothing wrong with it. And then there I see 100 viewers, so I think we are good to go. I mean, it's not like I wait for the 100 or something like that. I wait for like 3 minutes, and we are into the live session. So straight away, let me hit it up. Yeah, there was a thing to start off itself. We had a couple of minutes delay. Yes, of course. So let me start off with a quick note on what we already discussed so that we don't have to discuss much again. Those of you who are new to today's live session, you can catch up my previous live session on strategic management. I think I've put the link in description already. So if those of you who missed it can go there after this particular session and run through the first two phases. Also, for all of your convenience, I am doing phase 1 of strategic management and phase 2 of strategic management real quick, so that we can go ahead and discuss in a greater detail. Phase 1 is about factors VMOG, that is what we discussed there: vision, and then there is mission, objectives, mission, objectives, and goals. What is the need for having objectives, and why should you have goals? How will goals help you determine certain things? Is it easy to have these goals? Should we have short term goals or long term goals, or a right mix of both these, and how will it help? So there are a lot of points that we have discussed during this first live session, and I hope you guys have a absolute clarity on what we need now. And in phase 2, which is a very interesting and a very wide phase, which is called what? Strategic analysis. Now under the story of strategic analysis, we did discuss three branches here. First of which is industry and competitive analysis. Industry and competitive analysis. Okay, and then the second part we've discussed is about portfolio analysis, and then the last part that we have discussed was SWOT and TOWS. And I told you towards the end how important it is to understand that SWOT is not a comparison. SWOT is just about plotting all the four, while TOWS is a comparison. And then we discussed about maxi, mini maxi, and all those strategies. So just to fall into place, I didn't want to start off with phase 3 randomly, so which is why I took you to phase 1 and phase 2. 7 points here in industry and competitive analysis: dominant economic features in the industry, nature and strength of competition, triggers to change, identifying the strongest and the weakest rival, likely strategic move of rivals, key factors in success of a business, and then the seventh one is future prospects and how financially attractive that industry is. And then a quick note on portfolio analysis, because that's one very important topic which comes in the exam. Two parts to the story. Three prerequisite concepts are there here that you're supposed to know on SBU, an experience curve, and also we've discussed about the product's life cycle. Then we've talked about the Boston Consulting Group Matrix, Igor and Ansoff's product growth matrix, and the General Electric model, which is also known as the stoplight model. SWOT and TOWS matrix being proposed by a person by name Heinz Weirich. So if I did forget to tell you that in the previous session, I'm making a point here. Vision is a long range thing. Okay, it's a roadmap for company's future. Present day's business scope is mission and yardsticks to measure your performance, and setting up performance targets or objectives, and precise aspects are goals. So phase 1 and phase 2 I believe are pretty clear out there. Now we will move on to phase 3 of strategic management, which does talk about a lot about crafting a strategy. Now in the previous session I did tell you why they use the word crafting, because craft normally is an art, and we don't want to just be caught away here saying that we will write a strategy, we will draft a strategy or something like that. We want it to be a specific task, and drawing up a strategy is a task of some very intelligent people in the organization. And which level of people in the organization will craft a strategy, or formulating a strategy becomes important at which level? All levels. You know that we have discussed about the levels: corporate level, business level, and functional level. Now we have to understand that crafting a strategy becomes essential at all these three levels. Okay, so we go by that called as crafting a strategy. This is phase 3. Phase 3 in strategic management is crafting a strategy. Now phase 2 and 3 put together will be parts of strategy formulation, because when you are formulating a strategy, it needs to be backed up with analysis. I told you a great strategy will not come with good instincts, thoughts, ideas, collaborations. It won't come. If a strategy has to emerge, it will emerge out of a solid analysis, and that has been already spoken there, and which is also part of formulation. And now what is the most interesting part of the formulation is the three strategies that we are going to talk about: corporate level strategies, corporate level strategies, business level strategies, and then we are also going to discuss about the functional level strategies. Okay, so, and you know what each of these level are meant for. Don't use the word high, mid, I mean like top level, middle level, bottom level and all that. They are very loosely used terms. I don't suggest you use those terms. So yeah, corporate level. Now these are some of the key decisions made. Not that the other two are non-key decisions, they are also key at their level, but these are some key decisions which impact, key decisions which impact the overall organization, or we'll say the organization as a whole. So like when you are going for expansion of a unit, or you are going for retrenching a unit, so obviously it gives birth to a new unit or it completely stops off. So these are key decisions which may impact the whole organization. Now when you take business level, now at these business levels, when we have issues about framing a strategy and all, business level decisions concern at a departmental level, at a departmental level. So what will be your prime focus at business level? Cost considerations. We will be bothered about cost. Okay, and what sort of a product you are into, cost considerations. Customer focus, who should we be focusing on? Remember back in the definition of mission, who are we, which type of market are we trying to serve, I told you we'll find a word like niche. So little later in the session we'll get to that. So at this level, we are more bothered about cost considerations, customer focus, product innovation, product innovation, and more importantly, you can say we are also bothered about competition. Now, why are we bothered about and how are we bothered about competition? We will see. So, business level managers are the ones who analyze about competitors. Business level managers are the ones who take care of cost, because from at the departmental level, they are all bothered about their own aspects. Now, at functional level, you don't need to really think about it, because you know finance, marketing, marketing, human resources, production, inventory or logistics, and of course R&D. So this is worth taking a screenshot just to understand what are the aspects that are going to be covered broadly. Now, irrespective of whether you are from old syllabus or new syllabus, the content around these topics remain the same. Only thing is, old syllabus people have to fit this into chapter 4 and 5. New syllabus people will have to stretch it into chapters 4, 5 and 6. That's all. So, but for it you can just try and break it down to everything else. Now, so broadly, this is what we have in corporate level, business level, and functional level. Now let's take each stage at a point and then go for it. Now we have names for corporate level strategies. Okay, let me try and use the same screen to write this up. You can kind of make a note of these when we also deal the strategies. Now at corporate level, they are also called as GLUEC and Josh strategies. The two people, William F. Glueck, who gave you the strategy definition. Remember, unified, comprehensive, and integrated. So that is William F. Glueck's definition. And there's another person by name Lawrence R. Josh. So those two people, they propounded some theories of what can turn out to be corporate level strategies. And more than all that, they are also called as grand strategies, because they are wide, they cover more of the organization as a whole. So they're called as grand strategies. When it comes to business level strategies, these strategies were propounded by your favorite Michael Porter. Comes in the book so many places. Michael Porter's theory is pretty important. Michael Porter's 5 forces model, Michael Porter's strategies, Michael Porter's value chain analysis. So Michael Porter has been a great contributor to the field of management. So they are also called Michael Porter strategies. These are also called as base generic strategies. Base generic strategies. And of course, at functional level, these are also called as operational strategies. Okay, now I guess there is a completeness to the story. We will start taking up each level and discuss and deal what are the various strategies. Can I proceed with corporate level strategy? Yeah, I think we can. Okay, yes, Rajeshwari, that's the correct answer. Grand strategies. So I think now I can safely move on to first discussion of the day in detail about the corporate level strategies. Now, how important it is to understand what this corporate level decisions are, and how they will help or impact the organization. It's a very, very interesting discussion. Lot of points are there, but many of the points that we will be discussing here have already been discussed in several other places. So, if you can have that focus, I think without thinking twice, we can go ahead. Okay, lot of people have also joined late, so let's start with the very first one here, called as corporate level strategies. Corporate level strategies. Now I want all of you to stay put and try and understand what exactly each one of these are, because now there are branches and then sub branches and then there is content under each one of these. So these are going to stretch in a different way, and I want all of you to have thorough focus, otherwise you will end up missing something. At corporate level study, the first of which is called as stability, second one is called expansion, then retrenchment, and then a combination. So let me start with the very first strategy, that is called as stability. Okay, so some important points about stability strategy is that you will stability, first and foremost thing that you have to know is the star point. Stability strategy is not a do nothing strategy. So what do you mean by stability? Should we fold our hands and sit? No. Stability is not a do nothing strategy. It is about continuing to do whatever you are doing. Okay. The firm or the entity, whatever you want to call it, the firm or entity continues to do or continues to do the same. Let me say that. So in other words, you just be at the present level. Stability means standing wherever we are, we'll fold our hands and do. No, that's not what stability is. Stability strategy is something where we will continue to do whatever we are doing. Okay, we will continue to do whatever we are doing. We will not do something new, because we believe at this point of time doing something new will cause a lot of problems. So which is exactly why we want to stick to whatever basics we are and just continue to do whatever. Stability is not a do nothing strategy. The idea here is just to stay wherever you are. There is a word for that called as status quo. So the idea here is to maintain status quo. What do you mean by status quo? Just be wherever you are. That is the main point here. Of course, because you are not doing anything new or anything great, whatever money is already deployed into business, that is more than enough. Therefore, no fresh investments are required. No fresh investments are needed. Risk is less because you're not doing anything great or new, right? So, where will the risk come from? Risk is less. So these are the very, very important aspects about stability strategy. Definitely it's not a do nothing strategy. Okay, it's not a do nothing strategy. You continue to do at the same level whatever you have been doing. Does not warrant any fresh investments. Of course the risk is also less, but will you expect any dramatic changes and results? No. Now big question, what do you think is the ideal time to do this strategy? Okay, what is the ideal time? Now you know the product's life cycle. Generally, when a product reaches maturity, that means it's enjoyed a complete growth phase and then it's now flattening up. So it's at maturity stage. Now you don't have to kind of do something because you've already done everything that you could to do the expansion. So for some time, cool down. So the ideal time to do a stability strategy will be maturity level. Now, sir, can I also stabilize for some time before the growth stage? Now, sometimes when you want to launch a rocket, what will you do? You will set everything well and then only launch the rocket. No. So, you will be having a very quiet environment before the rocket is launched. Why? Because you need that quiet. If you are jumping here and there and trying to do something, you'll end up doing a mistake. So, all I'm trying to draw parallels are like before the launch of a rocket, how everything is settled and made and everything is cooled down, and then the rocket is launched. Same way here, stabilize yourself, have patience and set up the ground properly. Set up the ground here means set a stage properly, and once you settle down well, then launch a growth strategy. So you can also do stability strategy at the introduction stage, okay, or introduction stage, that is before launch of a growth strategy. Before launch of a growth strategy. So this is exactly how you will use stability strategy. And of course, on the other side, which is where we are going to talk about the expansion strategy, which is now going to tell you everything that is opposite to what you saw here. Now wherein we just said in stability we will not do anything, but when you are talking now about expansion, okay, let me just say here expansion. Under expansion strategy, further breakdowns are there. But what is this expansion strategy? Here the firm does not continue to the same. The firm launches new products or diversifies into new areas. So everything will be opposite. You're definitely not maintaining a status quo. Needs fresh investments or needs heavy investment. You can definitely say that it needs heavy investment. And risk is very high. Risk is very high. And post introduction, when will you do an expansion strategy? Post a successful introduction stage, we will go for a expansion in the organization. And how is expansion characterized by? Expansion is characterized by 4 ways. So expansion is characterized into 4 branches, which I'm going to discuss in the next page separately. This is only for expansion. Now when you call this as an expansion or a growth phase, expansion or the growth stage, we have 4 branches. First way to expand or grow is called as intensification, which I believe to the end of previous revision session I told you from Igor and Ansoff's first 3 strategies are part of intensification. Then we have the next set on expansion called as diversification. Then we have the next strategy in expansion called as mergers and acquisition. And then the fourth one is called as strategic alliance. Old syllabus people might not find much about mergers and acquisition and strategic alliance in your book, so you can take it easy on that. But of course, for knowledge purposes, you can always learn. Nothing to worry or take tension about. You may not find it in your book, that's all, but they are also definite methods of expansion. And those of you who are in the new syllabus, you have all 4, so you can just straight away focus on it. I am not dwelling much deeper into the story of intensification because these are some names that you very well know. I think I want to see in the comment section as I write, what do these 3 mean? Just tell me which to which. That will be great. So I have 3 names for you. First of which is called as market penetration, and I'll be glad to know from you which one will be what. Okay, first one is market penetration. Market penetration. Then 2 points, product development. Product development. And of course, market development. Right? So intensification, as you see there, are the same 3 proposed by our Igor and Ansoff. And when you discussed Igor and Ansoff product growth matrix, let me now divulge to the comment section. Let me see who's typing what. Yes. I want what those are. I know the names: market penetration, product development, market development. Okay, I know that they are intensification. I want what constitutes to what. Can you just tell me what constitutes to what? Introducing dash into dash. Let me just keep it like that. Now I think you guys want to answer. Yes, Namita, very good. I think the first one, market penetration, she's got right. Existing market. Okay, very good. Yes, now I see answers that I want. Namita, Prabhu, Kiran, Vijay, very good. So this is what you're talking about. Introducing an existing product into an existing market is called as market penetration. Very good. Introducing a new product into an existing market is called as. Okay, very good, very good. Karishma, very good. Abhinav. Yeah, nice, nice, nice. Very good, guys. Pranay, market penetration, existing market, existing product. That's right. New product in existing market is product development. Yes, Jyoti, that is also right. Shruti, existing product in existing market. Good, guys. Very good, very good. That's nice. Of course, This level of participation is highly appreciated. We know one more, last one pending. What is it called? Introducing an existing product into a new market, which is called as market development, right? Wherein you want to go geographically beyond your boundaries and launch into a new area. Very good, very good. And all of you who've typed the answers, I appreciate what you're doing. Very good. That's product development is existing market to new product. Yes, Shardvi, that's right. New product into existing market is a product development, and existing product into a new market is market development. Yes. Yes, guys, very good, very good. If I didn't take somebody's name, don't get offended. I whatever comments are flowing in, I just could pick up from that. But everybody has given the right answers. Absolutely fantastic. Now take away your fingers from the typing or keypad and just concentrate on what I'm going to explain on diversification, because many people have, despite knowing all of those, they still have their own apprehensions about it. And let's not have it. So let us talk about this piece very, very clearly. So kind of stay very focused on this one, wherein we are going to talk about diversification. And diversification goes by vertical, vertical, horizontal, vertical, horizontal, concentric diversification, and a conglomerate diversification. Okay. Now, under vertical diversification, what we also have are called as forward and backward integration. Forward, backward integrations. So this forward backward integration have a great role to play when it comes to vertical diversification. Now, of course, the text is with you, so you can read it at any point of time. So stay very, very focused on the examples, or I mean, whatever the explanation I'm giving, if you can stay focused on it, things will be way more easier for you. Yeah. Now, vertical diversification. What's happening in a vertical diversification? Now, in a vertical diversification, we are not shifting the product or process line. Okay, we are not shifting the product or process line. So in vertical, we have a significant point to make. We are not shifting the product line. If you're not shifting the product line, then what are you doing? So in vertical diversification, it is about moving up. That is, it is about moving forward or backward. It's about moving forward or backward in the same product or process chain. In the same product or process chain. Sir, what do you mean by this product or process chain? Let me explain this with a clear example. I want all of you to stay focused on this and understand it's pretty easy. So, let's talk about a company. Company A. This company's name is Company A. Now, of course, what are the stages of production? You will have raw material. You have raw material. Then you have the manufacturing aspect. Then you have people who do distribution. And then finally, we have people who are selling in retail. Okay. Now, Company A. You know what Company A does? Company A's only job is to do manufacturing. Is it doing its raw material on its own? No. Is it doing manufacturing? Yes. Is it distributing its product to the customers? No. Is it involved in opening retail stores? No. So right now company A is very much involved in only manufacturing. But company A thought, why should I be in the clutches of some other supplier for raw material? If that supplier gives me raw material, then I will get. If he doesn't, then I am at a risk. Why should I be dependent on somebody else? Why not I create my own supply? So from manufacturing, why not I go one step up and also start doing raw material and manufacturing? Okay, I won't do distribution or I won't do retail, but I will go one step back and I will also be my own supplier. So if you are now following a strategy whereby you want to be your own supplier, this is called as backward integration. Are you changing the product? No, but you're going one step back into the product line and you're becoming your own supplier. Okay, so this is what is called as backward integration. Now, this company A thought that I am anyway doing amazing manufacturing. Why should I land up in the hands of other distributors? Why not I do my own distribution? Why not I do my own distribution? So till now they were doing manufacturing, but now they want to go one step forward and do what is called as forward integration. Do what is called as forward integration. So if you go back and ask the story as to what are you doing, are you doing raw material? No sir. Are you doing manufacturing? Yes sir. Are you now going to start doing distribution also? Yes. And retail? No. Now if you are already doing distribution and you want to do retail, that is again one step forward. But one thing that you need to understand, in this story only one company is there, that is company A, and company A is moving up or down in the same product or process chain. It's either moving forward or backward, but it's moving up and down in the same product or process chain. Okay, so there is a vertical movement either upwards or downwards, that's all. But it's not going into another area or it's not completely divulging elsewhere. Okay, this is what is called vertical integration, which has both forward and backward. Now listen, or byproducts, which are either complementary products or byproducts. So this is exactly what horizontal diversification is. That means you're not going one step back or one step forward. You are going to take over a competitor's product, or you're going to enter into a line which is a complementary product. Like if you are dealing in business of tea, you are also entering into sugar. Okay, so tea and sugar, like they're complementary products. If you're dealing in mobile phones, you are entering into screen guards, earphones, accessories, all that. That again will be a complementary product. So if you're doing one business and you are entering sideways, is called as horizontal diversification. Okay, so this is vertical and horizontal. Going back to the next one, this is called concentric diversification, wherein you are diversifying into a related product. No doubt you are diversifying into a related product, but in concentric diversification, the old product and new product, whatever you have, the old product and new product are not directly linked, are not directly connected. That means they're different products only, but however they are connected in a loop like manner. In what? They're connected in a loop like manner. They're connected in loop like manner. How? You have to remember these three words: through process, technology, or marketing. So process, technology, or marketing, these are the factors that will bring in the connection between these two. Through process, technology, or marketing, if products are connected, that is what will be called as a concentric diversification. But whatever you see on screen, okay, in all these three, whatever you see on all these aspects, one thing that you should understand, they are all called as related diversification. They are all called as related. Which one? Vertical, horizontal, and concentric, all these three are called as unrelated diversification, because in vertical, of course, definitely there is a direct link between old product and new product. In horizontal, though they are not the same products, they are definitely somewhat connected products, because you have either they are complementary products or byproducts. In concentric diversification, they are not connected directly, but they are connected in a loop like manner, but still connection definitely exists. The last one is called conglomerate diversification, where no linkage exists, which makes it an unrelated diversification. What is it? Which makes it a unrelated diversification. So irrespective of whatever you do, they are definitely not connected. The two products that they are going to deal with, they have no connection in whatsoever manner. It's a takeover of completely a new product, and there can be absolutely no connection between them. Then why are they going in? That is because of some kind of what do you say, interest. Sir, this product to that product is not linked. No, then why are you going? Maybe this kind of interest that we want to go in for. Okay, so that brings us to the end of this branch called as diversification. I think I've explained to my best as to what these are: vertical, horizontal, concentric, and conglomerate. And I hope you guys have understood. Do let me know about that, and then we will move on to the next category, which is called as mergers and acquisitions. Come on. Okay, so now I do see some comments here. Yes, very good, very good. Okay, good. I mean, I'm glad if you are clear. Absolutely, fantastic. Yes, unrelated diversification. Okay, fantastic. Then that means we will move on straight away to the next part, which is mergers and acquisitions. Okay, diversify the risk through conglomerate expansion can be the reason. Maybe yes, Sachin. That's one of the reasons. Yeah, you don't want to try and put everything on one. Maybe see, in times of crisis, one business may be helpful while other business may take a hit. Like for example, if you consider the Tata Group, you can talk about Tata Consumer Products, Tata Steel, TCS, and then you have Tata Motors. Now, Tata Motors, absolute breakdown during the pandemic. Like, obviously, I mean, it's not a great time for them because everything is under lockdown and all that. But if you see Tata Consumer Products, wherein they have FMCG goods, like household products and all. Definitely, there is a great move in that. Then you also talk about something like Tata Steel. So again, construction activity was put on hold. Okay, now with the unlock coming in, it's amazing that these companies are back in action. So yeah, you don't want to take all the risk in your portfolio into one, which is one of the best reasons why we go for diversifying like that. Okay, now just concentrate here on mergers and acquisitions. You will be, of course, uh, delighted to know that here also we have vertical merger, horizontal merger, vertical, horizontal merger. Instead of concentric, it is called as co-generic merger, and the last one is again called as conglomerate merger. Vertical, horizontal, concentric is now called as co-generic, and the last one continues to remain the same, wherein it's called as a conglomerate merger. Okay, so I mean, by looking into this, what are you trying to understand here? Simple. The fact continues to remain the same, that you are diversifying into new areas or expanding into new areas, but this time you are not alone. Okay, in this example where I took company A, now I'll tell you the same example with company B in the story. Okay, same story, whatever company, so RM, manufacturing, distribution, and retail. Let's take the same four things. And then you have company A, which is involved in manufacturing. It's not doing the other three. Now we have company B, which is a raw material supplier. They don't manufacture, they only supply raw material. Now, company A and company B coming together. Okay, first of all, I want to explain you the difference between these two words, merger and acquisition. I hope you know what is merger, where two firms A and B come together to form an AB Limited. Okay, in acquisition, one financially stronger company, let's say A Limited is a financially stronger company, will take over what is called as B Limited. So in acquisition, one financially stronger company will take over another company, while in merger, two entities of same level or whatever level, they come together to form a third entity. Now they formed an AB Limited, let's say. So now AB Limited will do raw material and manufacturing, and then on. So this one, they did a merger. Now you have to understand here there won't be forward or backward, because for company B this will be a forward merger, for company A this will be a backward merger anyway. Point being, for the new company AB Limited, it's a merger and acquisition, and that's an instant way for both of those companies to expand. I hope you clearly got that point. And what we need to take from here further is the next story, which talks about horizontal merger. Same as the story. And one of the reasons why we do this kind of a merger, sir, why company A has to merge with company B? Why can't company A diversify? Like what we saw in the previous slide, here in this case, they did diversification in the likes of vertical diversification. Why can't company A do it in their own way and company B do it in their own way? They can, but see, everybody is not financially sound and strong all the time, right? So there is always some kind of synergistic benefit. It's called as synergy. I hope you guys have heard this word, synergy. Now, normally each individual will have some kind of an energy flow, right? Energy when synchronized together, synchronized energy, as the word synergy. That's how you can remember it. So it's about people coming together, and the benefits that accrue because of working together are only called as synergical gains. Okay, so this is a very, very interesting and important part why we do mergers. Or if one financially strong company is there where they believe or see potential in the other company, the weaker company will be bought off. Okay, so the weaker company has some potential, and but somehow it's still in weak stage. A financially strong company will check this out, and then they think that, okay, why not we take it over, we can do that. Now the classic example of a merger in the recent time is the Vodafone Idea, VI. Now they formed a new entity, right? And the logo also, everything changed. VI is one of the classic examples of mergers and acquisitions. And why do they come together? For synergistic benefits. On their own, Vodafone wouldn't have survived. On their own, Idea wouldn't have survived. So they thought, okay, if they have to handle the competition from the Jio and Airtel, they have to come together. That's what they thought. If Idea Vodafone wouldn't have happened, some other two would have clubbed, because the kind of new entrant Geo was, it damaged that whole market. It wiped away so many players from the existing market, and it also shrunk the profits for the others. So of course, no doubt, Bharti Group is a very tough player. Bharti Airtel is trying everything to have a control of its market share. Number of people who ran away from Airtel to Jio, majority of them have come back. So now the market is poised properly, but still, there is a regional bias. In some places Vodafone Idea works well, in some places BSNL works well, in many places Airtel works well. Of course Jio's domination is there, but respectively locational advantage, brand advantage, there are a lot of things in that stream. But right now, one of the most what do you say? I don't use the word ugly, but one of the most dreadful sectors is the telecommunication sector. I don't know what will be the fate of 5G spectrum, and if you know that can be again a game changer for the next upcoming decade that we are in. The 5G can be a game changer. We don't know how many years these companies will be able to survive, and already a lot of pending litigations are there. Anyway, that sector itself is going a very tough time, thanks to a grand entry by Geo a few years back. Then coming to the last one, which is something that all of you have seen with political parties, that is called as a strategic alliance. Okay, that's called what? A strategic alliance. Now, as I told you, when one company thinks it can't do it individually, another company also thinks it can't do individually, then sir, it's better to form AB Limited and merge. But they don't want to give a long term commitment also like that. Then post merger, if things don't work together, if I have to talk about a divorce later to this marriage, I'm not using these words on my own, these are from your book only. The very fact that you end up doing this merger is that such a merger is a happy, long lasting affair. If you go to your institute's material and pick it up, you will find that word. You have to make sure that merger continues to be a happy, long lasting affair, because you spend a lot in doing all this, you spend a lot of time, effort, and money. Despite all that, after a particular point in time, you say merger doesn't work out. Okay, sir, what's a big deal? Go for demerger. If only life was so cool like that. See, first you bring two entities on a particular platform, then merge them, then few years later you're saying it's not working, we demerge. It's all unnecessary procedural aspect, and you know what is the kind of paperwork that we have to go through, at least in India. So nobody prefers doing all that. So sometimes people try out what is called as a strategic alliance, which is what political parties do. Okay, I'll give you that example to close this topic out very easily. Let's say there are 250 seats in the assembly. We'll talk about a small one, 250 seats, and of course you need 126. That is the magic number, right, where you have to have majority. Now the three parties A, B, and C. Okay, now this party A, they are very confident of getting 100 seats, not 126, but they're very confident of getting 100 seats. The balance 150 seats are split between B and C. Okay, it can be 75-75, it can be 70 here, 80 here, or sometimes if people are impressed by the work that C did, they might give 90 here, only 60 here. So these two parties single handedly will never be able to get majority. They also know A is the only party that has an option to get a majority single handed, but right now things are not going in their way. They have confident that they'll get 100 seats. Now let's pick up one of these three equations which will work well. So we will go with this one. Okay, and this one. Let's say A got 100 seats, B got 70, and C got 80. Now definitely A is the single largest party there who got 100 seats, but will they be able to form the government? No. B on their own, will they be able to form the government? No. C on their own, will they be able to form the government? Answer is no. Now if you can see what happened here carefully, if A and B join with each other, they will now collectively have 170 seats. If A and C join, they will collectively have 180 seats. And if B and C decide to take, they will have 150 seats. Now, this combination is definitely more than the magic number that you want. Now, now I'm not giving any practical examples, right? So, therefore, depending on whichever equation works out, okay, now B and C may not like their internal politics. A and B may be friends from so many years. I don't know all that, but all I'm saying is all these three equations you can pick up anything and work. But this any of the party, they don't want to agree and say we'll merge our party in yours and we will all be one party ruling. They won't do that. They'll continue to remain in their own independent space and just support the other one. The same concept when applied in business is called as strategic alliance. I hope everybody is clear with this particular story. Okay, yeah. Now Sometimes you have tough competitors. I mean, like, competitors putting so much pressure on you that two of you in the market thought, okay, let us support each other. I mean, not to eliminate them, but at least to counteract. Because, see, you are not doing any unfair trade practices. Unfair trade practices would be, tampering the prices, a price war, all such things. Okay, yeah, some question is coming here saying, isn't strategic alliance an unfair competition? No, no, no. See, it is an alliance. You are publicly announcing that alliance and you are telling that yes, there is an alliance that exists. You are not doing anything wrong, or you are not snatching away somebody else's market. No, what you are doing is you are coming for some kind of a economic, political, such kind of a benefit, which is very much agreeable. And you guys are entering into a contract which is not a perpetual one. Maybe you guys first initially when you entered that contract, you said, let's be a strategic alliance for 12 months. And let us see how things work and then we will proceed further. Okay, yeah, definitely. It can be a thought process. If it works, very good. Otherwise, it may not. Okay. So that is the story about the other two forms of diversification. Okay, somebody is asking me for this particular slide. Yeah, I think you guys can take a quick note on this. I think I will be obstructing a little bit on this one. Let me just for a second vanish so that you guys can have a clear look. Let me take you through all slides. Whoever wants to take screenshots can do so. So this is the whole story of, oh, this is a spelling mistake. Now, so expansion is broken down into all four: intensification, diversification, mergers and acquisition, and a strategic alliance, which is of course where two independent entities come together on a agreement to fulfill certain things. Got it? So this is a much wider aspect. And then what we already discussed is vertical, horizontal, and concentric. Okay, and also taking you the next slide. If there is something you want to take, you can. Otherwise, let's come back to our main slide that we are, and we will see where we stand now. We are talking about the first set of strategies called the corporate level strategies, wherein we are talking about stability, expansion, and expansion is broken down into intensification, diversification, mergers and acquisitions, and a strategic alliance. Okay, I hope that kicks into the story there. And now, when things don't go our way, okay, we should not always be that person who says I will not quit. Okay, see, never give up attitude, never quit attitude, and all are very good. I am not saying no to it, and of course I do encourage that you should kind of be a strong person and not quit. But when you evidently know that something has a failure, and when you evidently know that something is going through a failure, don't try to do something which is absolutely ridiculous. Waste all your money, burn your money. That's not what you're supposed to do. You do something which is productive. Okay. But when you think it's not working for you, saying a bye to something is not wrong. Remember, at least in business. No, sir, in our personal life, we are always taught that, we should fight for. Good. See, all that is taken. Nobody said no. Fight for it, get it. If you are happy with it, fine. Sometimes when you don't want to do it, give up. It's not an issue. But in business, you should not do something very stupid. You guys remember the story of fixed cost? Irrespective of whatever you do, fixed cost will continue to be there. And when fixed costs are continuing to be there, why do you want to keep burning that money? Why not exit from there and go elsewhere? So, which is exactly what we are trying to do in our third branch, which is called as retrenchment strategy. Which is called as retrenchment strategy. Now, under retrenchment, also suddenly it'll be like, okay, close all the shutters. It's not like that. First of the retrenchment strategy, we have three branches here in retrenchment strategy, which I believe I can fill it comfortably here only. We'll talk about them. First of the retrenchment strategy is called as a turnaround strategy. First of it is called what? A turnaround strategy, wherein you are trying to bring back things to normal. Okay, now the product life cycle. Your firm is on the path of a decline. What is your firm? Your firm is in the path of a decline. Now, whenever you are in the path of a decline, okay, let me say, firm is in decline stage. Firm is in decline stage. And because the firm is in decline stage, that is when you are doing this. Unnecessarily, you won't do anything. Okay, firm is in decline stage. You're trying to turn around some things. Turn around means trying to regain normalcy or bring back that product to normal. Okay. Okay, remember. See, in any of these cases that we are going to do next, that is when you tried a turnaround and you worked it out, but it didn't work out for you. Then we will adopt another strategy called as divestment. What is it called? Divestment, which is nothing but selling a portion of business. Selling a portion of business. Not the entire business, but selling a portion of business. And that is what is called as divestment. Now, yeah, somebody rightly in the comments is saying very good. Give up is not failure, yes. But you should also know when to give up. Randomly, you should not give up and say, okay, I will stop it here. Okay, one more question that's come here is Kiran's question. What's the difference between horizontal diversification and horizontal merger? Now remember, in horizontal diversification, we have only one firm. We have one firm that is entering into another complementary product or byproduct. But in a horizontal merger, we have two firms, two different entities. That's normally the difference between diversification and mergers and acquisition. In mergers and acquisition story, you have two companies. Okay, but in diversification, there is only one company that moves on. Okay, okay, very good. A lot of people gave the answers here. Oh, I think yeah, somebody has answered Kiran's question. I'm very glad that this kind of a healthy discussion is happening in the comment section. Very good. Now moving on, like I said, divestment is to pull back your money by selling a portion of the business. Then comes the third branch, which is called as liquidation, which is selling all the assets, selling all the assets and discharging, selling all the assets and discharging the liabilities. Now, I want you to alert about one question that is there in divestment. Why do you do divestment? 5 reasons are there. You can go and read that question as to why you do divestment. Maybe because recently you acquired a business and it proved to be a mismatch. Continuing that business may not be profitable. Persistent negative cash flows are coming from that business. And whenever there is a better opportunity or an alternative available, that is, you sell this portion of business, take this money and put elsewhere. Okay, remember we did BCG matrix and all that, and even in GE model, when something is not worth, investing or protecting, slowly harvest it, take out all the money and invest it elsewhere. So there are 5 reasons as to why you do divestment. You have to do that. Liquidation is the most extreme strategy. That's very bad because people lose jobs. The entity will fail to flourish and survive anymore. Lot of families who were dependent on us till now will face the heat of it, but still, uh, there is one saying called dead business. Dead business is worth more than alive. Dead business is worth more than keeping it alive. And when you believe that a dead business is worth more than keeping it alive, it's always better to wrap up the story and go home. Right? There are again 5 stages in turnaround, 5 steps rather, you can call it. Identifying the root cause of the problem, trying to understand what the problem is, and getting some action to resolve that problem. So please go through these two questions because I'm not dwelling them in detail. 5 steps that are involved in turnaround and the 5 reasons for divestment. And the last option for a diversified entity, wherever you want to adopt stability in some areas, expansion in few areas, and retrenchment in few areas, that is called as a combination strategy. Combination strategy is such where you will have stability in few areas, while expanding some, while expansion in some, and retrench unprofitable divisions. Okay, so that sums up our whole story on the corporate level strategies. Now that's a wrap on that. So those of you who want to take a screenshot, this is your best shot that you can get. Yes. Okay, Sindhu, very good point. There is a stigma of failure in liquidation, correct? But when you know that dead business is worth more than keeping it alive, it is the best proposition. Okay, when turnaround is attempted and failed, we will obviously go for divestment. Very good. And of course, yeah, very good. Namita's point is right. Last resort, Ramkumar saying it's a low morale. Very good. Only I am missing all your comments here. Good. Very good, guys. When you want to reverse the process of decline, you will go for turnaround. Yes, Shaker, that is a right thing. Okay, very good. I think I was deep into explanation of all these points. I didn't look at your what do you say, comments, but very good. All of you have participated in this very much. So right now, this is your best shot for the entire corporate level strategies. Those of you who want to take a screenshot can do so. Now then we will move on to the next set of aspects, which are called as business level strategies, without much delay in this discussion. And you see, this is corporate level strategies. Expansion we've discussed with a separate slide, that is right here. Expansion or the growth strategy goes with intensification, diversification, mergers, and strategic alliance. Of course, the examples have led us to other aspects as well. Now we are straight away going to discuss the next level story here, which is more about business level strategies. Business level strategies. This is a very easy part. Now, as part of business level strategies, we have a breakdown here wherein we have two broad concepts. First of which I would like to discuss the Michael Porter's 5 forces model. Michael Porter's 5 forces model. Because Michael Porter's 5 forces model is a very important analysis that you should do before you consider the the business level strategies. And also at business level, you will have these called as base generic strategies. What are they called as? Base generic strategies. Now, first let's talk about what is Michael Porter's 5 forces model. I think all of you are well aware of this one. You need very less help of mine in this. And of course, yeah, very good. Some people have already started typing the answer. That's amazing. Wherein in Michael Porter's 5 forces model, we have the firm in the center. And then you are broadly affected by 3 factors. You're broadly affected by 3 factors which span into 5 forces. Okay, first one is you can do anything and everything properly only when you have the right supplier. Okay, supplier has to supply you the raw material on time, everything has to go properly. But now let us understand that if there is a supplier who has a better bargaining power than us, the supplier is having a better bargaining power than us. So though you are asking for discount or though you are talking to him, not bothered about that. So supplier's bargaining power will be a critical force on you, because that is going to increase your input cost. That's going to increase your input cost. Supplier's bargaining power. Same way, when you want to sell, now obviously I want to sell at the best price that I can, but my customer or the buyer, whoever is there, he has a better bargaining power than me. See, both ways I am the loser. Supplier has a better bargaining power, my input cost will go up. If my buyer has a better bargaining power, buyer's bargaining power. Now, when my buyer has a better bargaining power, okay, wait. The problem will be he will bargain and then I will end up giving it to him at a lesser price. I ended up paying more to my supplier and I end up giving it cheaper to my buyer. So both ways these forces have affected me as a firm. I mean, we just hope and pray that both the forces don't affect you at the same time, because you will be a big loser then. You paid more on input and then you got less on output. That means you are facing terrible times. Okay, so suppliers' bargaining power and buyers' bargaining power are two forces. One thing that I would like to clarify to everybody here is buyer and supplier are human beings. Remember, buyer and supplier are human beings. They are not forces. Don't write in the exam as buyer and supplier are forces. Their bargaining powers are the forces, not buyer and supplier. Okay, so please, remain positive on this one. Then comes competition. A firm faces competition in three ways. A firm faces competition from somebody who is selling the same product as you do. So the ones who sell the same product as you do, they are called as rivals. They are called what? Rivals. Then the next set of people who a firm faces issue is with somebody who sells a different product but serves the same purpose, and they are called as substitutes. Rivals, substitutes. And then you always have a threat from somebody like Geo, who can at any time come into the market and capture it. And now we are calling it a post Geo era. So how did they even able to do that? Because they took that entire industry of telecommunications by storm. They are only called as new entrants. Now they are not new entrant anymore. It's been a few years that they've entered already. Now they are an established player. But initially, when you enter a market for at least the first 2-3 years, you will be called as a new entrant. Now, what Michael Porter says is that these five are very, very important forces. Now, I'll tell you a simple example. Somebody is throwing a stone at you. Somebody is throwing a stone at you. If they're throwing one stone and you are alert that a stone is coming your way, then you can at least counter it. That is, stop it. Yeah. Somebody is throwing two stones at you, one after the other. So if you are sharp enough, first you will hit the first one, then you will hit the second one. All I am saying is, first example, okay, it was capable of being handled. Second one, little difficult, but you are capable of being handling. They threw two stones at you at the same time. Now there are all chances that you may be able to avoid one, but one may hit you. Yes or no? Now just imagine if five stones are coming at you, like these five forces, which is very rare in the practical market that all five forces affect you at the same time. But if there is a situation where all these five come together and affect you, it is called as complexity and intermingling. Complexity and intermingling of variables. Now, the complexity and intermingling of variables will kill the entire story. It's a very, very tough time that the organization will face, because which one will I handle? Any side I'm turning, stones are being thrown at me. Now, that's a real, real issue, right? Because I mean, irrespective of how much patience you have to tackle each one of those, you should also have the courage, not just patience, courage, money. Sometimes people give up easily, saying that okay, let's divest. I mean, let's not survive in that such tough market. It's called cutthroat competition, right? Rivals are troubling you already. Now suddenly a substitute came up. New entrant is entering. Your supplier is torturing you. Buyers are not listening to you. What the hell is going on? So that is not a marketplace that you would definitely want to be. So the forces, as long as you are handling these forces individually, this is one sort of a story. Okay, this is one sort of a story. But the longer you take, okay, the longer you take to adjust and catch up with these forces, I mean, the greater the damage it's going to do and go. Okay, so you know, which is exactly why you have to understand where you are, in what scenario you are in, and then I think you should take the right call. So that is the learning from Michael Porter's 5 forces model, and these 5 forces may affect you big time. So if you stop the new entrants from entering, if you kind of try and stop the new entrants from entering, for which you should do something called as entry barriers. Now, if there are strong entry barriers into a particular market, then the threat of new entrants will be lesser. Like, for example, if you want to enter into a pharma sector, how will you just like that enter into a pharma sector? Don't you think huge capital requirement is there? So, will we be really able to put that up? So that these are some points here. Capital requirements. Already the existing players have strong branding ability, brand identity, and then product differentiation. That is, the existing players have a product in such a way that you will not be able to copy them. Same is the case with economies of scale. Existing people have already achieved so much economies in scale that even when you enter that market, you won't be able to achieve, or it will at least take 3 or 4 years to achieve that. And in the 3 or 4 years, imagine where will they go. So sometimes it's not great to enter some market with lot of entry barriers. Too many government laws and regulations may be there. Like that, there are a few reasons as to why and how you can stop new entrants from entering the market. They are only called as new entrants, entry barriers. Okay. Then let's just move on to discuss the 3 base generic strategies that we normally have. Very, very easy. These ones, I think you know what these are. First of which is striving to be the lowest cost producer in the market. Striving to be the lowest cost producer in the market, called as cost leadership. Cost leadership. Then the next one is called as differentiation. Cost leadership, differentiation, and focus, which is about targeting a particular niche. That is what the story is. Now let's start with cost leadership. What is cost leadership? Striving to be the lowest cost producer. Striving to be the lowest cost producer in the market is called as cost leadership. Now, it's very important that you cut off all unwanted activities like unwanted marketing, production gaps, minimizing abnormal losses, improving quality. You can do everything just to bring down your cost. See, in the name of bringing down cost, you should not compromise on quality. That is also one more important point. In the name of bringing down the cost, don't compromise on quality. Okay, that's a very important point that one has to understand. We are doing cost leadership, so we will cut down the aspects and we'll cut down the quality of the product. No, that will be bad, because you won't be able to make sure anything from that. Now, use your resources in the most effective and efficient manner. Remember optimum utilization. Do that and try to be the lowest cost producer in the market. How will it be advantageous to the cost leader? Let me show you this with the example here. So cost leader, what will he do? Understanding how the cost leadership works. So there is a cost, profit, then add together, then you'll get the pricing, right? Let's say company A incurs 8 rupees cost, 2 rupees are adding as profit, and they are selling it at 10. There's another company B whose cost is already 9 and they are also adding 2 rupees margin, then they're selling at 11. Now there is another company C who's doing it at 7 and 3 and they're still able to sell at 10. Now what you need to understand here is Company A is attempting to be the cost leader. As of now, it is not. As of now, this fellow is having an equation. So company A, what they did some dramatic transformation to bring down the cost. They have imported some new machinery, and the per unit cost will eventually decline, and they did some remarkable activity whereby the 8 rupee cost is now gone and it has become 6 rupees. Okay, now listen carefully. You can do two things. One, you can now have 4 rupees margin and sell at the same 10 and continue to have existing customers. Continue to have existing customers. Will that increase your profit? No doubt it will increase your profit. Let's say earlier at price 10, you are selling 5,000 units. You are selling 5,000 units. At that point of time, profit would be 5,000 into 2, 10,000, correct? Now, because you are pricing it the same 10 rupees, you will still be able to sell at the same number of 5,000 units. But this time you have 4 rupees margin. So you have doubled your profits just because you did cost leadership. Shall I tell you one more amazing thing that cost leaders can do? They continue to keep the cost at 6. In fact, keep a 3 rupee margin. Don't be greedy. Okay, and keep a 3 rupee margin and bring down the price to 9. Okay, let me do it with a different color so that you have a perfect idea of this. Let's do. So you continue to keep the cost at 6. Okay, and your profit, let's say we give it up at 3. Okay, what is this trouble? Right? Now look at the interesting fact here. The total price becomes 9. Now guess what? All those people who are called as price sensitive, who are called as price sensitive, will now buy your product, and in fact this time you will obviously be able to increase the sale from 5,000 to 7,000 units. And now just imagine when that happens, because all the price sensitive people turn to your way. All the price sensitive people turned your way. Now just imagine 7,000 into 3. This time it will give you 21,000 rupees profit or 20,000, whatever. Now, so you can use both these strategies. So wherein both places cost played the key role. Here you can reduce a margin slightly, and totally price also you can reduce, and all the price sensitive customers you can target. This is one good strategy. Or continue and have the same number of units and obviously make more profits. You can choose to do anything of what you want without hesitation. This totally depends on the company's strategy and their situation at what point of time they want. Okay. So this is exactly what one has to consider from the point of view of the first story that we have called as cost leadership. So I hope that gave clarity to all of you about what you do in cost leadership. Okay, very good. Now moving on to the second story, which is called as differentiation. Right here we have differentiation. Okay, achieving something called as uniqueness. Achieving uniqueness in product attributes. So you are delivering something in that product which others are not able to deliver. Okay, just remember that. Achieving uniqueness in product attributes. That's what we are trying to do when it comes to differentiation. And what you're supposed to do is provide the feature. Provide the feature that customer wants. Provide the feature that customer wants and charge a premium price. And charge a premium price. There is nothing wrong with respect to that. You can definitely charge a premium price because you are catering to the needs of the customer, right? You are not stealing from somebody. Okay, all you are doing is to cater to their needs. You understand what the taste and preference of the customers are, huh? And once you understand the taste and preference of the customer, you are delivering it in such a way. Basically, you are catering what they want. Can we charge a premium pricing for that? Of course, you can charge a premium pricing for that. Will customer be willing to pay? Yes, because you are the only one who is unique in the market who has this and others don't. Got it? So this is the critical part of the story of differentiation. Same way, I mean, you don't have to do that cost leadership story here because the answer is very clear. Whatever cost you incurred in developing that, plus you add a margin, charge a premium, and customer will still be willing to pay for it. Now, looking at the last strategy, which is called as a focus strategy, let us get this filled here and move on. Focus strategy is all about what? Targeting a specific niche. Niche means a group of people. Here in focus, you target a specific group. You target only a specific group of people, okay, wherein that is only called as niche marketing or a niche. And what will you do here is cater to the taste and preferences, cater to taste and preferences of niche members, cater to the taste and preference of niche members. So this is where the story is built in for a focus strategy. Choose who your group is, okay, and when you choose the people who your group is, you will be able to figure out, uh, you know, okay, these are some people, like, now you can go and discuss about the premium cars, Mercedes, BMW, in fact, Bentley, Rolls Royce, whoever, they have a specific group of people. Yeah, for buyers who don't care about pricing or brand to brand, their taste and preferences are more important for them rather than anything else. Yes, I do see some examples in the comment section. Very good. So I hope again you are aware of this concept. So at this point of time, this is where you can call this the conclusion of business level strategies. Of course, some sub questions are there under each of this, which I think you should be able to revise it on your own, which will now lead us to, yeah, one more topic is there here in this particular chapter, which is called as best cost provider. Allow me a minute to explain you that, which is called as best cost provider, and then we will wind up. I'll just do it here itself. It's called best cost provider. And this best cost provider, he will, I mean, this is neither the least cost. I mean, there is no rule that it has to be the least cost. It can still be. It's not neither the low cost or high. It can be anything. Basically, the best cost provider is targeting somebody who's a value conscious buyer. Who is he targeting? A value conscious buyer. Somebody who is ready to pay for the product based on its value. Somebody who is ready to pay for the product based on its value and not anything else. So when you believe that you can target a specific group of people who are exclusively value conscious, and the best thing about here is where you can provide the same, where you can actually provide the same features but at a lower cost. Now, whenever we talk about value, I think I'll tell you what this is very simply. At same price, whatever others are offering, at the same price, what others are offering, you upscale the features. That means increase the features, upscale the features. Or you can do one more thing. Same features, whatever others are giving, you also give the same features at a lesser price. at a lesser price. Understood? So this is where the story stands for what is called as a best cost provider. Okay, so that's what we have in terms of this story here. So I think you are able to understand this now. It'll be very easy. Categorically, this is a very interesting concept also. Yeah, somebody's asking what is the difference between focus and differentiation. They're absolutely different, guys. Focus is about targeting a specific group of people, it's more like a niche marketing. But in differentiation, you are producing a product with uniqueness. Now, when you're producing a product which has uniqueness, who will buy it? Whoever wants that product will buy it. You are not targeting any specific niche or group in that. Okay, so that is exactly how you can do that. Who's an example of best cost provider? It depends, like many. See, again, when I say value conscious, okay, somebody is saying one plus, maybe you found one plus to be a best cost for you, like it's more specific. Ram Kumar, to answer your question, best cost provider is more from a value conscious perspective. Am I getting more features for the price that I pay? It's more to look at it like that. Got it? No, cost leadership and best cost provider are not same. How can they be that? See, somebody is answering Zomi is the best cost provider. Somebody is saying OnePlus. See, this is exactly customer behavior. If you feel that it is worth for the price that you paid, that's what will serve the purpose. Got it? And cost leadership and best cost provider are not same. Okay. Again, there are two different things. Striving to be the lowest cost producer, you are bringing down the cost. Here, what is the best cost provider trying to do? Best cost provider is providing at the same price, but he is trying to give you more features, or give the same features by trying to bring down the price. Now, by lowering the price doesn't mean you are the lowest cost, no. Striving to be the lowest cost producer is called the cost leader. That means you are the leader in cost. If you want to come on the top of the cost leadership leaderboard, you have to produce it at the lowest cost. Now, here they didn't tell you all that. Produce it at the lowest cost or this, that. They very clearly are emphasizing that you give it at a lesser price with the same features. I should find the worth of it, guys. This is more from the point of view of the buyer. If buyer is value conscious, where will he find value? How will we know as a seller? We just try to cater to their need. Okay, I think that point will suffice your doubt. Now let's move on here to the last part of the branch of phase 3, which is called as functional level strategies. Functional level strategies, they start with marketing, finance, and all that. Okay, let me take you through all of it. Functional level strategies. Though I will give you a breakup of all those, we'll discuss each one of them individually. Marketing, finance, production, logistics, management. Finance, marketing, production, logistics, human resources or HR, human resources, and then the last one is R&D. Now this is a very interesting chapter, this one, wherein you have various strategies under each one of those. So let me start with some of the important questions that generally people encounter from each one of this area. So let's start with the first one, marketing. In marketing, we got to have uh, one very important factor called as developing marketing mix. Developing the marketing mix. What about developing marketing mix? And I hope all of you know the 4 P's that are involved in developing the marketing mix. Now, before I write, I would like to see this in the comment section just from you guys to know the perspective, how much you know. Yes, Pranay, very good. The 4 P's. Would you like to also spell out what those 4 are? Product. Okay, very good. Pranay, appreciate that. What are those? Product, price, place, and promotion. We all know this. Product, price, place, and promotion. In product, it means the good or service. Product is nothing but the good or service. Price is the amount of money. Price is the amount of money customer has to pay, not what you are willing to pay. You have to pay amount of money customer has to pay to acquire the product. Then place, that is the good or service where the good or service is made available, where the good or service is made available, that is called as place. And promotion is how you take it to people, and promotion is again further broken down into 4. Do I see somebody typing those 4? Then I will write it down, otherwise you can go ahead and write it down. It's called personal selling. Personal selling, where you go door to door and sell them, personal selling. Then the next one is called as advertisement. Now advertisement is a paid form of promotion, and when you get a form of promotion which is not paid but it's free of cost, that is called publicity. That is called publicity. And then residual category, what is not personal selling, advertising, or publicity, will come under what is called as sales promotion, which is called as sales promotion. This is a traditionally asked question from this particular area. It's one of the most important questions that easily keeps coming. Yes, advertising, sales promotion, personal selling, and of course when you get it for free, it's called publicity. Now what you also need to understand is, apart from these 4 P's which are traditionally being discussed, you also have 3 P's. Okay, it's called as extended marketing mix. What is it called? An extended marketing mix. And as extended marketing mix, you have 3 P's. Anybody willing to type in those 3 P's now? Let's say, what are those 3 P's extra? Anybody willing to give me the extended marketing mix? Oh yeah, very good, very good. Lot of answers. Pranay again spot on. Yes, Tarangini, Sachin, Durga Prasad, very good, very good. The 3 extra P's will be, these are called extended marketing mix. See, without people, you can't do anything. People, and you need to have what is called as a sequence of steps to achieve something in business. A sequence of steps that are meant to achieve something in business is called as a process. But end of the day, there should be a proof that you do something. There is really, okay, place is where the product is made available for sale, but what are you doing, in which environment you are in, that is called as a physical evidence. Because if you only know where you are, in which environment you are, then only you can target the right people and market. Otherwise it becomes a very very difficult story. So this is that important part of marketing. Marketing is nothing but what? A social and managerial process of creating awareness. When people don't really know about a product, you are stepping in and creating awareness about a product, and which is exactly what is called as marketing. And in marketing, we do the 4 P's first, that is developing the marketing mix, and then we also have an extended marketing story of the 3 P's. Now, what also is an important discussion in marketing are the 13 different forms of marketing. Huh? The 13 different forms of marketing. What are those? Social marketing, augmented marketing, they are all one liners. So I would want you guys to read them. They are all one liners and very easy to understand, self explanatory aspects. So I don't think there will be any difficulty in trying to understand those, but don't forget, make sure that you understand them. Now I'm moving on to the next question, which is frequently going to appear in the exam, is from the finance strategy. Now whenever you talk about finance strategy, in the finance strategy we have, of course, first point that we have to cover is sources of funds, that is where do you raise money from. Okay, and then we talk about developing budgets and forecasts, managements of funds. The first part of the finance strategy is the structure. Like you have, what are the two sources of funds? Sources of funds, you know the two sources of funds, right? What are those? I hope all of you are very familiar. You're all financial management students, so I don't have to tell you. Two sources of funds are. Let me see the comment section once and then get you. Okay, Pranay, very good. Absolutely on fire, because I believe you know these chapters well. Two source of funds, debt and equity. Very good. Now, when we talk about debt and equity, equity is something that you raise through IPOs, FPOs, and all that. Debt is either raised through debentures or long term loans. Then the next important thing is preparation of projected financial statements or budgets. They are very important to understand where you are channelizing your money, how you are making the money flow in what direction. Because if any business is messing up, they will mess it up here only. So, which becomes a very important criteria, that is preparing projected financial statements and budgets. And then management or use of funds. I hope you are studying those chapters in FM, working capital management, capital budgeting. So if you're doing a capital expenditure, should I go for buying the asset or leasing the asset? Is the NPV of that project positive? Should I do it or not? I hope you guys know decision making much better than me right now, because it's been long that I solved those problems. You guys must be solving them now, so you know it very well. We do capital budgeting, then we do capital structure, establishing the right combination. Remember Modigliani Miller's theory on weighted average cost of capital. And then we do consider factors like KD, KE, using retained earnings into business, the cost of retained earnings. Okay, and then you take all of them, create WACC, weighted average cost of capital. So management or use of funds, which is nothing but whole of your financial management subject. So these 3 points are to be given due weight in the finance strategy. But what you are supposed to give more and more weight and importance is the fourth point, because that is an exam question which has appeared so many number of times, which is called as evaluating the worth of a business. Evaluating worth of a business. How do you evaluate worth of the business? Though they broadly talk about 3 approaches, 5 methods are there. 5 methods. We'll go with those 5. In our numbering also we'll use 1 to 5. So the first one is the traditional way of calculating net worth. Net worth is equal to shareholders equity. In the first method, net worth is equal to shareholders equity, which means what? Equity capital plus preference capital plus retained earnings or reserves and surplus minus any debit balances in the P&L account. I hope you know this. It's a very bookish equation. The second one is where we use a multiple. In the second method, we say net worth of a company. We go by a rule of thumb here, which says net worth is equal to current year profit. Whatever current year profit you made, multiplied by 5. Okay, now this is a very absurd method. So if in 1 year you made a high profit and then you multiply by 5 and calling that as the worth of your business, this is more based on the futuristic benefits. Now they told you in your book it is 5, but startups, they value themselves at much bigger multiple. Okay, wherein I have seen some startups value themselves at not 5, 8, 12. There was one weird calculation that I saw a few years back where they valued it at 32 multiple. Okay, and this is not the PE multiple that I'm talking about. This is not the PE multiple. This is just simply profit. So they believe the worth of their business is 32 times the profit that they earn. How absurd it is. That day it sounds like a dream. Maybe in future they might have achieved it. I don't know. I didn't track. But yeah. But if you believe that this current year profit could be a very skeptical number, current year profit, when you think it's a skeptical number, you can also go do one more thing. Instead of current year profit, you can use average net profit of 5 years. Average net profit of the last 5 years. Now average net profit of the last 5 years means add all the 5-year profits divided by 5 multiplied by 5, which means the sum of last 5 years profit will turn out to be the net worth. That is what that method is. Anyway, practically those are not really used because they don't sound so logical. The third one is called price of a similar company. What is it called? Price of a similar company. This is the most absurd of anything. At least the second one, there is some logical way or explanation. But the third point, absolutely not. Price of a similar company. How will you first of all define what is a similar company? And then if they are valued at 2 crores, you are also valued at 2 crores. Very, very unrealistic and very stupid. But the next two methods are amazing. The fourth method that you use to value net worth is called the PE ratio method. Okay, under the PE ratio method, first you need to know what is PE ratio. You know what is a PE ratio, right? Market price of the share divided by earnings per share. So the MPS divided by EPS will give you the PE ratio. Now the market price of the share is nothing but the value of the shares as listed in the stock exchanges NSE and BSE. So listed value will be there. So that means the public is ready to pay so much to buy that share. So if that is the market price, but the company has an earning potential of so much. So it's, let's keep it very simple. A share is quoted at 100 rupees on the stock exchange. That is the demand supply for that share right now is giving you 100 rupees as its market price. And if you go to the fundamentals of that company and see their balance sheet and P&L, it shows an EPS of 10. For a share which is capable of earning 10 rupees, you are right now paying 100 rupees in the market, which makes the PE multiple as 10. Now, it's very common for entities to be valued at multiple times, because if their earnings are 10 and if the share is at 100, it means the company is looking at a 10 time multiple. Now 10, 15, 20, 25, these are different type of multiples that you see. And of course, if you are little interested in stock markets, you know how the PE multiple becomes a very important aspect in fundamental analysis of a stock. Now, there are some stocks that quote at 70, 80, 100, 150 times. That means, I don't know, either the public is very crazy about it or there is some operator activity going on behind that. So if there is a high PE multiple which is, taking the stock out of it. Now I hope all of you are students who know what is happening with the Adani group right now. I think that if you are keeping a track of what's going on in the outside world, you'll also know that there are high valuations, unreasonable valuations for companies who don't even have an EPS. If a company has an EPS multiplied by something, I can understand. Negative EPS, the company is not even making anything, and that company share prices are 800 rupees, 1000 rupees, and that's completely unrealistic. Okay, but practically speaking, this is the most realistic method. So first you calculate PE ratio using MPS by EPS, and then you determine what is the net worth. In this case, the net worth is equal to average profit of last 5 years, average profit of the last 5 years multiplied by the PE ratio, multiplied by the PE ratio. And then comes the last method called as outstanding shares method. This is again very realistic. Outstanding shares method, wherein you use net worth is equal to number of shares outstanding, number of shares outstanding multiplied by market price of the share, market price of the share plus premium. Now what do you mean by this premium? If you are offering the same market price, if you are offering the same market price that people are able to get it in the market, why will somebody give you that share? So the only reason why you have, how you will be able to lure people is only when you are able to give them something extra, and that something extra is only called as premium. So if in the secondary market the stock is available at 100 rupees, you have, so let's say the market price is 100, market price is 100, you are telling I will buy your company and give you at 110. So 100 is already there in the market. This extra 10 that you are paying is called as the premium. So when somebody is ready to offer me that premium, I can value my company at that. No. So let's say if 1 lakh shares are there, okay, 1 lakh shares multiplied by 110 will now be the net worth of this company. So those are the two very elaborate strategies, finance strategy and marketing strategy. I hope all of you have caught up with this, and those of you who are willing to take a screenshot may also do so for the last two, that is finance strategy, and right here we have the marketing strategy. So marketing, finance. The production has only two small points. I guess you guys can do it on your own, which is called as production system and operational control, wherein if is there anything that you can do with your production system, if so what you can do and all that. Then comes another important aspect or area called as logistic management. This is where it gives birth to a new concept called as supply chain management. Okay, so let me now take you to the concept of supply chain management. Before we discuss what is supply chain management, I want to just discuss what is supply chain. Okay, simply the word supply chain, and that is a linkage between, that is a linkage between three aspects. Who are those? Supplier, manufacturer and customer. So three here: supplier, manufacturer and customer. If there is a chain that can bind all these people, that is what will be called as a supply chain. Now planning, organizing and implementing, planning, organizing and implementing the supply chain activities is called as supply chain management. Now two questions are important that I would like to raise in this topic, not one but two questions. First one, okay, I want to see the answers in the comment section, those of you who are there. Logistics, okay, is logistics and supply chain the same? And if your answer is yes, why? If you're saying no, then also tell me why. Logistics versus supply chain management, are these two same? Okay, now supply chain management, let me tell you, ensures that right product is delivered to the right person at the right time with right quality and right price. So this is the theme of supply chain management. A right product should be delivered to the right person at the right time with the right quality and price. Now, one thing that you need to understand here is, when you talk about logistics, okay, somebody is saying that it's an extension of logistics, good. If you're saying logistics is part of supply chain management, very good. Somebody else is saying supply chain is broader than logistics, which is correct. Very good, very good. Logistics is just a part of supply chain management. Okay, that is something that I can see as the answer from majority of you. Logistics is a part of SCM is an extension logistics. Okay, however you put it up, supply chain management is a much broader concept than this particular logistics, because logistics simply deals with, logistics talks about mere storage. Logistics talks only about storage and movement of goods. Logistics talks only about storage and movement of goods, while supply chain management has a broader agenda of delivering the right product to the right person involved in the business. Right product to the right person at right time, right quality, and right price. Then, how do we establish the supply chain management? Anybody willing to contribute? Steps involved in supply chain management, or else I can do that. What are the steps involved in supply chain management? There is a flow. Now, there are many answers where I didn't emphasize that you have to follow the order, but here you can obviously follow the order to remember it way more easily. First step will be developing the product, because only when you develop a product then you can produce. So, this is called product development. Product development. Step number 2 is procurement. Product development, procurement. Then comes the most important step called as manufacturing. Step number 4 in supply chain management is distribution. That is getting the product to the right place. That's very important, right? Then, if you are capable of doing all of this, in fact, if you are happy doing all of this, do it on your own. Otherwise, you can think of outsourcing. You can think of outsourcing. And do not forget the customer after you deliver the product. Okay, customer service, very very important. Okay, so develop a product, and while developing the product you will involve all these people, the supplier, customer. You have to know what your customer wants. You have to figure out whether the supplier can give you the right raw material, what time does it take, how long will it take, all that, and then procure the goods, which is called as inbound logistics. Manufacturing, distribution, outsourcing, and then take care of the customers by doing customer service. Now, you should always have some scope for improvement, which is why you will do something called as performance measurement, to just see whether you are in the right track or not. If you are able to achieve whatever you are able to achieve, very good. But if you think that it takes a little more for you to achieve, then you have to do that also. Okay, product development, procurement, manufacturing, distribution, outsourcing, customer service, and performance management. Okay, oh fantastic. Ghazala, Pranay, Aishwarya, Shadvi, whoever took time to type in all those, very good, very good, I appreciate that. And I mean, that's a great thing that you guys are being a sport. Almost at least 10 to 15 of you are constantly typing the answers and very deeply involved. I mean, doesn't mean I'm not appreciating the others. I do understand sometimes it's difficult to manage both. But very good. All of you have stayed through the session, and you've been till here. I hope this session has been of a great help. We are 2 hours into it now, and we have almost wrapped up many concepts. I would like to wind up the session on a high note, wherein we discuss about a couple of points in R&D, and I'll leave HR strategy for you to read because there is hardly anything. There's only one question there. The role of a HR manager is to guide the people, facilitate the change, bring in motivation. I think you can read that. But one thing that I want to always discuss about R&D is the strategical framework of R&D. And to discuss the strategical framework of R&D, we have to take two factors into consideration. We have to take two factors into consideration. And what are the two factors into consideration? Anybody willing to contribute that? Whenever we talk about R&D, the two factors that come in, and we would always want to take those two factors into consideration. Do I see the answers for that? Okay, one is called as, let me just see at least one answer and then I will tell. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, very good. I can see one factor. We have two things. One is the market growth. Okay. So whenever you want a strategical framework for R&D, we catch up with what is called as market growth. And then there is called pace of technological change. Pace of technological change. Market growth, pace of technological change. And then comes the question, should you do R&D or not? And if so, where? I want all of you to take use of this. If you guys already have this table, amazing. Otherwise, you can make a note of it. So let's say market growth is moderate. Market growth is moderate. That means you have a fairly decent growth in the market, and the technological change is slow. And when technological changes are slow, will you go for doing the R&D? Of course, technology is not changing very quickly. You have ample time to do R&D. You'll say yes. Now, you always have to understand pace of technological change will determine whether you will do R&D or not, and market growth will determine where you will do that R&D. Market growth will determine where you will do that R&D. So if the market growth is moderate, that means tomorrow morning you don't have to go and deliver that in the market. You have ample amount of time to do that. So you can take up this activity by yourself and call it as in-house. On the other side of the story, we do have another equation coming up where the market growth rate is slow. Market growth rate is slow, but the pace of technological change is fast. Now, the answers are very clear. Where the pace of technological change is fast, which means by the time you finish doing the R&D and come out of that, you will end up developing an obsolete product. Then why do the R&D and waste your money? You will not do the R&D. The answer is a no. And when your answer is a no for R&D, the question does not arise as to where will you do or what will you do. Then the third one is a great equation where market growth rate is fast, whereas the technological change is slow. So when the pace of technological change is slow, can you do the R&D? No doubt you can do the R&D. That's a big yes. But the big question right now is market is changing very fast. You don't have all the time in the world to do the R&D and then figure out the results and then start producing in mass scale. So it's better that you outsource. What do? Better to outsource so that you can focus on doing your work, and outsourced entity will take care of the R&D so that you can cater to the fast growing markets. And then comes a story where both are fast, where the market's also growing fast, pace of technological change is also high. Then of course you know the answer. We will definitely not do R&D, because when technological change is fast, why will you do the R&D? But it's a fast growing market, nobody wants to lose this chance. So what you will do is acquire a firm. You'll acquire a firm which has R&D expertise, which has R&D expertise. So since you already have R&D expertise, just acquire that firm. You already have budgeted. Money is there to do R&D, but only time is not there to do R&D, and it will be too stupid to do the R&D also. So this is the R&D strategical chart, where if pace of technological change is slow, only then you will do R&D, otherwise you will not. And when you have ample time, you can do it in house, otherwise outsource. And what are the three ways or three strategies to do R&D? One, be the first one to do the R&D, that is you try out. Be the first firm to do the R&D, that means you are the pioneer, you're setting way for others, and this can go either way and you might even lose things. Two, you can be an innovative imitator. Be an innovative imitator. That means somebody will create and they'll show that there is a successful product in line. So you can obviously be a innovative imitator. or the third strategy is mass production, wherein your strategy will be to do it in mass production, where your per unit cost will ultimately decline. So those are the three methods that you can follow while doing the R&D. Okay, so quickly taking you back to the story here on the functional level strategies: finance, marketing, production we discussed, logistics we discussed, R&D we discussed. Now I don't have much to discuss here because there is only one question there. HR, the process, 4-step process. Remember what is the HR process? Recruitment and selection, training, then career appraisal and termination. If they're not working well, you will throw them out. Just read that process. It's very self-explanatory. There's nothing that I can do. But one thing that you need to understand here is the role of a HR manager. That is again a textbook question. He has 7 roles to play: that building core competencies, facilitation of change, having a diverse workforce, empowering the human resources to perform better, and building a culture wherein ethics are also promoted. 6-7 point answer, I guess you can comfortably go through. So I guess this was again a fruitful session for all of you, because we thought to do 3 chapters of corporate level strategies, business level and functional level strategies. Yeah, very good. I can still see some people giving answers. Yes. Recruitment and selection, training, appraisal, compensation. Very good, very good. Okay, just those 4 steps, and you can also go through those 7 points that are the role of a HR manager, which is again, that's a textbook question. There is nothing like a concept for me to explain in that. So that's the point. Now in our next session, that will be the last session on strategic management, wherein we have 2 more aspects pending: phase 4 and phase 5. Meanwhile, I do have some concepts that I've put on hold. Like the last session and this session, we did have three chapters, right? So that is exactly what is the story. Next session we have only 2 chapters, which are strategic implementation and control, phase 4 and phase 5, which is why in the next session I will also additionally cover value chain analysis, the ADL matrix. And for the new syllabus, we do have core competencies and competitive advantage. So those miscellaneous topics, after I finish phase 4 and phase 5, which will not take long, phase 4 and phase 5, we'll discuss them briefly, phase 4 and phase 5, and then we will discuss the concepts of value chain analysis, core competencies and competitive advantage, and also a quick insight on ADL matrix. Okay, don't worry, I know what I left out. So the reason for scheduling it is like that only. We'll cover the last 2 chapters first, so the full length of syllabus revision is done, and then these miscellaneous concepts which we didn't fit in elsewhere, we will fit them in our next session. Okay, thanks for your participation, and I'll catch up with the new syllabus guys tomorrow, wherein we are going to do chapter 2 of the EIS. And I hope these 2 hours were again productive for you to revise a lot. Please make sure that after our sessions also you get back to your story and revise. And some of them are still not aware that revision sessions like this are going on. So if you are part of any groups or any list of friends that you have, please do push it them across to them on what we already did and what we are going to do, so that it's, you should not take the benefit on your own. You should just try, and all it takes is passing on one message, right? Just if you can do it, and then I will see you in the next session, wherein we'll catch up with enterprise information system and all syllabus people. I will catch you up with the next session, wherein we will discuss audit and SM. Okay, thank you, bye bye, and good night. Very good evening, guys. Sorry about the delay. Some problem with the camera as such, so I guess it's all fine now. Let's move to the last leg of strategic management. We have 2 more phases to quickly catch up. One which talks about implementation, and the other which talks about control. So let us discuss all that, and meanwhile we'll give a minute for people to join in based on the notification. Then we will proceed. Yes, guys. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening to all of you. So I hope you guys are clear with almost the first 6 chapters of strategic management. There are hardly any topics that we left out. So today's topics are going to be interesting because we got to cover a few things. So let me list down our agenda here. First up, we are going to cover the concept of value chain analysis. Value chain analysis, because we didn't discuss this. And then I will also discuss about the ADL matrix, because these two are pending from the previous sessions. And then we also talk about core competencies and competitive advantage. Now this is something that I will discuss little later, because this might not be really relevant to students in the old syllabus. And apart from this, we will also quickly revise orally phase 1, 2 and 3 about crafting a strategy. Then we will get deeper into discussion on phase 4, which is about implementation and its coverage, and along with that phase 5, which is a concept of strategic control. And then if time permits me to do that, I will also do the strategic audit. Now that's a small piece. Strategic audit, I think time should be well within our control to it. Otherwise also, since this being the last session on strategic management, we will take that extra cue to do it. So for the till I tell you in this session, everything is relevant to old and new syllabus. So what is exclusively done only for new syllabus, I will give a separate cue when I'm hitting it, so that all those people who are from the old syllabus can bid goodbye, and then we can continue for a little while on those two concepts of core competence, competitive advantage and strategic audit, because those are not covered in the new syllabus. Okay, so first let's again go ahead further with the concept of value chain analysis. Yeah, I think again we are up 3 minutes into the live session, so I guess those of them who wanted to join seeing the notification should have done that. If not, it's up to their choice. Let's move on. Okay, so we go with value chain analysis, which is also called as Michael Porter's value chain analysis. Now, having spoken about value chain analysis, we will just first discuss what the concept is. Why are we discussing this and what is its relevance? We will talk about it later. Now, in Michael Porter's value chain analysis, you have two parts to catch up. One is called as primary activities. The other one is called as support activities. Primary activities and support activities. So, let's list down what are the primary activities in the first place, and then we'll also talk about support activities. So we have 5 primary activities, and let's see how we span up with these. First of which is called bringing the raw material in for production. You're not doing production as yet, you're bringing the raw material in for production, and it is called as inbound logistics. Of course, after bringing the goods in, this is about procurement. So you have a solid inbound logistics team to move the goods in for you, and when you are able to do that confidently, then you have a great control on your production patterns. Now when we have a great control on our production patterns, we can do deliveries also on time. So if you want to have and ensure an entire supply chain management flow, I guess towards the end of the last session in strategic management, we discussed the point which spoke about the elements involved in supply chain management. So if you guys can recollect, that starts with product development and then procurement. So if somebody doesn't have a great procurement, there itself things are going drastically wrong for them. So inbound logistics, which is supposed to be followed by manufacturing, that is called as operations. Then we have what is called as outbound logistics. Now it's not a great thing to have a fantastic manufacturing setup alone. You have to deliver the right products to the right person at the right time, at the right place and right price. which is what outbound logistics helps you in. And I think I discussed this about distribution and outsourcing in the very same concept of supply chain management. And then comes marketing, which is a technique of making aware. So all of you who have attended the previous session know it, that marketing and sales, we've discussed both this, followed up by an after sale service, which is a very important thing that even Peter Drucker mentioned. Says the scope of business is to not just create customers but also to retain them. So when you talk about retaining customers, you have to ensure that you give them good service, and when you are able to ensure and give them good service, you will, I am not giving any guarantee that you will retain them, but there is definitely a possibility that you will retain those customers. Okay, so that is the story of what is called as primary activities. What is called as primary activities. And a quick note to those of you who have joined newly today. I don't know, there are about 80 to 90 people watching this right now. And if some of you have joined for the first time today, and if you are not clear about what is happening, we are revising the last leg of strategic management. And just in case if you missed the first two legs, in this description of this particular video, you have the links to our first two revision sessions. And for all of you who have been regularly attending also, I have given those two links here. And now after today's live session is over, all three will be added to the playlist for your revision. So if you can allocate time and do one more round of revision for all these three videos, which cumulatively will come down to like 6 hours, if you do it in full, will along with the video, then if you want to do only relevant parts, you can even plan accordingly. But all I'm saying is, the more you concentrate, the more you revise, the easier it will be in the exam. Now in the last leg, don't think about some miracle to happen for exams to get cancelled. Admit cards are released. So a word of caution, don't keep any negativity in your head. Start very solid, and I hope I don't really have to tell you guys, because at least 70 to 80 students of these live sessions are regularly attending it, which just goes to say that you are also focused. So we did 5 full length revision sessions of audit. This is the end of strategic management. You're already 2 chapters through with EIS. So all I'm saying is, when there is somebody who is there along with you to do the revisions and you are doing it, make sure all of this counts. Okay, I mean, I am living up to what I said, so you should live up to what you want. Now I am not doing this for one of you or two of you. I'm doing it as a general cause in this part of time. So I mean, I didn't also expect that the viewership will be so high and everybody will be interested in revision. Post the revision is updated, a lot of people are able to take the benefit of it, those who are not able to attend live. So anyways, I think the ultimate idea is to make sure that you do well in the exam. So don't let go of this after so much of effort, which is what I'm trying to make a point. So please hold on to that. Let's wrap up strategic management tonight and go with a very solid mindset of doing things much better. Now, like everybody needs activities to support these 5. So we simply, if you do primary activities alone, it is not enough. These primary activities are backed by some support activities. Okay, what are those support activities that are backed them? One is procurement, because if you have solid inbound logistics, then you need to have a proper procurement team also. Then where will you do your operations? So for which you need what is called as infrastructure. Okay, infrastructure. So if your operations, that is manufacturing, has to come out well, your infrastructure has to be very good. Followed by technology, which is another superpower for the entities. The more you are updated the technology and things go well for you, it will be amazing. So procurement, infrastructure, technology, and of course our champions. Who are those? Human resources. None of these stories are complete without them. So if you're thinking you can write any story without the use of human resource or without human resources being part of it, I mean, you're making a joke out of yourself. So this is what Michael Porter said is the value chain analysis. Sir, can you explain what is the significance of this whole story? The significance lies in primary and support activities. Now, if you look at it, let me break this down for you in a simple way. Here it is raw material. Does it have a value? Of course, raw material has a value. Then this gets manufactured into some finished good. It has some value which is much better than raw material. And when it reaches the market that is ready for sale, because it's packed and all that ready for sale, its value increases. And with marketing, people develop a craze for that product, value furthermore increases. When you ultimately sell and keep doing the service to retain the customer, and then customer will not hesitate to pay you more to acquire the same product. All that Michael Porter tried to say is at every point of value chain analysis, there is some kind of a value addition done, and to support that value addition we need these support activities. That's the story. But sir, out of nowhere, why did you talk about this topic called the value chain analysis? Out of nowhere I didn't talk. If we are talking about a concept called as core competencies, okay, I guess we can finish this here, though much of discussion on core competencies is not there for old syllabus students. You still have what is a core competence. What do you mean by a core competence? It is a unique ability. It is a unique ability that sets you apart from other competitors in the market. Okay, so you have to make sure that you have to have a unique ability which others can't copy, which is not easily substitutable. It should be rare, and then you will have something which the others in the market don't. Then customers can look up to you for that. So that is what is the fundamental concept of core competencies. Okay, so I hope you understand the fact that this uniqueness cannot be brought just in one day or 1 week. So you have to keep adding value, and as a process when you try and do this, okay, this will come up. And core competencies is not one ability, it is a set of skills. What is it? Set of skills which are unique to an organization. And to keep this going, keep what going? The uniqueness going. Organizations have to look beyond their own chain of activities. Simply if you go by the textbook and say we'll pick up 4 or 5 aspects, it's definitely not going to work. Okay, there is something that is much beyond all this that you are supposed to do, and only then you will be able to gain that value to the or value addition basically. Okay, so 5 primary activities, 4 support activities, and all of this concept leading to one aspect called as a core competency. Now at this point of time I would obviously want to explain you as to why core competencies have been brought in, or so what is so important about the core competencies. If you see that if you generate a core competency, at least till the time somebody else in the market copies your skill or does something with it, you can safely make some profits out of that situation. It's not for long time, only till somebody doesn't copy. Sir, how can I make sure that somebody doesn't copy? Now that's sets out to be an interesting question, and we will have to find out how somebody should not copy, for which to protect these core competencies, you should make sure that these core competencies have 4 qualities. Okay, how to gain core competencies? So if you are very specific about that, you have to answer 4 points. What are those 4 points? And such core competencies should be valuable to the organization. What is it? Let me write this down. Yeah, 1, they should be valuable to the organization. 2, they should be rare. So if those are very common and everybody has, then that's not a great competency. 3, so valuable, rare, costly to imitate. So even if somebody wants to imitate, it should be costly to imitate. And the 4th one, Sir, anyway, which imitating that is not possible. Can we substitute it off? Then that is also a possibility. So they should also be not substitutable. Not substitutable. So only when you take these 4 points into consideration, that is what is a core competency, which is a set of or a combination of skills and techniques that give you an unique ability that others don't share, which sets you apart. How to gain core competencies, or make sure that how do you have that core competencies? It should be valuable, rare, costly to imitate, and not substitutable. And one more thing that has been spoken about core competencies is areas where core competencies can be generated. So if somebody asks you where are those areas where you can generate core competencies, one, competitor differentiation. That is, how different are you from your competitors, in which areas you can generate the core competencies. Okay. Competitors differentiation. 2, customer value. That is, you are giving some value to the customer which others are not able to give, something unique that you are able to give and others are not. And this also depends on application of these techniques. Okay, not just having those set of skills, their application also will make you unique. So this is the story behind what exactly constitutes to a core competency story. Now you can see there are two parts right now on the screen. One part of the screen says value chain analysis. Okay, anyway, the other part of the other part of core competencies side say that core competency is something that is a set of skills and everybody should have all these points we are talking about. Good, but what is the connection between these two topics that you see on screen? So if our discussion in the last 15 minutes has to be fruitful, some conclusion has to be drawn from here. What is that conclusion that you will draw from this topic? So you take value chain analysis into consideration and see if value chain analysis will enable you to generate a core competency. No doubt value chain analysis is a great contributor. Sir, what are you talking? Value chain analysis is a concept out of the book. Value chain analysis is a concept that is straight out of the book. It is available to everybody in the world. Then what is so special about following value chain analysis? I will follow value chain analysis. Somebody else also will follow the same concept. No, sir. So they will be also getting the same results that I get. No. That is where the story gets one step ahead. Very good. Jay Kumar, very good. I think you got the right chord. So it is not just about blindly following what is called as a value chain analysis. Very good, Jyoti. Good point. So where does it take the story next to? Takes to managing linkages. So following value chain analysis is not a core competency. So if you go ahead and tell somebody we are following value chain analysis, so it will be like that. It will be very simple. So it will just be another question. Following value chain. Okay, so I am also following. Then you are able to achieve something unique. Why am I not able to achieve? So it's not in the value chain analysis. It is in managing linkages. So this part of the story called managing linkages will enable entities to develop core competency. Okay. People can copy your style. People can copy your supplier. Like if I tell my supplier is so and so, I get the raw material from them. So this fellow is telling, we will also get raw material from the same guy. Let's see how it works. So when we get that from the same guy, we'll also be able. Just because I went and bought the ingredients in the same store where a 5-star hotel chef bought, will I be able to make the dish like him? Same ingredients from wherever he bought. Will I get the taste? See, the skill is important. Okay. So another example that I can give you is in field of construction. So somebody bought bricks and cement from some place and they did the construction. I also bought the bricks and cement from somewhere. But cement mixing is the key, So you get the cement, you get the sand, and the mixing ratios are important. If you go and buy the cement in same shop as they buy, maybe your ingredients are same answers. That is where this whole story lies. So Michael Porter's value chain is important in analyzing the linkages between three things. What are the three things? Very simple. Linkage between one primary activity to another primary activity. Linkage between one primary activity to another primary activity. Linkage between one support activity to another support activity, and linkage between one primary activity or rather few primary activities to support activities. If entities are able to manage this better, this will help them develop what is called as a core competency. Once again, I am reminding all of you, people can copy the steps, people can copy your raw material supplier, people can copy inbound logistics. Okay, people can copy inbound logistics, people can copy your marketing skill. You are doing a marketing style, they also copied that marketing style. You are selling to a group of people, they also copied that. They can in fact copy everything which is possible, but copying here or imitation here will not work because they can't copy linkages. Okay, oh, you hired all your staff from that school, I'll also hire from that school, that business school or whatever. So you are connected to that HR agency, I will also connect to that HR agency. So irrespective of whatever competitors do, okay, unless they have their own linkages between primary to primary, primary to support, and support to support, this story will not end successfully. Okay, that is the basic idea of the entire concept of value chain analysis and core competencies. Okay, I appreciate all of you who have been answering in the comment section. Very good. That's highly proactive, and in fact, you guys are spot on. You guys are giving the correct answers as well. Very good. So, yes, linkages is the important story. Okay, so I think I addressed your problem a little bit. That day, some people were bleeding their heart out. Sir, you didn't cover value chain. So, I hope those people who are looking at value chain, core competencies, and the linkages, are you guys happy right now? Huh? Taken care. So because they, like they were worried that day. No, sir, you didn't cover this topic and all. I think now you should be the one to be very happy because that is covered. One more concept like this that many people have a problem with, which you should not have anymore, is the ADL matrix. So before I move on, if you guys are happy with this first part, you guys can throw up a confirmation saying everybody's clear on value chain analysis. If there are any doubts with respect to that, you might want to even ask them, and then we will move off to the concept called as ADL matrix. Okay, that's a positive yes to start off with. Very good. Guys, don't feel hesitant about any doubts. Anything else in strategic management also you might want to, ask, because this is our last revision on strategic management. Okay, clear, Amma? Very good. Good, good, good. Nice. I do see a lot of people joining. Okay, those of you who joined just now, I think the number has gone up substantially in the last 5 or 7 minutes. It's the value chain concept that I discussed. So if you guys missed it, it's okay. You guys can get back and watch it later. But from now, we will move on to the next topic, which I'm going to discuss is the ADL matrix. Some of them had a problem with ADL matrix and they said if you don't cover ADL matrix, we won't write the next attempt. Okay, chalo, anyways, jokes apart. If I don't cover or I don't do revision, will you not write your exam? Fair enough. The Arthur D. Little's matrix is one of the most, constructed matrix in such a way that it covers almost every possible alternative. BCG was a 2 by 2. Ansoff was again a 2 by 2. And G model stepped down to become a 3 by 3. Maximum 9 boxes. So they tried to fit the whole life in 4 boxes. GE model stretched up to 9 boxes. I'm not saying right or wrong, but they did so. But when it comes to ADL matrix, he said, let me do this out and out. Let me cover every possible thing that I can. So what did ADL do? That is, ADL here is a person, Arthur D. Little, and his matrix, he said, let me take two things here. One is the competitive position of business. What is it? The competitive position of business. Every business will not be on top of the charts, no? So there will be a ranking. Some companies are on the extremely top, some companies are extremely weak. So I will go by which company you are. So what he said was, let's categorize based on the competitive positions, and he gave 5 competitive positions. He said some companies are dominant companies. That means they have excellent financial resources. I mean, actually all 5 M's. They have excellent 5 M's, and in fact they're leading the market. Then the next sort of company, even if they're not leading the company, but they do have something which is keeping them to be a strong company. In fact, these are guys who can really give a tough competition to the dominant companies, and they are on their way to becoming dominant as well. That is also there. Then comes those companies which are not very strong, not dominant, but at the same time they are not weak also. They are doing good for themselves and they are earning profits, and that's why they are called as favorable companies. Dominant companies, strong company, favorable company, and then there are companies which are managing their life. They are not bad, okay? At the same time, they are not flourishing also. They are somewhat managing. They are called tenable companies. Maybe achieving break even, close to break even somewhere. Okay, sir, we can survive kind of companies. And then you have finally weak companies which are lacking financial resources. Basically, they lack everything. Okay, something good is not happening with them. That's what their story is. Now, okay, sir, classification about these companies is fantastic. What should we do with this classification? So, Arthur D. Little's purpose of this matrix is to tell you which strategy to be followed during the different stages of life cycle. Now, I would like to take back your attention to the concept that we discussed called as PLC, the product life cycle, wherein you have stages of life cycle. Every business goes through a life cycle, and you have 4 stages, namely introduction. So he didn't call introduction as introduction, he called it as embryonic. I hope you know what an embryo is, which is inside the egg in the formation stage. So basically it's an introduction stage, embryonic. Then he called growth as growth only, didn't change that. Okay, and then also called maturity as maturity only, didn't change the title also. And the word decline is replaced by the word aging. Same terminology, same meaning, just that same meaning, but the terminology has a slight difference. Now this matrix is going to cover how these 5 companies will behave in their life cycles. Sir, I'm always confused with this matrix because it's too complicated for me to understand. 4 by 5, so basically it's 20 box matrix. You try to understand all at once, naturally you will be confused. Even I will be confused if I start telling you things in a weird manner. So after you know what is the fundamental of this matrix, I hope all of you are clear with this framework. Now take one company at a time. Take one company at a time, because every company, you can't club 5 companies and say one stage. Don't do that. Go horizontally. Take dominant company. Okay, take a dominant company and just see how it behaves in the 4 stages of its life cycle. Just take only a dominant company. Okay. In the introduction stage, what will a dominant company do? In a growth stage, what a dominant company will do? In the maturity stage, what it will do? And aging stage, what it will do? To give you some appropriate answers, I can tell you one technique again. Check about the resources. Think about your future. That's all. Only 2 things are key in this matrix. Check your resources. Think about future. Story is over. Dominant company in its embryonic stage will act offensively. That means, first of all, it need not worry about the market because it's already dominant. Act offensively means being aggressive in marketing, in promotion, in entering the market. They can do all this with a bang. Okay, act offensively. In growth stage, though, you don't even have to talk to them. They will continue to act offensively. In maturity stage, also they'll continue to act offensively. Or in fact, they'll tackle these other buyers. And products reach the maturity stage, still the company is not giving down. You know why? Because it's a dominant company. Can you expect a favorable company to reach maturity stage and still dominate in the market? No. So all these points that you are learning are unique. Now when the product is aging, our answer without doubt is divestment. Without doubt is divestment. But dominant company, you don't have to say divest. It's already in a dominant position for some reason. If this product what you're talking about is in aging stage, we don't know whether the company wants that product in their portfolio or it doesn't want. So it's up to the dominant company for it to decide. But sir, in aging stage, either the product will generate revenue enough to maintain itself, or maybe it will start eating up profits from the other businesses. So that is the total lookout of the entity. If they want to continue keeping that, let them keep. That's up to them. So which is why in the aging stage they will consider withdrawal. Hello, considering withdrawal is quite different from withdrawing. Okay. Now what I want you guys to do on your own is also pick up something like this and don't take any sort of tension. Take one company at a time, see what it does in all four stages. Life will be very, very cool. Okay, a weak company, they'll tell you what to do here. Grow with industry. You don't try to do anything dramatic because you don't have that much option to do anything. Okay, so grow with the industry. If I throw you in a stream of water, like flowing water, you know swimming, but you don't have the energy. What will you do? And you also know the technique how to not get drowned. No? If you know swimming, you don't get drowned. That's the idea. But at the same time, can you swim against the stream now and go across? No, you are not in that position. This is a prerequisite I'm saying. You are weak. Weak companies don't have money. Weak companies can't do aggressive campaign and all that. Huh? We remember Ansoff Matrix where he said in penetration it requires a greater spending. Hey, if only everybody can spend on advertising and launch their product like everybody else does. It's not a problem, no. My problem is I have an excellent product on hand, but something is weak. Either my marketing or in fact I don't even have the productive resources. Like some companies struggle with their supply chain. They don't get the raw material at the right time. Many companies face problems in many ways. So everything will be fit in these 20 boxes because you have to be one of these 5 companies. You can't be the 6th, which is why this matrix assumes that importance. Okay, so weak companies are expected to grow with the industry, and in growth stage, weak companies, if they can survive, they continue to grow or consider withdrawal. Sir, what nonsense are you talking? A weak company in growth stage should grow. No, sir. What you are talking? Consider withdrawal. To tackle that growth, you need resources also. You should understand that. Right? It's not like you do something and you get away. To tackle that, you need to understand what the resources are also. Okay? So, keeping all that in mind, then you should decide whether I will continue further or not. Now, the logic is even more simpler. If weak company is withdrawing sometimes in growth stage itself, the answer will be withdraw in both these stages. Correct? Okay, anyway, we have better things to do for today's session, so I don't want to put all my time into this matrix and keep on each box. Now you got the fundamental logic, no? How to do this matrix. Take one company, 4 things at a time. Just try to remember only what they do in the 4 stages. And don't try to by heart all the options. Okay, one key option will be there, like other activities are also there, but act offensively is a key factor. Like that, for each box, 1 or 2 key factors will be there. You catch hold of them, job is done. Don't put more pressure on your head, because 6 to 7 out of 10 times that won't be asked in the exam only. So in that one odd attempt where they are asking anything about ADL, I'd suggest if you have a choice, you probably can leave it. If they ask you to draw the whole matrix and you believe that you will go wrong. But I don't think they will do such things today. Maybe these kind of things are nowadays given in, an MCQ situation or more like a situation based. So read it with that mind. And in fact, they didn't explain you what should you do in these 20 boxes. All that is not there in your syllabus. What is ADL matrix? They gave you an insight. That's all. So which is why they don't generally go deep and ask questions as to what a company should do in each of these cases, because you also know some of our terminology that we discussed: cost leadership, differentiation, focus, then we have this turnaround. Okay, then we have words like divest, sorry, divestment. Okay, then we also have the entire strategy called retrenchment. So you will fit in all those words somewhere here. Favorable companies tend to do cost leadership and differentiation. Tenable companies, if they can succeed, then it will be fine. But now I'll tell you the blockbuster part of this entire matrix. Why is this matrix something that is remarkable? Weak companies, if you think they will withdraw here itself, how will they even reach this stage? They won't. So will there be dashes here? No, they gave withdraw. Then what? Tell you the example, concentrate carefully. This is the main theme of ADL matrix, which I don't know if, honestly, I want you guys to tell, after I discuss this concept, how many of you heard this for the first time? Okay, not the ADL matrix, the concept that I'm going to tell you now. Okay, which is called the movement in ADL matrix. ADL matrix movements that you track. Weak companies which grow with the industry, if they are successful at this stage, they may not exactly come to this stage, that is the growth stage, as a weak company. Maybe if they grow with the industry, they might become a tenable company by the time they reach their growth stage. So that time you will not look at this box, but you will look at this box. And by the time this very same product becomes maturity, either it can go here, or by then, that is in your growth stage, if you are growing amazingly, maybe this tenable company can turn out to be a favorable company, and that means you have to look this box. Now I'm not saying you will have to parallelly go here. A favorable company may age out its product as a favorable company. A tenable company which is at the growth stage, a tenable company may remain a tenable company at maturity and end its life also as growth. Now, sir, then why did they give withdraw here? Follow the different color pattern that I'm using here. Now, a strong company which has already reached maturity stage, strong company which has reached a maturity stage of one product, and there's a terrible damage to that product, like a factory fire or something like that, where the entire product and the division is under terrible loss. Then what is the next thing that you will do? And at the same time, the product also is entering an aging phase. So right from here, the movement falls to this. So you are a strong company in the product's maturity stage, but when the product entered aging stage, you are not here anymore, you are here. What is the answer? Withdraw. If you are here also, you will still be considering withdrawal. So this diagonal movement up and down is what the significant part of ADL matrix is. Honestly, tell me how many of you heard this diagonal movement in ADL for the first time? Because that is what this entire matrix is for, not to give you 20 boxes and ask you to buy heart. Come on. Do you know this before? Or this is the first time you really understood the logic of what the ADL matrix is? Okay. Somebody says me. So I believe that it's the first time you heard that. How many of you? Okay, okay. So that is the fundamental logic. So like that, every topic that is given in your book will be held with the fundamental logic. See, everybody is raising hands. Very good. Okay, Priyanka, Shadvi, Ajay, Kameshwarov, Ram. Oh, so many. Fantastic. Understood. So this is what you need to learn. Okay, maybe you could have passed your exam without knowing this also. Okay. Understood. Hey, even if I don't know this, I'll pass exam, sir. Of course you will, because never. I believe that one matrix like the ADL will spoil your entire exam. Many people hate that for whatever. Anyway, very good. All of you raised hands and admitted honestly. That's more than 30 of you or so. So good. And I believe when 100 of you are watching and only 30 are giving, I also know that in the other 70, there may be many more people. But it's okay. Not everybody wants to admit that. And if you are listening this for already you know it, it means you're amazing, and the one who taught you also will be amazing. Very good. Chalo, see, these are the flows that we need to understand. That is how ADL matrix works. Otherwise, simply 20 boxes and what is it? Okay, chalo, very good. Okay, still a lot of people, very good, but that is the logic. Okay, so for all of you who learned it for the first time today, very good, generation awakening, and thank me later. Okay, and just imagine if this particular question or anything relevant to this comes in this attempt, what will you do? Will you thank me that day or scold me that day? So whatever you do, but irrespective of that, I think I did my job. Somebody says they watched my video on portfolio analysis. So I believe, uh, yeah, offline class listeners would probably know this. Yes, I guess because I emphasize this point so much in the class. You have to fundamentally know why you are reading a matrix. You guys go back to your materials and see. You will have one small paragraph introduction saying Sir Arthur D. Little is the one who proposed this matrix, who took two factors, a small intro para, and then a 20 box table. That's all. Okay, so they didn't discuss anything deeply. And of course, since it's not in your syllabus deeply, there is nothing wrong about you not knowing it. But you should think, right? Why should I buy hard 20 boxes? Some logic should be there, which is what is the fundamental point. So, all of you who had issues with those topics of value chain analysis, core competencies, ADL matrix, are we done? Can we move on to wrap up phase 4 and phase 5? If there is anything that we have to discuss, we'll discuss in the end, because let's focus on getting our last two steps right, before which I would like to take 2 or 3 minutes to revise where we stand. So all my new viewers today, you guys get a chance to quickly understand what we have done till now and where is our standing thus far. Okay, very good. Those of you who have boldly admitted it that you learned it for the first time, appreciate all of you and also appreciate your learning. Let's move on quickly. I don't want to waste a lot of time on this one. Phase 1, I'm even not going to write in detail. VMOG, our phase, vision, mission, objectives and goals, a roadmap for company's future, present day's business scope, performance targets, precise aspects called goals. 4 of those. Phase 2, phase 2 deals with what is called as strategic analysis. Phase 2 deals with strategic analysis, 3 branches. Strategic analysis starts with industry and competitive analysis. Industry and competitive analysis. Portfolio analysis, we discussed it in great detail. Portfolio, wherein we spoke about 3 concepts: SBU, experience or learning curve, and then the concept of product life cycle, which we use today also in ADL. And on the other side, I can now tell you we confidently discuss BCG, Ansoff and GE model all in, and now we also wrapped up ADL, so I'm including that in this list. Industry and competitive analysis, 7 points. I will spell it out for you very quickly. Dominant features, dominant economic features in the industry, nature and strength of competition, identifying the triggers of change, identifying the strongest and the weakest rival, using a concept called as strategic group mapping, taking comparative factors and drawing cycles, drawing circles. I hope all of you, like how you learned ADL today, you're also excited about learning that strategy group mapping that day. So I want you to re-emphasize on that point because it's an exam question. Then point number 5 is about likely strategic move of rivals. Point number 6 is key factors to competitive success, and the 7th point is about what is that, prospects and financial attractiveness of a industry, how the prospects are in future and how financially an industry is attractive. You might want to look at something called as the rate of return, or ROI, return on investment. If I put some investment into this industry, will I get a good return on investment? And you might also want to look at some technical factors, and 2 more factors that I believe all of you are familiar with, that is called payback period and IRR. You got to take all these into consideration and then decide, is it good to enter that market? And the last one is very simple: SWOT and TOWS matrix. SWOT is just a framework, not a comparison. Very important take home point. We just plot strength, weakness, opportunity, threat. We don't do anything further. That is why Heinz Weirich proposed a TOWS matrix, where in TOWS we got to take 2 factors at a time: strength and opportunity, weakness and threat. strength to a threat, and weakness to an opportunity. And we'll make maxi, maxi, mini, maxi, mini, maxi, maxi, mini, and mini, mini strategies. That is the end of phase 2, a deep rooted strategic analysis. Because that chapter starts with a beautiful line saying that strategies will not come as a result of good thought, instincts, or ideas. Strategies always come from a deep rooted analysis, and that is why you should do this full length chapter in greater detail. Then we moved on in our second revision session to phase 3. These two were covered in our first revision session, and right now whoever has joined in the last few minutes and you're watching it for the first time, as I told you, this entire thing is revision session 1, which is also there in the description. Now phase 3 is revision session 2. So this is revision 2, wherein we spoke about crafting a strategy. What is it called? Crafting a strategy, and all at 3 levels. What are the 3 levels that we discussed there? Corporate level, business level, and functional level. Corporate level, we spoke about stability, expansion, retrenchment, and a combination. And we also went deep into expansion, wherein we spoke about intensification, diversification, mergers and acquisitions, strategic alliance, wherein you have vertical, horizontal, concentric, and conglomerate diversifications. So is the case with mergers and acquisitions, the word concentric replaced with co-generic. Then at business level, we spoke about Michael Porter's 3 strategies of cost leadership, differentiation, and the focus, along with another strategy called as best cost provider, who is something targeting the value conscious buyer. This plus the topic of 5 forces that affect every business, and what are you supposed to deal in terms with those 5 forces. And then came finance, marketing, HR, production, inventory management, and I did end that session with the table for R&D, wherein we discussed about how to do the R&D strategy as well. So I hope all of you guys are clear with what we have done in the last 2 revision sessions and what we have done in this session and come thus far. Now we are left with the last leg of this. Okay, small pieces, nothing much to worry about, because a very easy part right now. Till now, whatever you put on paper, we should take this forward. We should take this forward by doing something in action. And how will you do things in action? That is what is called as phase 4. Guys, are you with me? Can we move on to phase 4? So this is a new learning. Stay alert. The last part of our strategic management definition, phase 4, which is called as strategic implementation. Which is called as strategic implementation. And let me break this down as to what all are the essentials of strategic implementation. I hope you know what is Chandler circle. Chandler circle becomes a very important discussion in strategic implementation. Okay, Chandler, what did he tell? Told a very simple thing. Whenever you bring in a new strategy, whenever you bring in new strategy, new problems arise, new organizational problems arise whenever you come up with a new strategy. So what are you supposed to do? Changes in structure, then everything will work back normal. Then again, whenever things are going normal and you bring in a strategy, again organizational problems will arise, performance will decline. Make a change in structure, performance will improve. Okay, we will write it in the way he gave so that you guys will be very confident about this. It will take a minute. New organization problems will arise, then we say performance declines. Then you make improvements or changes in the structure, performance improves. Will you stop when performance improves? No, some other day you want something else, again you will go for a new strategy, and this is called Chandler circle. This will continue. So, but the big question from Chandler circle is changes in structure. So which is one of the most important points in strategic implementation, called as organization structures. Organization structures. Okay. Then if we have good organization structure and everything is put in the right place, everything is given the right importance and it's all addressed in the right way, then you need a solid leader to take this forward. So strategic leadership becomes a very important concept about dealing these structures, because you give importance to organization structure and a right leader should be there on the top. Despite having the right leader on the top, if the organization culture is not proper, then again you are going for a toss. So one of the most important steps in implementation again is to take care of the concept of strategy culture connect. So what is strategy, what is culture, how does culture play a role in strategy? And then if none of these then if all of these are taken care, then there is one more important part which is called as bringing a strategic change. So these are the four branches about the story on strategic implementation. So I hope you got the framework of phase 4. Yeah, okay, very good. Now let's get deeper into this story. Now those of you who want to watch all the structures being discussed in detail, because if I have to discuss those 8 structures, I will need at least 2 to 2.5 hours to discuss 8 structures in detail. So right now I'm going to take you through the overview of those structures, and if somebody wants to discuss those structures in detail, okay, you can again find that in the playlist. You can go there and watch the part 2 revision, a full length revision of that. You can go and see. It's a long discussion. Separate video will also be there. I think organization structure separate video is there, but I think all of you know it, so don't try to complicate it. Just follow the flow. I'll tell you what. Single owner with multiple number of employees. What is it? A single owner with multiple employees working under him. So he is the only one who is a decision maker. He is the only one who is a decision maker, and there is much less to talk about anything else. Such a structure is termed as simple structure. What is it called? Simple structure. To start off, one owner, multiple number of people listening to his command and working. But the problem goes to a different level when these multiple people stop listening to him because of too many ideas and confusion, and it becomes difficult for a single person to manage this whole story. So that's when simple structure will be broken down into function based structures, wherein finance will be handled by somebody, marketing will be handled by somebody, and that is called a functional structure based on functions. Functional structure works well till the time everything is good, because there is a CEO on the top and a top corporate level. Okay, I can just draw one thing for you here. So there is always a CEO on the top and a set of corporate level people. Okay, that is corporate head for finance, somebody who's a, what do you say, associate vice president or vice president finance, because he's the topmost guy in finance. Same way, topmost guy in HR, topmost guy in R&D, all the top people. So this is all the level 1 of an organization, which is generally the corporate level. Now below this we break down the entire organization based on their functions. Finance, HR, same way marketing, R&D, and respective heads are there on the top. So this goes by a simple functional structure. Now when workload is less and less number of activities are being done, functional structure will look amazing. But when you start slightly diversifying, that means you have, let's say, 5 to 6 products or 3 to 4 products with multiple locations to handle, then somewhere you are caught up in this loop and your second structure, which is the functional structure, may not work. Sir, then what should I do? Keep the CEO as it is. Let the CEO and the corporate level be there. You can't change them. Now, instead of that, going by all these functions, do one thing. Classify based on divisions. So make it a division 1. Hyderabad division, Bangalore division, Chennai division, okay, Kochi division. Make something like that. So divisions. Division 1, Division 2, Division 3. Go for this. Now once you have gone for this, each division will be headed by a general manager who is responsible for that division. Definitely. Under them again you will have finance, marketing, HR and all that story. Okay. Same thing continues here also. Sir, what did you do? Something great. The only thing that great happened here in a divisional level was, instead of going by functional aspects, you are now going by divisional aspect where the general manager is responsible. Here in functional structure, whatever happens, you will accredit to the CEO. Too much accountability on the top. Company is successful, CEO will take full credit. Company is a failure, everybody will blame CEO. What is the joke going on here? What about all these people? Are they not working? But due credit is not got to the right people in the event of success, and too much blame on the CEO and the corporate level for losses if things are not going in their way. So in order to avoid that only, get this guy. Now the general manager is responsible for that division. So this division, whether it is doing well or not, he will be responsible. So but now the problems are different. What? One division may be superior to the other. One division may get extra budgets from the top management than the other, and the customers of division 3 are treated in a different way when compared to division 2. No structure is perfect, it's all evolution. What structure suits you at what stage? Now tell me something. Three divisions are there, the diagram is nice to look. Fourth one, okay, maybe I can fit in. 5, shall it look bad, but I will still fit in. 6, 7, 10, is it starting to look complicated or not? So now these divisions, sometimes products may be similar, but because of geographical locations you can make it. So one more subset of this divisional structure is called as multi-divisional structure. What is it called? Multi-divisional. Where in these multi-divisional stories, each division represents a separate business. Here they could represent the same business with multiple areas or multiple products and all, but here each of them represent a separate business. So I hope you guys are getting the clarity. Can you guys throw a yes? Meanwhile, I'd like to just take a quick feedback from you guys here on that point. I hope you guys are following, because from long time I didn't see any of your comments have been on my screen only. So I hope things are going good with these three structures. A simple single owner driven business is called a simple structure, where slightly the job role grows, where single owner can't manage, then we'll go for a functional structure and then break it down into divisional structures and multi-divisional structures. Okay. Oh yeah, very good, thanks for confirming. So I'm going back here to say simple, then we have functional, then we have divisional and multi-divisional. This is all good. Again, though you talk about divisional and multi-divisional, they also sound good only till the time limited divisions and products are there. But when you think that they exceed a limit of numbers, yes, very good. I already see in the comments many people have typed in about SBUs. That is exactly where SBU steps in. And I hope you remember the definition of SBU. I'm writing it here. SBU, single business or collection of related businesses. Correct? Now here three divisions are there. Did anybody tell you how many products are there? Guys, once again concentrate difference between divisional and multi-divisional. In divisional, this may be one product but multiple divisions. But in multi-divisional structure, if you call it, each division represents a separate business. This is the key word. Okay. I hope everybody again caught up this point. If you want more on this, you can always go and dwell this. But check this out on SBU story. SBU is what? A single business or a collection of related businesses. Okay. So those of you who asked difference between divisional, multi-divisional, once again on multi-divisional, I hope you got that point now. Now, just imagine if you are dealing with a company like Hindustan Liver, who have 30, 35, 40 products, then what to do? So we will group all the related products And then we'll move on to a new structure which is called as the SBU structure. This time what we will do, we will have the CEO. We'll rather call him as a president now because it's like a group. Okay, group president or group vice presidents are those people at the corporate level. So president, along with him all the corporate level guys. So level 1 continues to remain the same, but this time at level 2 what we have is interesting. At level 2 we have various SBUs. SBU 1, SBU 2, SBU 3, 4, just like that. Okay, now let's just say SBU1, is it a single business or a collection of related business? It could be anything. Let's say SBU1 is a collection of 3 businesses. So we will break it down into a further level of division 1, division 2, division 3, where each division represents a distinct product, but all of them are connected and grouped under SBU1. And you know the characteristics of SBU. Each SBU will have a manager who is responsible for its function. Got that? So that is what we talk about, the SBU structure. This is level 2 of SBUs and E. Now SBU2, is it a single business or collection of related business? It's a single business. No further breakup. So you will have only one division, division 1, and then all people below it, finance, marketing, HR. That story will continue. Okay. So this at level 3. So SBU structure has 3 levels. 1, president and vice presidents in the top. SBU levels in the center. SBU is further broken down into divisions, and divisions will have their own functions under them. This is a traditional structure that's been followed all through in big companies. But just imagine the number of job roles you have to fill in. So unless the company really requires you to follow this sort of a structure, somebody like Hindustan Lever, ITC, Procter and Gamble, then you have Tatas, Birlas, those guys and all can follow this kind of a structure because they have so much to deal with. Otherwise, you can choose to be in one of the 4 structures. So from whatever I wrote till now, I hope you understood where do we actually stand. Okay, going by this, where is it? Simple, functional, divisional, multidivisional and SBU. So these are called the traditional structures or classic traditional structures. But we have 3 new age structures. They're called matrix. Then it's called network structure, which believes in outsourcing. And the last one is called as an hourglass structure. Okay. So talking about a matrix structure. So matrix, network and hourglass are called the new age structures. And what you see in a new age structure is, in a matrix, we will have both horizontal and vertical connections of various departments. So marketing for product 1, product 2, product 3, like this is all be connected to a functional superior. And also product manager. So you will all be connected to marketing manager, finance manager, HR manager also. And you will be connected to production manager also, product manager also, sorry. Listen very carefully, it's very easy, the matrix structure. 1, when you start with a business where resources are scarce, that's a fundamental requirement for matrix. If resources are abundant, then you are not looking at the story. Where resources are scarce, you go for this structure. Okay, where resources are scarce, you go for this structure. First, what will you do is, you don't want to establish it as a complete brand. You want to try. So what you do is start. How will you start? Calling it as a product 1 and put a product manager who will take care of that entire product. And that fellow will have a marketing guy, finance guy, all those. So all these people are horizontally connected and each of them are having a functional superior vertically also. Now, let's say this product 1 became a success. So when they started it, they either started as a semi-permanent product or just as a introduction of a product. But later now they want to convert it into a brand. So this product manager will now turn into a brand manager and this entire line will be established. Same story they'll try to do with product 2, product 3. Tomorrow if you want to add product 4, by using the same set of people and resources, you will spin off a product 4 with a product manager. Or the same guy who is handling product 3 may also be handling product 4. Same guy who's doing marketing in product 2 can handle marketing in product 3. Fact is because resources are scarce. If the product is not successful, what will you do, sir? Okay, just like this, I will erase it. So it won't be there in the picture only. Over. So why do you follow matrix structure? Because resources are scarce, and one of the most important requirements of matrix structure is there should be cross functional connection. If there is no cross functionality between one department to the other, if they can't connect from one to the other, then this will be a big failure. Okay, so that is what it is. You just have to focus on this product manager who later turns into brand manager, wherein you have both horizontal and vertical flows, which is why the name matrix. Then moving on to structure number 7, which is a network structure, which actually does not have a diagram, but for you to understand, I'll tell you something. Firm is in the center and it does only one thing what it is good at. Let's say this firm is good at production, they will take care of production. Sir, what about finance? Outsource. Finance, it is outsourced to a chartered accountant firm. Marketing is outsourced to an advertising agency. HR is outsourced to a HR consultant firm. So this is a series of places that are connected. I hope this is what is called as virtual organization, where all of them don't sit in one place. And today, this sort of virtual organizations are very famous. So there is a small headquarters in the center which manages all of it, and whoever is good at what respective activities are, what is the strategic buzzword? Outsourced. Okay, respective activities are outsourced. Then comes to the last structure, which is called hourglass, which is wide at the top. Okay, which is wide at the top, narrow in the middle, and widest at the bottom. So wide at the top, very narrow in the middle. So that is a shrunken middle layer. That means all your managers and whoever were eating so much of the salaries, all that is gone, and a widest of the operational layer. That means a lot of people who are working for the organization will be there in this level. Now, the big problem with this hourglass structure is these people who are working at this level, they can't look for promotions and go up because there are very few jobs in the middle layer. But still, to keep up these guys' motivation, sometimes they get promoted, but they may also be rewarded with money, not in promotion. So that is the only drawback. But if you want a decent size of an operational, strategic level with a very narrow middle layer, because in all our traditional structures, these guys who are in the middle layer and divisional managers, they eat up a lot of money in the name of salaries. But the ones who are actually doing the work at the operational level, they are not being rewarded properly. So that's why we follow a hourglass structure there. So going back to my fundamental chart here, this is what are the organization structures, and that is where Chandler spoke about, following one of these. So are you guys clear with the very first part, which is a very long part as well? I tried to keep it as much as possible. Okay, very good. Some of you have given some examples and all that here. So this is what we call as organization structure. Now, irrespective of how good you have a structure, you ultimately need to have what is called as a proper leadership. If your leadership is not driven by some aspects, then there will be a problem. Now, under leadership, you have 3 concepts that you should bother about for the exam. What are the roles of a strategic leader? 5 roles are there. Okay, staying on top of what is happening, promoting the culture and a feeling of esprit de corps. That means you have to work with a commitment towards the organization, not with some hatred. You have to work with some commitment for the organization. Staying on top of what is happening, promoting a culture and esprit de corps, and then you should always analyze what is going right and what is going wrong. A good strategic leader will always be ready for what? Taking corrective actions. Okay, so he should be ready for all those people who are in the nature of a strategic leader. They should be ready to revisit that story and take corrective action. Not only that, they should keep the organization responsive to the changing conditions. And the fifth point there, exercise ethics leadership. As a leader, if you don't exercise ethics, all of your followers will also be unethical. So as a leader, 5 roles are there. I'm repeating one last time. Staying on top of what is happening, which means taking responsibility. Promoting a culture and esprit de corps. People should believe that, yeah, I would like to work in this organization under this person. 3. Keeping the organization responsive to the changes. External environment is going on changing. And then pushing for corrective actions. A great leader is somebody who is ready to accept feedback. Many people know if you criticize them about something, they'll always get angry. They'll be like, why are you talking about all that? I don't want to be with you in this. We don't want that. So somebody should be there who's ready to push corrective action, and most importantly here, they should be even ethical. Following ethics leadership is also a very important aspect. Those are the roles. And then there are few responsibilities of a leader. Whenever you talk about leaders, they have a responsibility to follow. Guess what are their responsibilities, which are very simple again. These guys are responsible for making the strategic decisions, managing human capital, managing the change in organization in a phased manner, and again create a culture. Okay. And as far as I remember, there is one more point which says you have to hold the performance for a long time. Okay. I think I'm missing couple of points. 7 roles are there, 7 responsibilities are there. So please take it fact to go there and refer to those. It's a small topic which can again be asked. Making strategic decisions starts with that, and the points that I told you, but please do look at it. But what is important and has come in upbeat number of times in the exam are the leadership styles. 2 leadership styles are there. Transactional leadership style, transactional leadership style, and transformational leadership style. Transactional leadership style and transformational leadership style. If you are impressing people by your charismatic behavior, speeches, and motivation, it is called as a transformational behavior, which is a very informal approach. People get very impressed by the way you speak and things like that, and then they are up for a change. But when you follow a more formal approach of exercising a reward pattern and penalty pattern, saying that if you do good you get a reward, if you don't you miss it in penalty. So this time we are offering pay and status. Transactional leadership style, you do this for the organization will give you this. So it's more like a give and take. They give their efforts and we give them some reward. So that is what is there. Yeah. So I think you guys have got this point very simply. Transactional leadership style and transformational leadership style. Transformational leadership style works in 2 stages. You know the stages of product life cycle, right? So transformational leadership style works in the very beginning, that is in introduction stages and in decline stages. Because in both those stages, company will not have money. Startup and somebody who is dying, both of them will face financial crisis. So in both those cases, transformational leadership style will work, because when money is not there, philosophy will come out automatically. Okay. Or when too much money is there, then also you will speak of philosophy only if you are somewhere in the middle, you would not really know what to do. And the company is extremely poor, they are highly motivated to make it rich. The company is extremely rich, then they'll talk philosophy. Oh, money and all will come and go, we know all this. So somebody who's in between these two, no, they will always face the heat of it. Neither they will have excessive money, nor they will be in a situation where they don't. They'll always have something which will never give them the right motivation. So which is why strategic leaders choose to follow one of these. If you are in a well settled environment, then you will definitely go for transactional leadership style. And if you are in a very turbulent environment, that is in your beginning or end of life cycles, you will follow what is called as a transformational leadership style. Okay. So set up a proper organization structure, choose one of that, and then go for a strategic leadership. put the right leader, because if you don't have a right leader who can lead you, there itself the story goes for a toss. Then moving on to the last step in implementation before we bring in a change, it's called as strategy and culture connect. What do you mean by culture? Culture talks about values, beliefs, traditions, okay, what the organization follows. Their corporate culture is a mix of or a blend of values, beliefs, traditions, their ethics that they follow, and all of that. Now, the big problem that you have to understand here is it's not always that you change the strategy to suit culture. Okay, this is kind of easy to do, change the strategy to suit the culture, but will you get the results? So this is not often done. Remember, this is not often done. What is often done or what is often difficult to do is change culture to match strategy, because you know that that strategy is going to work. So when you know that, change the culture to match the strategy. It's tough. It's easy to talk, but to do, you will have to face your own music. Okay. Culture can turn out to be an obstacle. The culture sometimes can turn out to be a pathway for your success as well. So, whether culture is an ally or an obstacle, it depends on how your strategy and culture are aligned. If strategy and culture are aligned in such a way that they both go hand in hand, then culture turns out to be your pathway for success. But if there is a conflict between the strategy and the culture being followed, then the very same culture will hinder your growth, and it will, become what is called as a path block or a stone wall, which will stop you from your growth. So that is something that you have to take into consideration and then decide culture changing actions. Though I wrote on screen, it's very easy to write like that, change the culture. It's not easy to practically do that. But I'm not saying it's not easy. Nobody can do, I'm not saying. You can change. It will require time, patience, and all that. Most importantly, top managers have to get into the scene and convince people. What will you tell and convince? You say that, culture changing is very essential, and at this point of time, a change in culture will boost the organizational growth, and that change is for our good only. Unless you are able to prove this, you will not be able to take the story forward. Okay, so this is the story about strategic culture. It's a very very wide chapter, this one, which deals organizational structures, strategic implementation, and strategic culture. Now the last step in strategic implementation is bringing about a strategic change. Now, see, suddenly one day you wake up and think about bringing a change, it's not going to happen. So, you have to give yourself that much amount of time to bring that change. So, how will I bring that change? To bring that change, we have to follow three steps. Okay, to bring that change, we got to follow three steps. I think I will try and fit in somewhere here only. Let's see if you can catch it up. I'll use a different color so it's striking. So to do this strategic change, step number one, recognize recognize the need for change. Do you really need the change? No sir, everything is going good as per our plan. Then don't try to complicate something and change something. Recognize the need for change first. Two, create shared vision. Create a vision that you can share with people. Okay, and don't keep it to yourself. If people don't know your vision, you are only going in the direction, others and all are going elsewhere. So if you want your directions to be clear, and if you want things to be in a more proactive and peaceful manner, tell people what you are looking at. Create a shared vision, and make sure that this comes from within the people. You're not by force. If I make you study by force, we'll study 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then you'll be like, I'm not interested, get lost, because it was my force that made you study. But if you sit voluntarily for studying, knowing the importance and seriousness of it, I think you'll study much longer. That is what is called as institutionalizing. Institutionalize the change. So when I say institutionalize it, which means making it the reality. So these are the three things: understand or recognize the need for change, create a shared vision, and then institutionalize the change, that is make it come from within. Okay, so right now what you see on screen is a full story of phase 4 called strategic implementation. And this concept, I mean, I can move away from screen for a second so that you guys want to hit a screenshot. You might want to do so before we proceed further. There you go. You can do that comfortably now. Take a complete screenshot of phase 4 because it's a long leg of story that we have been dealing with. And also this topic, I hope you guys have done it now. Or right now as I'm talking, you can hit the screenshot if you want. And then where we move, I would like to take you to very quickly another topic. I can write it here or we can go for a fresh one. What's a big deal? Okay, which is called as Kurt Levin's change process. Kurt Levin's change process. How about Kurt Levin's change process? Now it talks about 3 steps which really are critical while doing this aspect of change. So let us go ahead and see what those are in Kurt Levin's change process. We have 3 steps. First of which is called unfreezing the situation. Unfreezing, that means breaking free from all your old practices. Break free from all your old practices and do something which is about the first time that you're doing it, unfreezing. Then changing the situation, that means bring the new aspects and try to change. Sir, how will I change? For which 3 steps are there for change. See, suddenly if you want to change, no, you won't be able to do it. So which is why you have to follow some techniques. First one is called as compliance. Strictly follow it. Shut your mouth and strictly follow it. That is called compliance. Then if it's not motivating enough for you, then idealize somebody, a role model. So that is called as identification. Compliance followed by identification. Identification of what? Identification of a role model who you can think of. If they are doing it, why not me? And then let me tell you, the third point is very much like the previous thing that we discussed. It is called institutionalization there. Here it is called internalization. When we talk about motivation, there are 2 types of motivation. One is called as intrinsic, the other one is called as extrinsic. Intrinsic motivation comes from within. Extrinsic motivation comes by listening to speeches or watching something. Very short-lived. You will not be able to, find a good deal for that. And then you will simply be like, okay, that fellow will tell like that only. I'll do whatever I want. And then you will forget it very quickly. But this one is not like that. It should come from within. Internalization. And then the third step and the last one is called as refreezing. Actually, Kurt Levin's change process is a real life lesson. If you want to change any of your habits, you can do it with these 3 steps. Easier said than done. Doing it is a big task. To tell what is there, they'll put everything. Sir, how should I wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning? Daily I'm struggling. Get up. That's all. Answer is simple. Compliance means what? Meet it. How to get up at 6 o'clock? Get up at 6 o'clock. That's all. There is no special book for that. But if you idealize somebody, like if you're a aspiring cricketer, could anybody be that? That person, I want to become like Sachin Tendulkar. Then what did Sachin Tendulkar do? Did he sleep like you? So he should have got up and gone to the practice. No. Pasting his poster in the wall and seeing that, daily and feeling Sachin is my idol will not help, right? So for that matter, any person who you idealize or identify as your role model, you should not just identify and then leave it. You should actually figure out what they did so that you can also do that and try and be there. Okay. So that brings us to the end of a solid story of strategic implementation, which is phase 4. You guys would like to throw up a confirmation meanwhile. I hope you guys are through with stage 4 along with me. Now let's wind up this entire discussion of strategic management on a high note, discussing strategic control. So I would definitely like to see a response from you on phase 4. Are you all clear with phase 4, the 4 wide aspects of strategic implementation? And then to do the justice for our strategic management definition, we close it by discussing strategic control, which means taking corrective action. So before I start that, I would definitely like to see you guys respond on this. So many of them have run away from the session. Very good. Okay, that's great. Those of you who are still with me and you're clear, it's amazing. Very good. Very good. Very good. Alright, that's very nice of you to throw that confirmation. Now we are moving on to the last part of the story wherein we talk about strategic control. So I would remind you a point that we discussed a few days back, which says that we need strategies at all levels. We need strategies at all levels. So if you need strategies at all levels, there is also a possibility of going wrong at all levels, correct? There is also a possibility of going wrong at all levels. So which level needs strategic control then? If strategies are there at all levels, strategic control is also there at all levels, which is operational control. Okay, operational control, managerial control, and then the last one is called as strategic control. Now, operational control is more about input output ratios. Okay, input output ratios. You know what input output ratios be specifically called as? Efficiency. Okay, at operational level, what can go wrong? That only, you give more input and then you're still not getting the right output. That will terribly damage an organization. So if you don't want that to happen, then what should you do? Go for an operational control. Try to make sure that with the same level of input, you get more output, or you get the same level of output with lesser input. Okay, less input, more output is wrong equation. Same level of input and more output versus same level of output with lesser input. That is what is the term efficiency, which is what you are bothered about at operational control. So when you read it, please mark that point. And when you read managerial control, this is an effort for optimal utilization of resources. You know two terms, right? Effective and efficient utilization. You have to acquire the resources effectively and then utilize them also in the same manner. Optimum utilization is a key construct of the managerial control at managerial level. So at managerial level, if you really want a level of control, so optimal utilization of resources, and when you believe that optimal utilization of resources is not happening, that is exactly where you will follow managerial control. And the top level where things go wrong, maybe you have to try to understand the breakup of strategic control, which is further broken down into 4 parts. First, which is called premise control. That is the area in which you are located. Premise, normally here premise means what is our surrounding, not the physical premises alone. You guys know it, right? When they make announcements in college or any physical place, they'll tell, please leave the premises immediately, or please don't leave the premises until so and so. Premise means what? Their boundaries, their time. So here also in strategic level, they should understand what is their boundary. So premise control. And then you should be ready with always watching what is happening in the environment around you. With always watching what is happening in the environment around you. That is called as strategic surveillance. Strategic surveillance. And then you have to be very much ready for some situations that you didn't expect, which are called as special alert controls. Floods, tornadoes, earthquakes, pandemics, all that you have to be ready to somehow tackle. Special alert control. And then the last one, implementation control. That things should not go wrong while implementation. So implementation control is further broken down into two questions, which is called as, are you sticking to your main idea? What? Are you sticking to your main idea, which is called monitoring strategic thrust. Monitoring strategic thrust. Are you sticking to your main idea or not? And then milestone reviews. What do you mean by milestone reviews? A milestone review is nothing but, have you reached the target what you want to? While you're traveling on a highway, you keep looking at milestones on your left side, right? How far have we come? How far are we supposed to go? That is what is a milestone review. So a broad based strategic control has to be followed to take corrective actions if required. If things are going the way just like you want, then don't end up creating this complication. You can comfortably take this further. Okay. Sometimes you would want to reach new levels. New levels means trying to reach out to beyond your competitors and all that, for which you have concepts like benchmarking, right? The two topics that I'm leaving to you, which you guys can do it on your own, are those benchmarking and BPR. So I guess you might want to kind of do that. A milestone review will be a great deal of a thing. So whatever is required for you to take this subject smoothly have been covered in the 5 phases. So small things are left for you to go and do it on your own completely, which I believe in a 3 session revision, I think the utmost maximum that I can cover, I have done it with conviction. And I hope all of you have followed all these 3 sessions for strategic management. Now, of course, don't tell me what I didn't do. You go and do and fill all those gaps, okay? Because I want you to be a little more proactive. Make sure that you work around those things. I think we are already late in the night, so I don't want to lecture up so much. But with this subject, all I believe is it's a very, very scoring subject if you do it in the right sense. Okay, so I don't want to take much of your time and disturb your plans. Okay, whatever plans you have around. So please do make sure that the last few days before the exam, you keep up your spirits and motivation high, because that's kind of very important for you to sustain. The course on its own is not tough. The course tends to become tough because people make it look like it. Okay, so don't try to indulge in shortcuts. Don't try to focus on things that are not needed. Understood? And those of you who have attended all 3 revision sessions, I'm pretty sure many of you did that from start to end of each revision session. Many of you did that, and I think since many of you are constantly doing it, that has also been my motive to do it even on Saturday, Sunday. I think it's like, what are we like on the 8th session? This one, I think it's a 8th continuous session, and I don't think anybody has done this before also. Okay, so because I do keep seeing, back then I used to do these revisions on and off on a different channel. Okay, so things have changed back then and now. So yeah, now also I think I don't really concentrate on my number of subscribers and say, you I don't like that part. If people like it, they will definitely be part of it. And I also don't tell that simple statement because I am not very regular on keeping my subscribers alive. So yeah, this was something that I thought I should do, because there is a lot of motivational gap this time. Plus, I think it's a time where many people were not able to kind of focus, concentrate and all that. And I thought it also makes sense to do all those. And you know that these videos are already available. It's not like these videos are not at all there. These are available. You could have found them here and there with me only, not somebody else, with me. And you can put this up. But then I thought, doing it live is completely different. And okay, somehow it's been pretty entertaining. And I'm very happy that we finished the 50 mark subject to a great extent in all these 3 live sessions, and I hope uh, you also have this mutual feeling that the revision was worth it. Okay, or is it the 10th session? I mean, then that will be I don't know. So yeah, I guess so, right? Because we did 3 SM sessions, 2 EAS, and 5 audit sessions. Yeah, 10 continuous days. So okay, I mean, I should appreciate myself tonight. But anyway, thank you guys for being around and spending your time. I told that is why I came on a separate video and told plan your sessions like that, so that through these videos only your revision also will be done. And I'm not saying that 100% will be done, but at least 80% definitely is done. I will not go beyond. I mean, like I will not go below that. So 80% is done, but that balance 20% you got to put your effort, and definitely you will have your own plans to revise them better. I only want you to kind of make sure that you write the exam well. We will do one exclusive session on writing, but anyway, before I finish all these live sessions, I'll give you a cue about that also. And I think audit, we have already seen how case based questions are coming, and I will also lead you to that. And I don't know whether you guys know it or not, one day before the exam, that is the day when you finish your advanced accounting exam and the day when you finish audit exam, I come live on both those days. I did that last attempt. I do that every attempt. That's called last minute, one day before exam revision. Wherein not revision, we come in there. The sole purpose is to keep revising and also let you remember on what concepts you should focus and how should you go. Plus a full length of motivation, so that you know whatever have been called as the true dreadful subjects in group 2 for so many years. I don't want them to be dreadful because they are not. What was dreadful and what was career killer for so many people in CA, I've been teaching this for 11 years now, which is basically a great part of my career. So the lot of people who left group 2 and this entire what do you say, CA course itself, because they were not able to clear ITSM back then, now they are blaming on EASSM. I think you didn't find the right person. Okay. So anyways, because I have trained people who've got 7, 8, not in one paper, ITSM put together. I have somebody who's got 8 in one attempt. Next attempt, we turned him to 48. That guy was on top of his world. Happens, like I have all those screenshots. Those are my, what do you say, treasures, irrespective of what money has been earned and all that. And most of them who got such remarkable things are students who saw revisions on YouTube. And I'm not saying that the ones who paid and saw didn't do anything, they did achieve, but likewise. And which is why now all these online classes and all these are famous because of the pandemic, and many people wanted to come and connect ways. Before, none of this were there. So if you go back and see when was my first videos, back then somewhere in 2016. Okay, so we found ways to catch up with people that time itself. I hope you guys ease off from your pressures, keep a cool mind, and revisit strategies from time to time and make sure that you work around it. I will not draw much more time from you. So again, thanks for your continuous participation, and I hope we will completely do good with even the EIS and remaining audit parts. So I will see you soon on my next live session. Thank you. Good night.